On the way home from work, Ethan accidentally saved a girl who fell into the water. But I didn't expect that she would take the initiative to ask for marriage the next day and broke into my world with her ID card and household registration booklet. Under the pressure from my parents to get married, I married her without thinking twice. But the weird thing is that just after getting the marriage certificate, it was discovered that she was hiding a huge secret. She was a disabled person. Here's what happened. On New Year's Day, I had just finished working overtime and was walking alone on the street, feeling an indescribable loneliness. I'm 26 years old, and I don't even have a girlfriend. My mother just called me again, and her tone of urging me to get married made me a little irritated. I looked up and saw the flying snowflakes. They fell like goose feathers, bringing with them the cold and an indescribable loneliness. I was just arguing with my mother on the phone, but she couldn't help but urge me to find a wife. Yes, it's really pitiful that I don't even have someone to accompany me at such an old age. Looking at the phone, I decided not to think about it anymore and put it in my pocket. I was walking aimlessly when suddenly a girl walked past me. The tip of her hair brushed my nose lightly, and I was a little distracted for a moment. She was so beautiful that I almost forgot my current situation. How wonderful it would be if I could marry a girl like this. I stared at her intently and suddenly noticed that she looked a little lonely. It turned out that even such a beautiful woman had her own troubles. Just as I was still sighing, she suddenly turned around, climbed over the guardrail without hesitation, and jumped into the river. I froze in place, my heartbeat quickening. It took me a few seconds to react, and I rushed over. With a splash, I lay down beside the guardrail, watching her head gradually being submerged by the water, and she was struggling desperately. Without time to think, I jumped in. The cold water stung my muscles instantly, and my hands and feet were so numb that I could hardly move. But I gritted my teeth and persisted, using all my strength to drag her out of the water to the shore. After getting ashore, I was out of breath and my legs were cramped. She lay on the ground and coughed violently. After coughing out the water, she suddenly turned her head, stared at me with angry eyes, and then punched me in the chest. I felt pained. "I saved your life. Why did you hit me?" Tears welled up in her eyes, and she seemed ready to burst. "Why did you save me?" Her voice was filled with anger and despair. I was stunned. I didn't expect her to ask me this question. I looked into her eyes and said, "Because you were lucky. It shouldn't end like this." She shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. "You won't understand. From the time I was born until now, no one has ever really needed me. You don't know how it feels to be someone who is not needed by this world." After saying that, she turned around and staggered towards the river, as if she was going back to seek death again. I hurriedly caught up with her, feeling panicked, and quickly shouted, "Wait! I understand. Don't jump anymore. I need you." She stopped and looked back at me with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "Really?" she whispered. "Really?" I nodded quickly. Her expression became a little hesitant, and then she asked, "Then are you willing to marry me?" I was stunned and a little dumbfounded for a moment. Get married?" Seeing that I didn't reply, she looked disappointed again. As expected, "You won't agree." I hurriedly said, "Wait. I do. As soon as these words came out of my mouth, I was afraid that she would jump into the river again. Finally, a smile appeared on her face, and then she threw herself into my arms and said excitedly, "Then let's get married now." My heart was pounding, and I couldn't believe my ears. Getting married? This was too sudden. So fast. I asked in surprise. She didn't hesitate and nodded directly. What else? I stood there stupidly, feeling mixed emotions and excitement. After being single for over 20 years, someone actually offered to marry me. Was this really a chance God had given me? Just when I was a little confused, a voice suddenly came from the side. "Handsome guy, your foot is bleeding. Hurry to the hospital." I looked down and saw that the ground was already stained red with blood. Then I remembered that when I came ashore from the river, I stepped on a piece of broken glass and the wound had bled a lot. Passersby helped with simple measures to stop the bleeding, and I was rushed to the ambulance. After the girl saw me being carried into the car, she turned around silently and disappeared into the crowd. Her figure gradually went away, leaving me with an inexplicable feeling of emptiness. She lived in a simple, dilapidated house of only 20 square meters, with a damp smell in the air. For years ago, she came out of the orphanage and lived a life of odd jobs. Later, she met an old lady who picked up rubbish, and the two depended on each other for survival. However, fate did not give her too much luck. After the old lady passed away, she was lonely and helpless, and her life became more difficult. In order to survive, she struggled for life every day, but she could not see any hope. Perhaps because of this, she had the idea of committing suicide. Back in hospital, I was lying on the bed undergoing surgery. The doctor told me that the wound was 5 centimeters long and more than 1 centimeter deep, and I would have to rest for a week before I could get out of bed. I couldn't help but think of that girl. Was she really that desperate? We had just met. Why did she suddenly ask for marriage? I couldn't help but start to think wildly, but I was still confused. Is she really willing to marry me? If the girl really wanted to marry me, she would definitely come to the hospital to see me now. Thinking of this, Ethan suddenly felt a little lost. I lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and felt a little stupid. No normal person would believe such a thing. It seemed that I had been single for too long and always fantasized about unrealistic things. In a house in the old town, Chloe packed her things and took out her ID card and household registration book. The household registration book only had her name and that of her deceased grandmother. After her grandmother passed away, the only trace left in this world was her name. The girl lowered her head, looking at the familiar name, tears falling down her face, wetting her collar. Grandma, I'm leaving. There's a boy who wants to marry me, and I think he's a good man. He was the only one who risked his life to save me that day, while everyone else was just watching. I think he should understand me. Wiping away her tears, she packed her luggage and closed the door gently. The door of the ward was suddenly pushed open, and I saw her, the girl I rescued from the river. She came in with her luggage, her eyes shy, and waved. Looking at her, I was a little stunned. I didn't expect that she would really come. Why are you here? I asked, feeling suddenly flustered. Didn't we agree on this? She lowered her head and carefully took out her ID card and household registration book. I brought the household registration book. Her fingers were trembling slightly. I looked at her hands and was moved. We'll get married after we're discharged from the hospital. Her tone was calm, but I could sense her inner uneasiness. I noticed her shaking hands and suddenly realized that she must be afraid, and maybe she had her own reasons for making this decision. I suddenly felt pity in my heart and felt that I should protect her. I asked softly, "What's your name?" "Chloe," she whispered back, a hint of shyness in her eyes. "Ethan," I said, smiling. She tilted her head slightly and repeated my name in a low voice. "Ethan, nice." I was a little stunned, and a warm feeling surged in my heart. "Are you hungry?" she asked in a low voice, her eyes secretly looking at me. I nodded, a little stunned. I didn't expect her to notice this. "I'll buy you some food," she said and walked out. Not long after, she came back with a takeaway box. I took the lunchbox and found that there was only one meal. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at me. "Why did you only print one copy?" I asked. Her eyes flickered and she said, "I'm not hungry, just eat it." She didn't dare to look me in the eye, as if she was avoiding something. I guessed that she only ordered one portion of rice in order to save money, so I divided the rice into 2 portions and handed them to her. "Eat it, don't waste it." She hesitated for a moment, then took the portion. She lowered her head and looked at the bowl of rice, a glimmer of joy in her eyes. "Do you like ribs?" I asked. She raised her head and nodded. "I like it. Thank you." She ate it bite by bite with a smile on her face, as if it was the first time she tasted something so delicious. "I like it too," I said with a smile. Looking at her cute appearance, I was suddenly stunned and felt that she was even more beautiful than I had imagined. At noon, with the help of Chloe, I went to the hospital on crutches to complete the discharge procedures. Afterwards, we went to the Civil Affairs Bureau together. When the staff saw us, they were stunned and couldn't believe the newlyweds in front of them. "Let's get a marriage certificate." I handed my ID card and household registration booklet to the staff, took out my mobile phone to take a photo with a red background, and the stamp fell. Suddenly, 2 strangers became husband and wife. Walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, I looked at the marriage certificate in my hand and felt as if I were in a dream. Yesterday, I was still single, but today, I am her husband. I turned to look at her, and Chloe looked at me. Our eyes met, but we both looked away hastily. Her face flushed, and my ears felt slightly hot. Looking at her slender hands, I suddenly felt a little nervous. I had never held a girl's hand before, so I didn't know what to do. I quietly reached out and gently touched her hand. Feeling her warmth, my heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She didn't refuse, so I boldly held her hand. Her hands were a little rough, but very warm, and her soft back gave me a wonderful sense of security. I had never held such a small hand before, and my heart felt warm. I suddenly realized that this was the magic of the marriage certificate. It could give me all of this. "Be gentle, it hurts me," she protested in a low voice. I was stunned for a moment and quickly let go of her hand, realizing that I was too nervous. She lowered her head, stretched out her hand again, and gently placed it on mine. If you want to hold a hand, then do so, she said softly, her voice trembling a little. Looking at Chloe's hand, I gently held it. In just a moment, I felt my heart melt. Will I be able to hold this hand whenever I want in the future? The marriage certificate is really great, but the owner of this hand is trembling. She must still be afraid. When I got home, I looked at the small single room in front of me and suddenly felt a little stupid. After graduating from college, I lived alone in a single room with only one bed, which meant, although we just met yesterday, we were already married. It's too fast, really too fast. Chloe stood aside with her luggage, looking at this simple room at a loss. She glanced around the room, her fingers tightly grasping the documents in her pocket, and her uneasiness was obvious. Should I tell him? He saved me and agreed to my request. But I have no choice but to do this. I will tell him after a while. She struggled in her heart and finally chose to give up. Put your things down first, I said softly. She put down her luggage and sat down. The air suddenly became heavy. We sat there, neither of us knowing what to say, with our hands on our thighs, in an uncomfortable silence. Are you hungry? How about we order takeout? I asked cautiously. As soon as I said it, I regretted it. Treating my wife to takeout on the first day of marriage, what kind of thing is that? Okay. She didn't refuse. Before she finished speaking, I quickly added, then you order. Chloe lowered her head shyly, her hands on her knees, looking a little reserved. I took out my phone and opened the food delivery app. What do you want to eat? All right, she replied in a low voice. I flipped through the menu and handed her the phone. How about hot pot? Hot pot is the most comfortable thing in winter. This is too expensive. Let's order something else. She quickly refused when she saw the price. It was obvious that this meal was too luxurious for her. I immediately understood. She was dressed simply, and her life must have been difficult. This hot pot meal was equivalent to a day's salary for an ordinary person. It's my treat. Today is our wedding day. Let's eat something delicious. I placed the order without waiting for her to refuse. Soon after, the takeaway arrived. We sat by the stove, Chloe staring at the steaming hot pot. Obviously, she hadn't eaten it for a long time. She looked at the ingredients in the pot with a dazed look. I picked up a piece of tripe and put it in her bowl and said gently, eat it. She tentatively picked up the tripe and put it in her mouth, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. What is this? I smiled and replied, tripe, the stomach of a cow. Cow's stomach? She was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't understand. Yes, cows have 4 stomachs, and this one is used to degrade fiber. I explained concisely. She nodded, and although she seemed a little confused, she still took the tripe I gave her and ate it gently. Thank you. She lowered her head shyly. After dinner, Chloe was about to clean up the dishes. I knew my legs were not convenient, so I didn't take over her work. I just told her to put the things away and then sat back on the bed. As I watched her carefully clean up the dishes, I suddenly realized that there was only one bed. From today on, we were no longer 2 people living in different places, but living together. I started to wonder where to sleep tonight. She and I were married, so sleeping in the same bed seemed like a big deal. But wasn't this too sudden? Should I ask her opinion? I only have one bed here. Will you sleep on the bed or on the sofa tonight? I asked this inappropriate question. Chloe stopped moving and blushed. She responded weakly, I'll sleep on the sofa. When I heard her say that, I immediately realized that I couldn't let her sleep on the sofa. She had just gone through so much yesterday, so she must be a little uneasy today. No, I'll sleep on the sofa. I said quickly, it's not appropriate for you to sleep on the sofa. What if you catch a cold? She shook her head. No, let me sleep on the sofa. Your foot is injured. There's no need to sacrifice you again. She lowered her head and continued to clean up the dishes. I knew that she was sticking to her principles and didn't want to take advantage of anyone. I thought about it and decided to let her sleep on the bed and I sleep on the sofa. After all, she is my wife. I don't think it's inappropriate for her to have no place to sleep. I'll turn on the air conditioner later. It shouldn't be too cold at night. I turned around and took out a quilt from the cabinet. This is the one I used in the fall. If you think it smells, I'll buy you a new one tomorrow. Chloe nodded, but didn't seem to say anything. She wasn't completely relaxed yet, and the "don't move" she just said made me feel a little embarrassed. She washed her hands, walked to the sofa, and got into bed. Very warm, thank you. She hid in the bed, her cheeks slightly red, but she didn't dare to look me in the eye. After turning off the lights, the room became quiet, with only the street lights outside the window flickering from time to time. I could hear her gentle breathing, and suddenly I felt that this moment was unusually peaceful and warm. Grandma, this guy's really nice. Even though he was injured, he never complained and was even willing to give me his bed. Should I tell him? She thought to herself, and her hand involuntarily touched the certificate in her pocket. I was lying on the bed, glancing at her on the sofa. At that moment, I suddenly felt uneasy, and my heart was filled with mixed emotions. She was asleep, breathing evenly, with two buns on her head, looking so cute. She's already my wife, it's okay to touch her. I hinted to myself in my heart, and just when my hand was about to touch Chloe's face, Chloe suddenly opened her eyes, and our eyes met. I felt a little embarrassed. Dad, I have something to tell you. My hand stopped in the air, looking at Chloe, who was so serious that she was almost nervous. She stretched out her hand from under the quilt with a trembling hand, holding a document. What was that? I took the certificate and saw that it said, Chinese People's Health and Welfare Disability Certificate. Disability certificate? I was stunned. I didn't realize she had this problem. I opened the ID, and it clearly said, Chloe, mildly mentally handicapped. I stared at the words. My mind went blank. Chloe looked at me nervously, as if waiting for my reaction. She had intended to conceal it, but she felt that she couldn't continue to lie to me. After all, I had been very kind to her these days, and even though she was injured and hospitalized, I still didn't blame her. I took out my phone and quickly searched for mild intellectual disability. Her eyes began to look a little lost, as if she was waiting for me to react. The information I found showed that although mild intellectual disabilities make learning difficult, they can communicate with normal people in almost the same way. However, their intelligence level is about that of a 12-year-old. I looked at the screen with mixed feelings. This was something she told me on her own initiative, not something I discovered, which made me respect her even more. Chloe lowered her head and pulled the quilt to the tip of her nose, like a child who had made a mistake, too nervous to speak. Put it away, I whispered. She took the certificate carefully. Aren't you angry? Her voice trembled. Angry, I chuckled, but my heart felt a little sour. I'm not angry. Don't think too much. My words immediately made her feel relieved, and tears began to fall from her eyes. Thank you, she said, choking back tears. I reached out and touched her head. Don't cry, don't cry. I'm really not angry. She cried even louder, and her shoulders kept shaking. In the past 20 years, no one had comforted her like this. Many people laughed at her after knowing her illness, and no one had ever comforted her as gently as I did. I patted her shoulders gently and comforted her patiently. She seemed to be comforted and gradually stopped crying. She looked up at me with gratitude in her eyes. Seeing her like this, I felt mixed emotions. Can you tell me what you have experienced before? I asked in a low voice, my eyes full of concern. Chloe looked at me and briefly described the hardships she had experienced over the years. As I listened, I felt more compassion and sympathy in my heart. Can I hold your hand and sleep tonight? She asked suddenly, with a hint of uneasiness in her voice. I nodded and reached out to brush away the strands of hair in front of her forehead. Of course. She held my hand, closed her eyes, and fell asleep peacefully, as if she had finally spoken out the secret in her heart and was relieved. Looking at her sleeping, I suddenly sighed in my heart. How could such a beautiful girl have such a tragic past? Is it really fate that is unfair to her? Late at night, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The next morning, I suddenly opened my eyes and found that it was already 9 o'clock. I sat up in bed and saw Chloe looking at me. What's wrong? I asked, my heart beating faster. I'm late, she said hastily, her voice full of panic. I was stunned for a moment before I realized that I had taken sick leave, and I immediately felt relieved. She quickly came forward to support me. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? It's okay. I just forgot I asked for leave. I answered with a smile, feeling relieved. That's good. She breathed a sigh of relief. You should rest well today. Your injury hasn't healed yet. Thank you. I smiled and nodded. Did you wake up early this morning? Well, I saw you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't have the heart to wake you up. She lowered her head, her voice a little shy. I smiled and said, how about we go downstairs for breakfast later? She looked at the gauze on my foot and frowned. Your foot is not healed yet. Why don't I go buy some? You should have a good rest. I took out my phone and said, okay, go ahead and buy it. Give me your WeChat, and I'll transfer some money to you. I don't have a cell phone, she whispered. I realized that she really didn't have a cell phone. She didn't play with it as I thought. Okay then, take my phone. I handed her the phone. She took the phone, memorized the password, and walked out the door. When she went downstairs, she stood in the breakfast shop, holding her phone and looking at it nervously, not knowing how to use it. The boss urged her, and she dared to ask, "Excuse me, how do I pay with my phone?" The boss glanced at her impatiently, took the phone, and helped her operate it. Chloe finally completed the payment and bowed her head to say thank you, but the boss was dismissive. I waited at home for a long time, and Chloe finally came back. "Is everything all right?" I asked worriedly. She lowered her head and whispered, "I don't know how to use a cell phone." "Can't use a cell phone?" I was stunned and suddenly remembered the content about intellectual disabilities that I looked up last night. It's not surprising that she has never been exposed to a smartphone. "It's okay." I smiled and comforted her. "How did you pay it later?" "The boss who sells breakfast is very nice. He helped me get it," Chloe replied, thinking of the boss's attitude. Although impatient, it was better than those she had met. "That's good." I breathed a sigh of relief and took out my phone. "Next time you want to pay, just open this app, scan the QR code, and enter the amount." I began to teach her step by step. Chloe looked at me, her bewildered expression failing to conceal her confusion. Without the QR code, she couldn't understand anything. "Forget it. Let's have breakfast first." I waved my hand and said no more. Chloe on crutches. Today, I decided to buy her a mobile phone. Now is the information age, and the mobile phone will be very important to her. We entered a mobile phone store. Chloe looked at the phones on the counter and was a little confused, thinking that I came here to change my phone. I picked one up at random and asked her, "What do you think of this one?" "Very good." She nodded, with surprise in her eyes. A mobile phone worth more than 2,000 yuan was already very expensive in her eyes. "Then let's go for this one. What color do you like?" I asked. "Choose whatever color you like." Chloe looked slightly confused. "I bought this for you. What matters most is that you like it," I said with a smile. She was stunned, obviously not expecting me to be so direct. "I don't want it." She hastily refused. "It's too expensive. It will be a waste for me to use it." I smiled and said, "I'll buy you a phone so we can keep in touch in the future. Just think of it as a wedding gift. How about that?" Her eyes began to waver. "Then can I choose it myself?" I nodded and walked her around the store. Finally, she chose a pink phone that cost more than 1,000 yuan. After paying, we left the store. She held the phone in her hands, her heart full of gratitude. This was the first time someone paid so much attention to her, and she began to feel that she was really lucky to meet me. Then we went to the business hall and applied for a phone card. She knew nothing about this, and she looked at me inserting the card and asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "Install a SIM card." I answered, "It's useless to just buy a phone. You also need this card. Otherwise, the phone will be a brick." "Oh." She nodded, but still didn't quite understand. "More than 30 yuan a month," I added. "Every month." She was surprised. "Doesn't that mean you have to spend money every month?" "Yes, phone cards are charged monthly," I explained with a smile. She held her phone tightly, feeling even more burdened. She had to spend money every month, which made her feel a little guilty. Next, we went to a clothing store. I picked out a few outfits for her, and Chloe looked instantly more stylish when she put them on. My heart beat a little faster when I saw her wearing her new dress. She was really beautiful. Chloe lowered her head and walked in front of me, looking at the tag of the clothes with an unhappy expression. The clothes worth more than 300 yuan were too expensive for her, and she was worried about how she would repay me in the future. "Isn't this beautiful?" I asked with a smile. "Really?" she whispered. "Of course, really." I nodded, my eyes moving to the short skirt next to me. "But it's winter now. I'll ask you to try it in the summer." Her face turned red, and she suddenly felt something was wrong. After we paid the bill, we went to the supermarket to buy some snacks and had a bowl of noodles at Noodle Shop. It was already afternoon when we got home. When I got home, I took out the snacks I bought today, among which was a row of yogurt. I handed it to Chloe. "What is this?" "Yogurt." I smiled, opened the yogurt lid, and licked it. "Why do you lick the lid?" she asked curiously. "Before drinking it, it's best to lick the spot on the top of the yogurt," I explained. She did as she was told, and her eyes lit up immediately. "Delicious." "Then drink it. If it's not enough, there's more here." I smiled, turned around, and turned on the computer, and suddenly remembered that I forgot to buy a quilt. "Forget it. I'll buy it later," I thought to myself, and continued to stare at the screen. At night, we went out again. I limped down the street, and Chloe followed me closely. The weather had cleared up, but it was snowing again. The neon lights on the street flickered in the snow, which was particularly charming. I looked at her, and a warmth I had never felt before welled up in my heart. It felt so good to finally have someone by my side. In a supermarket not far away, Chloe and I walked directly to the bedding area. The dazzling array of quilts dazzled Chloe. She picked up a quilt curiously and stared at the words on the label. The label said polyester. She frowned and asked in confusion, "What is this? Aren't they all made of cotton?" I looked at her confused expression and walked over to explain. This is a fiber quilt filled with artificial polyester fibers. It has good warmth retention, but poor sweat absorption and perspiration management. She nodded, obviously not fully understanding. Then I continued. In addition to polyester, there are cotton, wool, goose down, and silk. Cotton is warm and breathable, but heavy and cheap. Wool is similar, but it easily smells. Goose down and duck down are the warmest, but very expensive. Silk has a smooth texture and is slightly cheaper, but it is difficult to wash and care for. Chloe listened carefully and finally picked up the polyester quilt, apparently because it was cheap. I looked at her and gently advised her, "This will make you feel stuffy when you sweat. Why not change to goose down?" She shook her head. "No, this would do. It's much better than the paper shell I used before." I sighed helplessly. "Okay." Holding the bedding, we walked to the place where the mats and blankets were sold. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. "Ethan, why are you here?" I frowned and turned around to see her. "Ava, what a coincidence. I meet you here." She looked at me, and her eyes unconsciously looked at Chloe. I felt a little uncomfortable with an indescribable feeling in my heart. Half a year ago, I pursued Ava, but today I met her here, which was unexpected. "What's wrong? Why are you so cold?" She was obviously unhappy, with a slight disappointment in her eyes. "You were not so cold before." As she spoke, she glanced at Chloe and then smiled. "So that's how it is. You have a new girlfriend?" I avoided her gaze and responded in a low voice. "Yeah." I felt a little embarrassed and didn't know how to explain it. "Who is this?" Ava stared at Chloe with obvious hostility in her eyes. Chloe spoke first. "I'm his wife. I came here with him to buy things." She was stunned for a moment. "Are you his wife?" Her face turned a little ugly, but she soon regained her smile. "It seems that you are living a good life, finding such a beautiful wife." I lowered my head and said in a voice so low that it was almost inaudible, "Thank you." Chloe has some intellectual disabilities. She is keenly aware of our relationship. She can feel that Ethan is somewhat uncomfortable with this woman and seems to be avoiding her. Ava walked past us. I looked up, but Chloe's eyes made me feel sad. She looked at me, and there seemed to be a hint of loss in her eyes. I sighed softly, thinking to myself, it turns out she has her own past, too. When checking out, Chloe looked at the quilt that cost more than 200 yuan, and a trace of heartache appeared in her eyes. She had never bought such expensive things before, and the prices in the supermarket were too high for her. On the way home, the traffic rustled through the freshly fallen snow, leaving deep tracks in the snow. I walked with a cane, and Chloe held the blanket in one hand and held an umbrella for us in the other. "Thank you for just now," she whispered, thinking back to what happened in the supermarket, feeling a little guilty. "It's okay." I smiled and felt that she was a little shy. She blushed and seemed to regret what she said. "I should have said thank you," she thought to herself, her eyes twinkling. She knew that if it weren't for me, she might have died in the river. And now, the warm quilt in her hand was given to her by me. Although she didn't fully understand me yet, she had already begun to feel a sense of warmth and belonging deep in her heart. This winter was no longer so cold. Under the neon lights of the commercial street, the aroma of skewers filled the air, and Chloe couldn't help but sneak a peek at the skewers on the stall. In order not to be discovered by me, she rolled her eyes carefully, but I still noticed her gaze. I couldn't help but turn my head to look at her. When our eyes met, she instantly withdrew her gaze and hurriedly lowered her head and walked away. "Chloe, can I call you that?" I asked softly. She nodded shyly. "Okay. Are you hungry?" I asked. "Yeah." She answered softly. Looking at her frail figure, I couldn't help but feel a little pity for her. I took out my phone and saw that it was already 8 p.m. and we hadn't had dinner yet. Although my foot was injured, I didn't feel hungry. It seemed that my attention was diverted. "Why don't we go get something to eat?" I suggested. "Okay." She responded quickly, her voice a little low. We walked into a barbecue restaurant. Ethan took the menu from the owner and handed it to Chloe. "Order whatever you want." I ordered a bowl of wontons. I couldn't eat greasy food so as not to affect the healing of the wound. Chloe looked at the prices on the menu and seemed a little surprised. A skewer of 4 yuan was simply a sky-high price for her. She hesitated for a while and finally ordered a fried rice for 8 yuan. That's it. I felt so distressed when I saw her thin figure. She must have been undernourished for a long time, so I had to work hard to keep her healthier. "Okay, I'll order these." I ordered a bunch of skewers and added a few expensive ones. Chloe looked at them and whispered, "There's so much that we can't finish it. It's okay. You can pack up the leftovers and take them home." I smiled and comforted her. "You are so thin now, you need to eat more." She lowered her head, blushed, and seemed a little embarrassed. The food was served, but Chloe sat there and didn't eat. I noticed something was wrong with her and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you want to eat?" She said carefully, "Can I eat the kebab first?" I smiled and thought she was so cute. "Of course, eat it while it's hot." She picked up the skewer, took a bite, and her eyes lit up instantly. "It's delicious," she whispered with a satisfied expression on her face. Watching her wolfing down the food, I felt a warm current in my heart. She ate so fast. Was it because she hadn't had delicious food for a long time? I couldn't help but look at her, and suddenly felt a little distressed. "Aren't you going to eat?" She stopped and looked at me. "I don't eat because I'm worried that the wound will heal." I explained. She lowered her head and suddenly became silent. I saw tears welling up in her eyes, and I understood immediately. She started to blame herself again. "I'm sorry I hurt you." She choked up and said, "Now I eat your food and live in your house. I'm really sorry for you." I walked over and patted her back gently. "It's okay, Chloe. I don't blame you. I feel lucky to have met you." "Really?" She raised her head with a hint of doubt in her eyes. "Yeah." I nodded. There was a glimmer in her eyes, as if she found some comfort in my affirmation. "It turns out that I'm not a burden. I can also be needed." She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and lowered her head to continue eating. Chloe wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and lowered her head to continue eating the skewers in the bowl. Looking at the girl in front of me, I feel that this girl is the one sent by God to save me. I used to live alone, so lonely, but now I have someone to accompany me, even though we don't know each other very well yet. Chloe and I finished eating skewers. The clouds in the sky finally dispersed, leaving behind a few pieces of snow that had not yet melted. The ground was cold, and pedestrians walked on the street, their footsteps making a sizzling sound on the snow. We walked towards the exit of the pedestrian street and past a milk tea shop, which was crowded with people. Occasionally, couples would hold milk tea and drink a few sips from each other. Chloe looked at the milk tea shop with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She had never tasted that kind of large cup of milk tea and only remembered that she could afford bottled Assam during festivals in the orphanage when she was a child. I saw what she was thinking and said with a smile, "Let's go buy a cup of milk tea and try it." She was stunned for a moment, then followed me. We walked to the bar, and I pointed to the menu and said, "Order whatever you want to drink." Chloe stood there, looking at the various types of milk tea, feeling a little overwhelmed. She had never drunk so many different kinds of milk tea before, and the fancy names in front of her made her a little nervous. She was still taking her time to order, so I leaned over and asked quietly, "What's wrong? Didn't you find anything you like?" She shook her head. "No, it's not. It's just, I don't know which one to choose." "Then let me help you order," I suggested. "Yeah," she nodded. I pointed to the baked milk on the sign and said, "How about this?" "Yeah, okay." Chloe smiled. I only ordered her cup and didn't order one for myself. It wasn't because I wanted to save money, but boys generally don't like milk tea. Coincidentally, a couple walked out of the milk tea shop hand in hand. The girls snuggled in the boys' arms. The two smiled and drank milk tea with each other. I looked at them and couldn't help but feel a little envious. When could Chloe and I be like that couple? The waiter handed the milk tea to Chloe. She took the milk tea, felt the warmth, and smiled. She couldn't wait to insert the straw, but her hands were a little clumsy, and it took her 3 attempts to succeed. She took a sip, and the sweet taste of milk tea immediately came to her mind. She was surprised to find that this was the first time she had tasted such delicious milk tea. "Is it delicious?" I asked her. "It's delicious, thank you, Ethan." She whispered, a hint of shyness in her eyes. I felt warm inside when I heard her call my name for the first time. I suddenly felt shy and gently touched my cheek. "You're welcome. If you like it, I'll buy it for you later." Her eyes lit up when she heard me say this. It seemed that no one had treated her like I did in those years. "No, I still can't do that," she shook her head. "This milk tea is too expensive. I only drink it once in a while." Seeing her hesitation, I mistakenly thought that the milk tea was not tasty, so I quickly said, "Then let's change to something else." "No, it's not. It's just too expensive." She lowered her head and said a little uneasily. I smiled and patted her head. "It's okay. I can still afford the milk tea." She suddenly blushed, lowered her head, and hid in her collar. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This was the first time she was touched on the head by a man, and it felt a little strange. When we got home, I helped her spread out the new quilt. The quilt on the sofa was a little too big, and half of it hung on the ground, but fortunately the floor was clean. Come on, try lying the quilt. Is it warm? I patted the quilt. She took off her slippers, walked lightly to the sofa, put down her unfinished milk tea, and got into bed. Is it warm? I asked. Nwan. She nodded and climbed out again. I'm going to take a shower. I then remembered that Chloe hadn't taken a bath since she came here. She seemed a little shy and only dared to bring up the idea of taking a bath after getting closer to me today. Okay, turn on the faucet and you'll get hot water. If you feel cold, turn to the left. I explained simply. She nodded, took her change of clothes, and went into the bathroom, closing the door. Soon, the sound of water came from the bathroom, and the room suddenly became quiet. I sat on the sofa, feeling a little dazed. I had been single for 26 years, and now a young girl suddenly broke into my life and became my wife. It was like something out of a novel. Suddenly, with a click, the bathroom door opened and my thoughts were brought back to reality. Have you finished washing? I raised my head from the bed and looked at her. Yeah. Chloe stepped on her slippers and walked gently towards the sofa. She was wearing a simple autumn outfit and looked thin, as if she had been malnourished for a long time. By the way, Chloe, don't you have pajamas? I asked, noticing that she was wearing jeans. Pajamas? What is that? She was stunned. They're loose-fitting clothes for sleeping. Don't you feel uncomfortable sleeping in these clothes? I was a little surprised. I didn't expect that she didn't even know what pajamas were. Oh, I'll go to the mall and buy you 2 sets tomorrow, I suggested. Thank you, Ethan. She whispered, her eyes full of gratitude. This girl really made me feel bad. She was so innocent that she didn't even know there was such a thing as pajamas. You're welcome. It's a husband's responsibility to take good care of his wife. I smiled, but I felt a little complicated. The two of them were married, but they were only husband and wife in name only. So far, they have done nothing but hold hands. She crawled into bed, buried her face in the quilt, and said muffledly, "It's time to go to bed." I could see that she was a little shy, so I whispered, "Okay, we are all tired. Let's go to bed. I'll go change into pajamas." I stood up and walked to the bathroom. The wound on my foot had not healed completely yet, so I could only wipe my back briefly. After changing the new medicine, I checked the wound on my foot and found that it had begun to heal. I thought I would not need to bandage it in a few days. After changing into my pajamas, I walked back to my room and found Chloe looking at me with her round eyes. What's wrong? I asked. No, nothing. She lowered her head, her cheeks a little red. Then should I turn off the lights? I asked softly. Yeah, she nodded. I turned off the light and climbed into bed. The room was silent, but Chloe seemed uneasy. Her thoughts drifted back to the scene she had just seen on the pedestrian street. The couple was holding milk tea in their hands, feeding each other a sip, smiling, and looked very happy. Chloe turned her head unconsciously and looked at me. Would you like a sip of milk tea? Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible, and her face was already red. At this moment, her heartbeat seemed to speed up. A thought suddenly flashed through my mind. Did she want to kiss me indirectly? Drink it now before it gets cold. I said softly, but I was a little shocked. She was so proactive. Drink, she almost begged in a low voice. I looked at her cute appearance, and my heart suddenly beat fast. I took the milk tea, took a sip, and then returned it to her. Is it delicious? I asked her. Chloe shook the milk tea and handed it to me again. Drink more. I was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect her to be so persistent. Looking at her expectant eyes, I reached out to take the milk tea again. However, just as I was about to take the milk tea, she suddenly retracted her hand. Just drink it. Don't use your hands. Her voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. I understood. She was feeding me. My heart started beating faster. It turned out that the interaction between lovers was so exciting. I lowered my head and took a sip of milk tea, and Chloe finally took back the cup of satisfaction. Lying on the bed, my heart was still beating faster. I didn't expect her to do such a cute thing. It turned out that every moment with her, my heart beat faster more than once. On the other side, Chloe lay in bed, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She felt as if her heart had been hit by a heavy hammer, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. She closed her eyes and recalled the hurt she had suffered in school during those years. The days in the orphanage, the ridicule of classmates, and the rejection from society made her feel that she was not worthy of being loved. She felt that she could never do well enough, and even when she was about to jump into the river, she hoped that someone would come to save her and give her comfort. Until that day, Ethan appeared and saved her, making her world no longer so dark. Chloe turned her head to look at me, and found that I had fallen asleep. She listened quietly to my even breathing, and some thoughts began to float in her mind unconsciously. What can I bring her? Chloe woke up at dawn. A little light came through the curtains, and she wanted to stretch, but she gave up the idea when she realized that she was no longer alone in the room, but me. I checked my phone, and it was already 7:30. The weather forecast said there would be light snow today. No wonder the light outside the window was so soft. She turned to look at me and found that I had changed my position and continued to sleep with my back to her. Chloe unlocked her phone and casually swiped the screen, but found that she didn't even understand the apps on her phone. She could only understand the weather forecast, so she turned off the phone again. She stared at my back quietly, feeling an inexplicable sense of security in her heart. Just wait for me to wake up. She wanted to make breakfast for me, but when she thought about how she would make mistakes even when washing dishes, she thought it would be better to stay in bed quietly. She thought that not causing trouble was the best help. At 9 o'clock, I slowly opened my eyes and found one of my hands in my crotch. This habit needs to be changed. It would be embarrassing in summer. I turned to look at Chloe and saw that she was staring directly at me. It's over. Has she been staring at me? Good morning. I greeted her somewhat awkwardly. Morning, good morning. She responded softly. I asked tentatively, how long have you been awake? Just woke up. She answered calmly. I observed her expression and confirmed that she didn't notice the position of my hand, and I felt relieved. Luckily, I wasn't discovered. How did you sleep with your new quilt last night? Very comfortable and warm. She smiled, her eyes full of satisfaction. My heart warmed as I thought of her past life. I had never enjoyed such a peaceful sleep. What's wrong? Chloe, I couldn't help but ask. It's okay. She came back to her senses with a barely perceptible shyness on her face. Are you hungry? I asked. A little. She lowered her head and spoke in a softer voice. She has actually been hungry for a long time, but she didn't dare to bring it up. I know she has some low self-esteem, but now is the time to let her go out and get in touch with more things. Then let's buy some breakfast. I have an injury on my foot and can't do it. Yes, she agreed. Chloe, you go by today. My feet are not convenient. She looked a little hesitant. She wanted to go with me, but didn't dare to ask. I'll transfer some money to you. You could buy breakfast or something else. I picked up my phone and transferred her 1,000 yuan. So many. She widened her eyes and looked at me in surprise. It's not a lot. It's pocket money. I'll give you 1,000 yuan every month from now on, and you can spend it as you like, I said. She took the phone and saw the transfer information on WeChat, but she still couldn't believe it. I can't take so much. Not much, really. I insisted. You could buy something you like later. I will also teach you how to shop online. Chloe held the phone in her hand, silent for a long time. 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan every month from now on. She felt complicated, happy, but also a little guilty. I patted her shoulder and said, Okay, go buy breakfast, and remember to use your phone to pay. She nodded, put on her cotton coat, and walked out of the room holding her cell phone. Girl, what would you like to order? Buns, fried dough sticks, or porridge? I stood by the breakfast shop and watched the lady boss greet me with a smile. She was a woman in her 40s, and her enthusiasm made me feel friendly. I want to buy. I paused, suddenly remembering that I forgot to ask Ethan what he wanted to eat. What to do? But I didn't ask him yesterday and just bought what I liked. I glanced at the breakfast on the table. I have never eaten fried dough sticks. It seems there is no meat in them. I ate porridge yesterday and steamed buns. Meat-filled buns must be delicious. Boss, I want 3 meat buns. I thought 3 buns should be enough. 1 for me and 2 for Ethan. Okay. The proprietress skillfully packed the buns into the bag. Would you like soy milk or corn juice? No. Here, 9 yuan. When I heard the price, I was stunned. I took out my mobile phone and scanned the code to pay according to the instructions my boss taught me yesterday. 3 buns for 9 yuan, 1 bun for 3 yuan, really expensive. I felt a little sad. I should have gone to another store earlier. When I got home, the sound of the key turning told me that Ethan was back. Are you back? I greeted her with a smile. She replied softly, with a little shyness on her face. I saw her coming over with breakfast and couldn't help asking, Did you encounter any difficulties today? No. She lowered her head, took out a bun, and handed me the rest. You just bought some buns? Well, it's too expensive. She avoided my gaze and said in a low voice. I nodded. Then is 1 bun enough for you? Enough, she said as she lowered her head to eat the bun in her hand. I also picked up a bun and took a bite. As I was eating, I felt a little choked up and suddenly remembered that there was milk in the refrigerator, so I walked over and got a bottle. This is milk. Eat it with buns. I put the milk in front of her. She looked up at me, and I noticed that she had almost finished her bun, but I had only taken 2 bites. This bun is too big. I can't eat 2. I'll give you this one too. I pushed the bun in my hand towards her again. She looked at me, hesitated, and finally took it. I know she always saves on food, but it makes me feel uncomfortable. She has suffered enough. She shouldn't be wrong for a little money. One is enough for me. She waved her hand quickly. No, eat it. Don't leave any. It won't taste good when it's cold, I insisted. She looked down at the bun in her hand and nodded slightly. She always puts herself last, even when her stomach is empty. She drank 2 sips of milk and started eating the second bun. I felt a little pain in my heart and wanted to say something to her, but found myself being a little redundant. Chloe, I really shouldn't have made you work so hard. Even though it's just a few buns, I can still afford this little money. At this time, my phone rang. I saw that it was an unfamiliar number and felt a little confused. I picked up the phone and heard a strange voice on the other end. Mr. Ethan? Yes, who? We are from the Chungcheong District Police Station. On December 6th, you saved a girl who attempted suicide. We would like to inform you that you can apply for a reward for bravery. When are you free to come and fill out a form? My heart was moved. This was an honor, and I thought I could brag about it in the future. Is there a time limit? No, but the sooner the better. Okay, I'll go there today. After hanging up the phone, I looked at Chloe and found that she was still eating the buns seriously and didn't seem to notice my call. She suddenly felt my eyes on her and looked back in confusion. What's wrong? I asked softly. She was stunned and lowered her head nervously. I'm full. I was a little confused by her reaction. What's wrong with you? No, nothing. I'm just full. A trace of panic flashed across her face, and she quickly put down the bun in her hand. I was a little stunned and could clearly feel that she was uncomfortable. Are you really full? I felt a little uneasy. Yeah, really. She answered in a low voice, her eyes avoiding. Her doing this made me feel bitter. Chloe, just eat it. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's just 2 buns. It's not like I can't afford it. But she was still a little worried. You won't mind me eating too much, right? I smiled and touched her head. Being able to eat is a blessing. Eat and don't worry. I stuffed the bun back into her hand. She was stunned for a moment, tears glistening in her eyes. I watched Chloe eat the buns, and I couldn't help but feel distressed. She and I are very similar, although we each lack different things. I often worry about not being accepted in relationships, while she feels uneasy about material things, always afraid that she will spend too much and be disliked by others. In a way, we really share the same pain. After putting on my cotton padded jacket and tidying up my clothes, I quickly went to the bathroom to wash my hair. While she was eating breakfast, I also prepared the highest etiquette before going out. After all, I had to go to the police station to apply for a reward for bravery. After I was ready, I went back to her side and saw that she had finished her buns and milk. I walked up to her and said, "The police station just called me and told me that I can apply for a reward for bravery. You can come with me later." She nodded her head in agreement. Since she came to my place, she had nothing to do, so she did whatever I asked her to do. By the way, do you have a bank card? She shook her head. Then I'll take you to the bank to get one later. She didn't ask any more questions, but just nodded and agreed trustingly. I knew that she didn't doubt my motives too much, and she trusted me. We came to the electric bike shed downstairs. Today we were going to the Chungcheong District Police Station, which was a bit far away and would take about 2 hours on foot. So I decided to go there by electric bike. Riding on the electric scooter, the weather was good and the snow had been cleared. Chloe sat on the back seat of my bike, and the bike moved forward slowly. This feeling reminded me of riding alone and watching other couples riding side by side. Now, there was finally a girl sitting on the back seat of my bike. This feeling is very happy, but it also makes me feel a little stressed. I'm still renting, and my monthly salary is not high. Chloe can sit in the back seat of the electric car, which means we still have a long way to go. Even if she wants, I don't want her to sit in the back seat forever. The electric bike stopped in front of a bank, and I took Chloe into the bank. The manager of the bank lobby saw us and greeted us warmly. "What business do you need?" "Get her a bank card." The manager led us to a workstation and said, "Please show your ID and follow me." Chloe took out her ID card, and the manager started to process the formalities. "Please fill out this application form. By the way, what is the bank card for?" "She doesn't have a bank card yet, so I plan to save money for her." The manager nodded and handed us an anti-fraud brochure, emphasizing the risks when using bank cards. Finally, the bank card was processed. Then, I took Chloe to the police station in the city center. When we walked into the police station, the front desk officer immediately stood up and asked, "What can I do for you two?" I received a call saying I could apply for a bravery award. "Are you Mr. Ethan?" "Yes, I am." Ethan, who applied for the heroic act, is here. After a while, Officer Jiang came out of his office and shook my hand enthusiastically. Ethan, right? Come with me. He led us into the office. We have verified what happened and investigated the scene and the home of the person who attempted suicide. It is indeed true. Therefore, you can apply for a certificate of bravery and a bonus. After saying that, Officer Jiang handed me an application form. I saw Chloe nearby, and a question suddenly occurred to me. The police had been to her house to investigate, but she had never mentioned it. Didn't she tell me that? Officer Jiang seemed to notice my gaze, turned to look at Chloe, and was stunned for a moment. Is this Chloe? Yes. What are you doing? We got together the day after it happened. Officer Jiang smiled and congratulated him. Congratulations. I stopped filling out the form and asked Officer Jiang, can I not use my bank card? Of course, as long as it's your other materials. I turned to Chloe and said, give me the bank card I just opened. She silently handed me the bank card, and I filled it out and gave it back to her. Then, Officer Jiang handed me an application. We have already written down the details of what happened. All you need is to sign it and provide your ID card. I took out my ID card, handed it to Officer Jiang, and signed my name. Okay, the materials are complete. I will notify you within a month at the latest. Thank you, Officer Jiang. You're welcome. You deserve it. Walking out of the police station, the sun was shining on the earth, the dark clouds had dispersed, the air had become fresh, and people on the street were still in a hurry. Chloe and I came to the electric bike and prepared to leave. I got in the car and turned the key, but found that she didn't sit in the back seat. I looked at Chloe standing next to the electric bike, not getting on, and couldn't help feeling confused. What's wrong? I turned around and asked her, wondering if she was worried about something. She lowered her head and spoke in a voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. Why do you want to register my bank card? Although she has some intellectual disabilities, she is not stupid. She understands that I do this because I want to give her the bonus for bravery, but she feels that she does not deserve it. Of course I should give the bonus to you. I have a job and an income, so I don't need this little money. This money should be given to you. I said with a smile. I can't have it. Her voice was still small, with a hint of struggle in her eyes. Chloe never asked for anything. She just wanted to have enough food and clothing. She was satisfied with what I did. Naturally, she felt that she shouldn't accept it. I looked at this kind girl in front of me, and my heart was warmed. In the past, I met many girls in college, and they all wanted to get more benefits from their boyfriends. But now, there was a girl who was unwilling to accept my help. I stood up and patted her head gently. Don't think too much. Just take it. You are my wife, so it is natural for me to give you money. Haven't you seen how other couples get along? Those women ask men to hand over their wages. Chloe lowered her head, but doubts suddenly arose in her mind. Are we really husband and wife now? She thought silently in her heart. She and Ethan got the marriage certificate, but she didn't do anything, and Ethan treated her so well. She suddenly felt a warm feeling well up in her heart. If we really become a couple, I will definitely not ask Ethan to hand over his salary. She thought and began to feel uneasy. She was afraid that Ethan was so good to her, but she did not give anything in return. I interrupted her thoughts with a smile. Okay, don't think too much. Get in the car, my little princess. She looked up at me, stepped forward, and sat on the back seat of the electric car. The electric car drove out slowly, running against the warm sunshine. The cold wind was biting, but my heart was extremely warm. I never asked Chloe to do anything. I just wanted her to accompany me, which would satisfy me. She was willing to sit in the back seat, which was the greatest happiness. Not long after, we arrived at a shopping mall, and Ethan decided to take Chloe to buy 2 sets of pajamas. After all, she didn't have any pajamas yet, and it was uncomfortable for her to sleep in regular clothes at night. Entering a pajamas store, Chloe was overwhelmed by the dazzling array of pajamas. It was the first time she saw so many cute pajamas, and she was full of curiosity. How is it? Is there anything you like? I asked her with a smile. Chloe nodded slightly and walked towards the pajamas with the Kiron pattern on them. Do you like Hiromi? I asked her, and seeing that she was only attracted by the patterns, I noticed that she didn't know much about these cartoon characters. I took off the pajamas. They were made of fleece and felt very comfortable. How about it? Do you like it? If you like it, buy it. Chloe nodded, and the salesperson next to her looked at her and asked, Little girl, what's your height? I can help you choose the right size. 165, Chloe answered in a low voice, and I was a little surprised. She didn't look as tall as 165, but more like less than 160. I felt a little emotional. Chloe always walked with her head down, looking particularly introverted. I walked over and whispered to her, Chloe, try to raise your head and look. This will make you look more confident and more beautiful. Chloe raised her head and looked at me, her eyes full of doubt, but she didn't refuse. I know this is not something that can be changed in a short time, but I believe she can gradually become more confident. You are no worse than others. I continued, you can hold your head high and look everyone in the face. There is no one better than you in the world. Chloe's eyes sparkled. She couldn't believe what I said. Little girl, size L is most suitable for your height. The salesperson interrupted our conversation, and Chloe lowered her head again. I couldn't help but sigh when I saw her changes. It may be a long road to change Chloe's inferiority complex and build her confidence. Then let's pack them up, I said to the salesperson, thinking to myself, Chloe doesn't have pajamas, so it would be nice to buy a few sets. Pick another one so you can alternate between 2 sets. I continued, pointing to a row of pajamas next to me. Chloe looked around, and her eyes stopped on a set of Doraemon-style pajamas. She seemed to like them very much. Like this? I asked. Yeah. She nodded with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. That's it, I said with a smile, and the salesperson quickly took the pajamas off and put them in the bag. After paying the bill, we walked out of the pajama store, and I decided to buy her another pair of slippers. She always wore my slippers before, which made me think it was time to buy her a pair of her own. In the boutique, I picked out a pair of simple but comfortable women's slippers for her. It was almost noon when I finished buying these things. I took Chloe to a private kitchen restaurant that served home-cooked meals. When the boss saw us coming in, he greeted us warmly. Would you like to have dinner? Please come in. He took us to a table in the corner, just out of the crowd. I know Chloe doesn't like too many people staring at her, so this position is the most suitable. After we sat down, I handed her the menu. Take a look at the menu and order whatever you want. The dishes here are not expensive, with most dishes priced between 20 and 30 yuan, and only a few are a bit more expensive, around 70 or 80 yuan. Chloe held the menu for a moment, seemingly hesitating. What's wrong, Chloe? There's none of your favorite dishes. I asked. She shook her head slightly, as if she didn't dare to order any food casually. Then I'll have some sauerkraut and minced pork. I chose the cheapest dish, which cost 18 yuan a plate. That's all. I asked her. She whispered, that's enough. I know she doesn't want to spend too much money, which makes me feel a little sad. How can one dish be enough? I took the menu and selected it carefully. Can I eat the fish? I looked at her. She nodded, and I continued to ask. Then let's have fish head tofu soup. How about bitter melon beef? Do you like it? She tugged at the corner of my clothes and whispered, that's enough. 2 dishes are enough. I understood that she didn't want to spend more money, so I ordered 2 moderately priced dishes. Okay, then another serving of sweet and sour pork ribs. After I ordered, I felt secretly happy. After all, she likes sweet and sour pork ribs. A few minutes later, the dishes came up, and the boss reminded us that we could help ourselves to rice, which was provided for free. I stood up and got 2 bowls of rice and put them on the table, one for her and one for me. The aroma of food filled the air. The sweet and sour spare ribs, fish head and tofu soup, and sauerkraut and minced pork on the table were all steaming. I picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and handed it to Chloe. Try it. If you like it, eat more. She whispered a thank you and picked up the chop. The sweet and sour taste of the crispy outside and tender inside made Chloe look satisfied. As she ate, her eyes unconsciously glanced towards the sweet and sour spare ribs, as if she felt it was not enough. I smiled and gave her another piece of pork ribs. Eat it. This dish is just for you. If you like it, come here often. She nodded and began to eat the sweet and sour spare ribs bite by bite, eating it with rice. Seeing her eating so happily, I felt very relieved. Eat slowly, don't rush. I handed her a bowl of fish head tofu soup. This soup is very delicious. Come, have some. Thank you, Ethan. She finally realized that she was eating too fast, so she slowed down and picked up the sauerkraut and minced meat. Seeing her eating so contentedly, I felt a warm feeling in my heart. During this time, I didn't ask her to do anything. I just hoped that she could be happy and enjoy life. She picked up a few more pieces of sweet and sour pork ribs and drank 2 bowls of soup. She was almost done. I handed her a tissue. Are you full? She wiped her mouth and said, I'm full. I looked at her and felt a little emotional. After living for 26 years, I finally had a girl who cooked for me and spent these warm times with me. As we walked out of the restaurant, Chloe whispered to me, well, we're not going out to eat tonight, right? I stopped and looked at her. Huh? You want to cook for me? She nodded. I can cook for you. I felt so happy that I agreed with a smile. Okay, someone will finally cook for me today. Get in the car and go home. When I got home, I collapsed on the bed. The wound on my foot hadn't healed yet. For the past 4 days, I had been almost entirely supported by my other foot, and now I was almost cramping. Although Chloe was by my side, as a man, I always felt embarrassed to let her help me. Chloe, do you want to take a nap later? I looked at the time. It was almost 2 o'clock. It was supposed to be time for a nap. I usually have this habit. No matter how busy I am, I will take time to rest. No need, she replied in a low voice, as if she didn't want to disturb me. Well, is there anything you want to do? I asked softly, actually thinking in my heart, I don't have anything to do. Why not accompany her to find something to do? Chloe looked around the room, her eyes fixed on the scene outside the window. The room was small, life was dull, and there seemed to be nothing to do. She didn't go to school, and she didn't have a job. Suddenly, she realized that she really didn't know what to do. I followed her gaze and looked around. Although the room was small, it was fine if I lived alone, but now that she was here, I suddenly felt that such a small single room seemed to be insufficient. Maybe it was time to move to a bigger house. After all, we were not that familiar with each other yet, and it was not appropriate for us to sleep in the same bed. I turned on my phone and planned to see if there was a suitable one-bedroom, two-living-room house nearby. While I was thinking, Chloe suddenly said, "Well, Ethan, if you want to sleep, just go to sleep. Don't worry about me," she said in a low voice, as if she didn't want to disturb my resting habit. I shook my head. I knew what she meant, but how could I leave her alone like that? "Why don't we play some games?" I suggested. I had asked for the day off anyway, so it wouldn't hurt to take a nap. I could relax a little on this busy afternoon. When she heard about the game, her eyes sparkled. When Chloe was in the orphanage, the happiest time was playing games with her friends. I got up and walked to the computer desk, turned on the computer, and started searching for a small game suitable for us. "Chloe, quickly move a stool over here." I saw her standing there in a daze and quickly called her. She suddenly came to her senses and her face turned red. "Oh, okay." Chloe quickly moved a stool over. "Hey, Chloe, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell?" I asked with concern. "No, it's nothing. I just felt a little hot from climbing the stairs," she explained quickly. "Really? If you feel uncomfortable, be sure to tell me and don't endure it," I said gently, sincerely hoping that she would feel comfortable. She responded in a low voice, feeling relieved. I opened a game that was my favorite when I was a kid. The interface was familiar and simple. It was suitable not only for one player, but also for two players to play together. "Come and try it. Just press this down button to release your claw," I explained patiently. Chloe was a little nervous and pressed the button gently. She seemed a little excited when the claw was released. However, the claw did not grab gold or diamonds, but a stone. "It's okay. Take your time. You will definitely catch it next time," I comforted him. She was not discouraged, but more focused. Next, she successfully caught a large gold mine. The speed of pulling the rope became slow, but Chloe stared at the screen, hoping that the gold mine could be pulled up smoothly. "Wow, the gold mine you caught is so big," I praised her with a smile. She sat up straight with excitement, her eyes never leaving the screen. As the gold mine was successfully pulled up, the countdown of the game ended, and we passed the level successfully. Chloe slowly got the hang of the game and smiled more and more. The game became more difficult, and a few piglets appeared running around with, or adding a lot of challenges. "Wow, Chloe, you can even catch a piglet." I couldn't help but praise her. I was also very happy to see her progress. Time passed quickly in the game, and my eyes unconsciously glanced out the window and found that the sun had set. The neon lights reflected on the glass, and the street lights were as colorful as flames. The city did not fall asleep, but entered a new chapter. "It's getting dark. Let me cook for you." I turned off the computer and turned to smile at her. I nodded in agreement, then stood up and walked to the stove, ready to wash the pot and help Chloe to see how good her cooking skills are. "Don't move, I'll do it." She saw me limping in front of the stove, with a hint of guilt in her eyes. After all, it was me who blocked this injury for her. I agreed to leave, but I was still worried. She had a mental disability, was slow to work, and was prone to making mistakes, which made me worried. But on second thought, she has been living alone since she was a child without parents, so something like cooking shouldn't be difficult for her, right? I saw her skillfully tie her apron, roll up her sleeves, take the pot to the sink, and wash it. Her movements were quick, and there was not a trace of delay. I felt a little relieved at this. After all, I really didn't want her to force herself to do something without knowing anything. That would only make me feel more distressed. After washing the pot, She opened the refrigerator, took out eggs, tomatoes, and a cabbage, and without thinking twice, she started washing and cutting the vegetables. What she wanted to make was scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried cabbage with garlic. Just home-cooked dishes, but at that moment, I felt extremely warm. I leaned on the sofa cushion and watched her busy back. This little house that had been lonely for too long finally had a bit of homely feel. At that moment, I suddenly felt that it was such a happy thing that someone was willing to cook for me. My eyelids started to droop, and sleepiness gradually set in. I was really tired after running around with my injured foot and playing games with her all afternoon. I fell asleep, leaning on the sofa, with the sound of water coming to my ears. She washed the vegetables carefully and gently, as if she was afraid to disturb my dreams. She even turned the faucet open just a crack to let the water flow slowly, for fear that the noise would be too loud and wake me up. I know that she has been watching me secretly, with a bit of worry and a little stubborn tenderness in her eyes. Seeing that I was only wearing a sweatshirt, she tiptoed over, took one of my cotton coats from the bed, and gently covered me with it. After covering it, she turned back to the stove and continued working. Her attentiveness and care made me feel at ease even in my sleep. She took out a small notebook from her pocket and opened a page. The steps of cooking were densely written on it, all of which she had written down bit by bit. Those were the recipes her grandmother taught her. She was afraid she would forget them one day, so she wrote them all down and practiced them over and over again. I rubbed my eyes and smiled at her. Sorry, I accidentally fell asleep just now. Let's eat. Looking at her sitting obediently at the table waiting for me to wake up, my heart softened. It was a wonderful feeling to have someone waiting for me at the dining table. I walked to the cupboard, took out 2 pairs of chopsticks and 2 bowls, then turned on the rice cooker. My heart immediately sank. It was empty. There was no rice cooked at all. Damn it, I forgot to cook and forgot to remind her. I was thinking about her cooking, and I simply ignored the rice. What's wrong? She noticed that my expression was not right and came over, but when she saw the empty pot at a glance, she froze. Her eyes seemed to suddenly lose their light, like a child who had done something wrong. She stood there motionless, with self-blame almost overflowing from her eyes. I quickly said, "It's okay, I'll just call the restaurant downstairs and ask them to send some food up." "It's okay, Chloe." She didn't respond, but just lowered her head and twisted the corner of her clothes with her fingers, as if she was trying to suppress some emotion. I was afraid that she might have overthinking it, so I quickly made a phone call. Unfortunately, the person downstairs said they were too busy and couldn't deliver it for the time being, so I had to go down there myself. As I was about to leave with the empty bowl, I looked back at her. She was sitting quietly on the sofa, like a statue. "It's okay. I shouldn't think too much about it," I muttered to myself and quickly walked out the door. When I went downstairs to get food, she wrapped herself in the quilt on the sofa, like a rabbit curled up in the corner, and her breathing became weak. How useless am I? I can't even cook a meal. The voice of self-denial kept rolling in her mind. Thinking of the repeated experiences of being fired, rejected, and abandoned, the dam in her heart finally collapsed. Tears rolled down her face, wetting the quilt. She didn't make a sound, but just hid alone and cried silently. "Chloe, it's time to eat." I called out in a relaxed tone as I walked in with the food, but no one responded. Looking around, I finally found her huddled in the corner of the sofa, the quilt still shaking slightly. I breathed a sigh of relief. At least she didn't run away. She just cried. Let her cry. It's better to cry than to hold it in. I squatted down in front of her and asked softly, "Are you still blaming yourself?" "I just forgot to cook a meal. It's really nothing." She huddled in the quilt in silence, as if she was afraid that I would see her tears, leaving only a small hole for breathing. I pulled out a tissue and waved it at the hole. "Here, wipe your tears, or the food will get cold." The slender little hand slowly reached out, took the tissue, and gently wiped the tears from her face onto the quilt. I didn't push her any further. I got up and sat back at the table and started to serve the rice. She slowly poked her head out and looked at me timidly. I didn't say anything. I just handed her the chopsticks and said, "Don't you want to wash your face? This is your first time cooking, and I'm really looking forward to your cooking skills." She was stunned for a moment, nodded, stood up, and walked toward the bathroom. Her back still looked a little timid, but her steps were much steadier. She stood in front of the mirror, looked at her red eyes from crying, patted her face gently, then bent over and washed her face with cold water. When she walked out of the bathroom again, I noticed the red that had not completely faded, and my heart couldn't help but tighten. She didn't say a word after she sat down, and I didn't urge her. I just put the first egg in her bowl with my chopsticks and said, "Try your own cooking." She looked at the chopsticks carefully and only relaxed a little after I took a bite, There was no expression of abnormality on my face. It tastes good. I didn't expect you to be such a good cook, especially the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It tastes very homely. The corners of her mouth moved, and she finally took a bite of the egg, chewed it gently, and then nodded. She knew that I was coaxing her, but I was willing to use this meal and this compliment to prop up her shaky self-confidence. She ate very quietly, with her head down, not saying a word, just listening to me praising the food over and over again, like a primary school student listening carefully to a lecture. As soon as I put down my chopsticks, she immediately stood up to clean up the dishes. She was so serious, as if she was looking for proof that she was needed. I didn't stop her because I knew in my heart that she needed this sense of belonging and didn't want me to take away the only thing she could do. I returned to the computer, but my mind was suddenly in a mess, and I couldn't help asking myself, how do I feel about her? Was it out of pity or love? I couldn't tell. She appeared too suddenly, disrupting my rhythm. A strange girl asked me to marry her, and I agreed without thinking clearly, without any emotional basis. She now lives in my house and exists in the same space as me, but I don't know how to face her. Ethan, she called me softly, pulling me out of my wandering thoughts. I looked up and saw her walking towards me. I pulled a chair next to me and patted the seat. Come and sit down. Chat with me for a while. Were you lying on the sofa just now because you blame yourself? I try to make my tone as gentle as possible. She lowered her head, her voice a little choked. I feel so useless that I can't even cook a meal. I eat your food, live your house, and spend your money, but I still can't do anything good. I always feel like I'm just a burden. Tears overflowed from her eyes again, falling like beads from a broken string, making my heart tighten. I was so soft-hearted that I quickly said, "Who said you can't cook? The dishes you cooked are delicious. You just forgot to cook. And I didn't remind you that it was my fault. You just arrived, and you're not familiar with the place. It's normal. You played games with me all afternoon today without taking a break. It's great that you've made it this far." I said a lot in one breath, and those were my true feelings. She brought not only the aroma of food, but also the long-lost warmth. Her presence makes my originally deserted little nest feel like home for the first time. Really, thank you, Chloe. I patted her back gently, as if I was soothing a little animal. You've done a great job, really. She finally couldn't hold it in anymore, burst into tears, hugged me, buried her face in my arms, and cried so hard that her whole body shook. I froze, but didn't push her away. I carefully put my arms around her and held her tighter. It's okay, just cry. I'm here, Chloe. I'm here. I touched her head and comforted her again and again. She cried heart-wrenchingly like a child who had finally found a haven. I knew she was really suffering. Thank you, Ethan. She choked up, and I just replied softly, "You're welcome." She buried her head deeper and hugged me tighter, and I finally understood my own feelings. I want to stay with her, take care of her, and give her a sense of security. I don't sympathize with her. I like her, really like her. After a while, she let me go, her face as red as a ripe apple, and her little finger kept spinning on her knee. I also pretended to be looking at the computer, and my toes were almost digging through the soles of my slippers. The atmosphere was just the right amount of awkwardness. Do you want to continue playing the game? I finally broke the silence and used the game to ease the atmosphere. Okay. She agreed immediately. Her mood changed rapidly. She was crying just now, but now she was as excited as a child. I reopened the game and looked at the time. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. I planned to play until 11 o'clock and then take a break. Chloe, let's play until 11 and then go to bed, okay? I asked her. Yeah. She nodded obediently. Her eyes brightened up again, as if the tears just now had never existed. We were sitting in front of the computer playing small games, and at that moment, I suddenly felt that this was the life I wanted. The house is not big, but it feels warm with her there. I have someone to accompany me when I get home from get off work, and I don't feel lonely even if we just stare blankly together. The time quietly came to 11 o'clock. The car lights on the street gradually became sparse, and the whole city seemed to be preparing for a rest. Chloe, it's time to go to bed. I reminded her softly, ending the game for today. Okay, I'm going to take a shower then. She picked up her clothes and staggered into the bathroom. I realized that I hadn't taken a shower for several days. Although I just wiped my foot with a wet towel, my foot injury had not healed yet. With a click, the bathroom door opened, and she walked out in her newly bought pajamas with a slightly red cheek. The pink pajamas were covered with kuromi patterns, which surprisingly suited her. They were so cute that I almost couldn't help laughing. It suits you very well. So cute. I couldn't help but blurt out. Her face turned even redder, and she dived into the bed. She moved like a caught kitten, panicky and shy, and I could hear her heart beating so fast. Seeing her curled up in the quilt with her face flushed, I couldn't help but chuckle. What a cute and innocent girl. I simply wiped my body with a wet towel and changed the medicine for the injury on my foot. It has recovered well in the past few days, and it doesn't hurt much anymore. Coming out of the bathroom, I glanced at the living room and saw Chloe had already crawled into the sofa, wrapping herself up tightly. I'm going to turn off the lights, Chloe. I reminded her softly, and she poked her head out from under the covers and nodded in response. I lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, and suddenly an idea popped into my mind. Chloe, when my foot is healed, let's move. After hearing this, she seemed a little confused and asked me softly, moving? Why? In her opinion, this place was good enough. It had air conditioning and hot water and was clean and warm. It was much better than where she had lived before. I didn't answer directly, but continued. This house is too small. It's still a bit crowded for two people to live in it. She panicked. If you feel crowded, I can move and not sleep on such a wide sofa. I smiled silently, walked over and ruffled her hair. Are you stupid? Don't you want a room of your own? This sentence obviously touched upon her deepest desire. She widened her eyes and was visibly stunned. She grew up in an orphanage and always felt uncomfortable living in a room with other people, no matter how close they were. She wanted a small table of her own, with her favorite dolls on it, and a wardrobe that only contained her own clothes. But in the end, she lowered her head and shook it gently. No, I don't want it. I knew she was being sarcastic. She was just afraid that I would spend money and that she would cause me trouble. Even if you don't want it, I still do. How inconvenient is it to hang clothes together? Besides, the lease for the house is up next month. Only then did she say, as if she had finally put aside her worries and reluctantly agreed to move. Thank you, Ethan. Her voice was very soft, but I heard it clearly and my heart was filled with warmth. What are you thanking me for? I should be thanking you. I reached out and touched her hair. It was so soft that I didn't want to take my hand back. Can I sleep holding your hand? She suddenly poked her head out, with a hint of shyness and expectation in her eyes. Of course. I immediately stretched out my hand, and her little hand held mine, our fingers intertwined, our palms pressed tightly together. At this moment, I could feel that she really regarded me as her support, and I didn't want to let her down. Good night, Ethan, she whispered, her voice as soft as a feather. Well, good night, Chloe. I closed my eyes, held her hand, and felt the faint warmth of her palm. She lay in the quilt, savoring my embrace today, and I knew she must be blushing secretly again. Outside, the streets of Harbor City gradually became quiet. Occasionally, a few tricycles passed by, and their lights flashed on the curtains for a moment. We slowly fell asleep in the quiet night, without any extra words, only the joining of warm breaths. Chloe, who was lying down while opening the curtains. She responded with a soft and my mood warmed up a little. I put on my slippers and prepared to go to the bathroom to run water to wash up. When I stepped on the ground, I unexpectedly felt that the wound was not as painful today. I looked down at my foot and saw that the swelling had gone down a lot, and I wasn't limping as much when I walked. It looked like the injury was really healing. 5 days have passed. I should be feeling better. If I continue to limp, I'll start to wonder if I'm faking it. We had breakfast at the small breakfast shop downstairs. I ordered soy milk and fried dough sticks, while Chloe ate 2 meat buns with relish. She seemed to think that fried dough sticks were not as delicious as meat buns, but I enjoyed them very much. After soaking them in soy milk and taking a bite, my mouth was full of crispness and fragrance. I noticed that she was staring at the fried dough stick in my hand, her eyes fixed on it like a kitten seeing a fish, not moving away. What's wrong? I stopped, looked in her eyes, and raised the corner of my mouth. No, it's okay. She lowered her head in panic, her ears turned red. I knew she must want to try it. I picked up a piece of dough stick and passed it to her mouth. Want one? Try my secret weapon. She was stunned, her face flushed instantly, and she looked like she was about to crawl under the table. She looked around and made sure that no one noticed us before she hesitantly opened her mouth and bit into the fried dough stick with a ah. As a result, he even bit the chopsticks and his face was so red that it was almost smoking like a shrimp just out of the pot. I was stunned for a moment when I saw her little expression, and my heart inexplicably felt warm. This girl is so cute. When I came to my senses, I realized that I had just fed her with the chopsticks I had used to eat. My face turned red immediately, and I quickly lowered my head and pretended to eat seriously. My hand was shaking a little, for fear that she would notice. None of us spoke after that. The entire meal was eerily quiet, with only the sound of chewing and the shouts of the vendors outside. After dinner, we didn't go back immediately, but walked to an open space not far away. The snow had not been cleared yet, and it felt soft to step on. I suddenly wanted to make a snowman, so I squatted down and started to dig the snow on the ground. My hands were a little numb from the cold, but I felt extremely happy. Chloe stood nearby, with a confused look on her face until I made a small snowball. Then she reacted and squatted down with a thump. Her movements were much more skillful than mine, and in no time she had molded a round body, as skillfully as if she were doing homework in a handicraft class. I used my fingers to make a frowny face on my snowman, pointed at it, and asked her, "Look, does it look like you? Why do you say I look like me?" She pouted, obviously unconvinced. "You look so sad all the time. Who else could I look like but you?" I laughed and dodged the snowball she threw at me. She stopped talking and concentrated on making her snowman. Her hands moved noticeably faster, and soon she had made one that was bigger than mine. She drew a smiley face on it and whispered to me, "Guess who this is?" I answered uncertainly, "Could it be me?" She nodded, put the two snowmen's hands together, and then drew a smiling face for my snowman. Her meaning was so obvious that I understood without asking. These two snowmen were us. Chapter 21, I'm finally not alone. Ethan is so handsome. No, what are you thinking about? Staring at the photo on the screen, this thought inexplicably popped up in Chloe's mind. Ethan seems to have become more sunny and confident now, which has also changed his temperament. Ethan in the hospital, he seemed a little gloomy. What caused these changes in Ethan? Chloe didn't quite understand. Look, Chloe. Ethan set his phone's desktop wallpaper to the photo of two snowmen he had just taken and waved it in front of Chloe. Chloe looked at Ethan's phone screen, and she herself wanted to set the photo as wallpaper. Ethan, how do you do this?" The girl looked at Ethan for help. Ethan held the phone in front of Chloe, clicked on the picture in the album, and demonstrated it to her. "Look, Chloe, in addition to being able to be set as a wallpaper, you can also set it as a lock screen wallpaper." Chloe watched Ethan operate and roughly understood it. It turns out that the pictures in the phone after it is unlocked are called desktop wallpapers, and before it is unlocked, they're called lock screen wallpapers. Learn something again. She feels that she has learned a lot since she met Ethan. "Thank you, Ethan." Ethan in her unique soft voice. "Why are you saying thank you again?" Ethan turned to look at the girl, only to see that she was holding her phone in both hands, her eyes full of happiness. "I'll teach you another one." Ethan suddenly became interested, opened WeChat, found Chloe, and set the snowman photo he had just taken as the chat background in the chat background box between him and her. Chloe was full of surprise. It turns out this software can be used in this way. She also followed Ethan's example, opened WeChat, and found Ethan. There was only one message between her and Ethan, which was the transfer record of Ethan transferring $1,000 to her. When I opened my photo album, there were only two photos. One was a photo of a snowman that I took, and the other was a photo of two of us that I took on the road while helping out. A bold idea came to her mind, and she turned around and operated with her back to Ethan. Ethan was very confused. What was this girl trying to do secretly with her back to him? But he was still very happy in his heart, because now she also had a secret that he could not know. It's good to have secrets. Everyone has secrets. After a while, Chloe turned around, looking a little shy, not daring to look directly at Ethan. "Chloe, can you tell me what you were doing?" Hearing Ethan's question, Chloe didn't say anything, but lowered her head and hid her face in her collar. Okay. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. Don't feel guilty." Chloe didn't say it. Ethan could probably guess it. This girl probably set the photo of the two of them as the chat background. Just as the two were fiddling with the wallpaper on their phones, a lot of people unknowingly came to the open space in the distance. Most of them were couples. Ethan then remembered that today was the weekend. No wonder there were so many couples. Perhaps because they saw Ethan and Chloe making a snowman here. Other couples also started making snowmen in the same way. Watching this scene, Ethan felt inexplicably comfortable. In the past, when he saw couples showing affection in front of him, his heart would only become heavy. It's different now. There's a girl by my side, so I'm not alone anymore. Just as he was staring into the distance in a daze, his cell phone rang. He opened it and saw it was a message from Chloe. "Ethan, shall we go?" "Why did you suddenly send yourself a message on WeChat?" Ethan turned to look at Chloe and found a couple next to her, making a snowman with their child. Perhaps this scene was too heavy for Chloe. After all, she had never felt the warmth from her family since she was a child. "Good." Ethan simply replied with one word. He gently took Chloe's hand and led her back in the direction they came from. This time it was very natural and neither of them felt awkward. Perhaps it was the photo taken by the passerby that made the relationship between them more natural. Arriving at the busy main street, the number of pedestrians on the street gradually increased, and Chloe let go of Ethan's hand. Ethan in public. Being shy is a problem, but so is low self-esteem. It seems that it will take some time for Chloe to hold her boyfriend's hand openly on the street like other girls. Ethan didn't force her and let Chloe follow him. After walking back and forth, it was almost noon. Ethan looked at the nearby streets and saw many restaurants. He wondered if Chloe was hungry. Anyway, he didn't feel hungry at all. This girl is so thin. I'm afraid she's hungry, but I dare not say it. Chloe, it's almost noon. What would you like to eat for lunch? Ethan asked with concern. I'm not hungry yet. Her voice was so soft, almost drowned out by the sound of the crowd's footsteps, and Ethan had to prick up his ears to hear it. If you're not hungry now, you can think about what to eat when you're hungry later. It's almost noon now, so we can find a place to eat. Chloe heard Ethan talking about finding a place to eat. She felt unhappy. It wasn't that she was unhappy, but she was afraid that Ethan would spend too much money. She met Ethan for a few days. She has made Ethan spend no less than $1,000 on food, and she is very concerned about it. What's wrong? Seeing that Chloe didn't speak for a long time, Ethan asked again. Is this girl afraid of eating out? But that doesn't make sense. She has eaten out more than once in the past few days, so she should be used to it. Ethan was thinking about it when Chloe said, let's go home and cook. You want to go back and eat? Uh-huh. All right then. Ethan knew that the girl was trying to save money for him, but he really didn't need that kind of money. Let's go to the supermarket and buy some vegetables. It seems that there are not many vegetables in the refrigerator at home. As he spoke, Ethan took Chloe into a large supermarket. The supermarket is huge, like a large underground city. Chloe, who had just entered, was amazed by this supermarket. She never imagined that in her city, such a large supermarket could be built underground, like an underground city. It is divided into many areas, and you can buy almost anything you want there. It's really amazing. Chloe looked around like a child and was full of curiosity about this supermarket. Chapter 22 Pink is also charming. Passing by a clothing area, Ethan saw many scarves hanging on the shelves, and the scene of Chloe hiding in the collar when she was shy came to his mind. It's so cold in winter now, why not buy a scarf for Chloe so that she won't always hide in the cold collar? Think about it in your mind and take action immediately. She went to the shelf, picked out a scarf, and put it directly around Chloe's neck. Yeah, my sister's right. Purple is indeed very charming. Chloe hadn't reacted yet and looked at Ethan in confusion. What sister? She asked subconsciously. Haven't you heard Sue Song's songs? My sister said the color purple is very charming. Ethan hummed as he straightened Chloe's scarf. Yes, keep it on like this and don't take it off. The collar is very cold. If you want to hide your face in the future, hide it in your scarf. Chloe blushed and subconsciously hid her face again, but this time she hid it in her scarf. Very warm. Chloe felt a warm touch on her face. It was the first time she had ever worn a scarf. It turns out that scarves are so warm. Looking at the man in front of her, Chloe felt very happy. I didn't even know that I had the habit of hiding my face in my collar, but he noticed it and thoughtfully bought me a scarf for fear that I would be cold. At this time, she also noticed that Ethan had no scarf around his neck, and she felt the urge to buy a scarf for Ethan. However, I don't have any money, and the money in my WeChat wallet was given by Ethan. Is it appropriate to use the money given by Ethan to buy things for Ethan? The girl fell into deep thought. Let's go. Ethan turned around and prepared to walk towards the fresh produce section, but saw Chloe standing there without moving. What's wrong? After much hesitation, Chloe finally plucked up the courage to take a scarf from the shelf and stuffed it into Ethan's hands. Here you go. Chloe stuttered. She was also afraid that Ethan would be cold. This scarf is really warm. Ethan looked at the scarf in his hand and felt touched. This little girl also knows how to care about herself, but why did she choose a pink one? Chloe, this color should be worn by girls, right? Ethan was a little at a loss holding the scarf. It suits you very well. Try it on. Chloe blushed. All right. Ethan sighed, but since this was her first time picking something for herself, she might as well give it a try. Thinking about it, Ethan put on the scarf and looked at himself in the mirror. It suited him well. Chloe also smiled, then took out her cell phone and kept pressing it with her slender fingers. Then Ethan's cell phone rang. Pink is also very charming. Ethan had a strange feeling when he saw the message from Chloe. Chloe teasing me? Fresh food area. Master, please help me chop 2 pounds of ribs. If he went home to cook, Ethan couldn't think of what to cook. He just knew that Chloe loved ribs, so he ordered 2 pounds. Anything else you want to buy, Chloe? Ethan asked Chloe. He didn't know what to buy besides ribs. Buy some tomatoes. Want to eat scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Chloe nodded. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes were really delicious. She couldn't think of any other dish besides that. Forget about cabbage. She used to eat it every day. After picking a few tomatoes, Ethan followed Chloe to the checkout counter to pay. A total of 196 yuan. The cashier said enthusiastically. Ethan took out his phone to pay, and Chloe gently tugged at the corner of his clothes. Let me do it, Chloe said in her soft voice. She wanted to buy a scarf for Ethan and wanted to pay the bill for Ethan. Ethan had been paying for the past few days. Although her money was also given by Ethan, she still wanted to pay the bill for Ethan. Ethan touched Chloe's and said with a smile, "No need, as long as you have this intention." Drop. Ethan put the QR code in front of the camera, paid the bill, and walked out of the supermarket. I'm very happy inside. This girl knows how to take care of herself. She's made great progress. I didn't save the wrong person. My efforts were rewarded. It just depends on the person. If it was Ava, she would definitely feel that I didn't spend enough on her. He spent tens of thousands of dollars pursuing her, but failed to get her. When Ethan thought about this, he felt that he was really blind at the time. Fortunately, God has opened his eyes and sent me such a treasure. After returning home, Ethan skillfully put the purchased ribs into the pot and blanched them, while Chloe helped him. She knew she didn't know how to cook ribs, so she didn't plan to force herself to take on the job. She just helped Ethan wash some vegetables and cut some ginger. Crystal sugar. Give. Soy sauce. Yes. The two of them were working hard in front of the stove. The smell of smoke in the house, which had been lived in by Ethan alone for a long time, became stronger and stronger. After the rock sugar was melted, Ethan prepared the sauce, then added the pork ribs and stir-fried them over low heat, then covered the pot and simmered them. Phew, it's finally over, and all that's left now is for the ribs to be seasoned. Ethan felt that cooking was so fun even when he was hungry. Chloe looked at Ethan's tall back wearing an apron and couldn't help but feel a little strange. Do we look like a couple cooking together now? Such a thought flashed through my mind. Ethan felt Chloe's gaze and looked back. Chloe quickly looked at the sizzling pot and pretended not to look at him. Illusion. Ethan always felt that Chloe was looking at him when he was cooking, but when he turned around, she was not there. Could it be that he hadn't had contact with the opposite sex for too long and started to have hallucinations? Before he could finish his thought, the soup in the pot had almost dried up. Ethan opened the lid of the pot and scooped out another bowl of fragrant sweet and sour pork ribs. Chloe quickly took the plate from Ethan's hand and placed the sweet and sour spare ribs on the table. Let me make the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, Chloe suggested. She wanted to help Ethan, and since she didn't know how to cook ribs, she decided to make the dish she was good at. Ethan didn't refuse and untied his apron and handed it to Chloe. As the sound of the spatula hitting the pot wall stopped, the two dishes were ready. One was Ethan's sweet and sour spare ribs, and the other was Chloe's scrambled eggs with tomatoes. After bringing the dishes to the table, Chloe turned around, opened the cupboard, and took out 2 bowls. This time, she did not forget to cook rice and put it in the rice cooker before washing the vegetables. Ethan bought is a foolproof one. All you have to do is put rice and water, mix them together, put them in the pot, and press the switch. The fragrant rice was poured into a bowl and brought to the table. The two sat around the table, feeling extremely happy. Chapter 23, A Bold Move. After lunch, Chloe took on the task of cleaning up the dishes by herself, just like she did last night. Ethan did not compete with her for the task, knowing that the girl wanted to increase her sense of identity in this way. This is the case for patients with mild intellectual disabilities, because their ability to learn and put things into practice is far worse than that of ordinary people. They all desire to be recognized and needed by others and by society. Chloe, if you feel tired after washing the dishes, you can take a nap or play some computer games. I need to take a nap to adjust my body clock. Today is Sunday, and Ethan will have to return to normal work tomorrow. It's okay to take sick leave for a few days, but not all the time. Now that my foot is almost healed, it's time to go back to work. Uh-huh. Chloe nodded obediently. Ethan, if you're sleepy, just go to sleep. Don't worry about me. Well, good afternoon, Chloe. Good afternoon, Ethan. After saying good afternoon to each other, Ethan crawled into his bed and began to feel sleepy. Chloe also slowed down her movements, wanting to give Ethan a quiet environment for his lunch break. After a few minutes, Ethan's breathing began to become even. His consciousness gradually relaxed, and he soon fell asleep. The girl finished the work at hand, looked at Ethan, and sat down at the computer desk alone. When he turned on the computer, the screen was still paused on the game they were playing together. She restarted the game, this time choosing single player. After playing for a while, I found that I didn't seem to have much interest in it. Why is my mood when playing this game different from yesterday? Chloe didn't quite understand why her mood had changed so drastically. She turned and looked at Ethan. Is it because Ethan is not here? I had a lot of fun playing with Ethan yesterday. Maybe because of this. The girl turned off the computer and sorted out her thoughts. Now that Ethan is asleep, what should I do? Is there anything I can do? She looked around the room, and there didn't seem to be anything she could do while Ethan was sleeping. These days, it seems like I've always been working with Ethan. Now that I'm alone, I feel empty inside. She stood up, walked to the bed, looked at Ethan's sleeping profile, and suddenly an idea came to her mind. She leaned down gently, brought her face close to Ethan's, held up her scarf in front of her chest with her hands, and kissed him gently on the cheek. Chloe's heartbeat immediately quickened, and she felt like a deer was running around inside her, and her cheeks became hot. She didn't know why she did such a bold thing, but fortunately Ethan didn't wake up. After doing all this, Chloe quickly hid in her bed, like a kitten that had done something bad, revealing one eye and secretly looking at Ethan's profile with 1,000 thoughts in her mind. Listening to my own heartbeat, I gradually felt sleepy. Both of them fell asleep in this peaceful afternoon. In the evening, the sound of running water came from the stove. The sound reached Ethan's ears and woke him up from his dream. I opened my eyes and found that it was getting dark outside the window. How long have I slept? Ethan took his phone and opened it to see that it was almost 6 o'clock. I went to bed at around 2 o'clock and slept for almost 4 hours. I turned to look at Chloe and found her busying herself in front of the stove. Noticing Ethan's movements, Chloe turned around and looked at Ethan lying on the bed. "You're awake, Ethan." The girl's voice was still as soft as ever, and she kept washing the cabbage with her hands. She wanted Ethan to have dinner when he woke up, so she got up before Ethan. Chloe, are you cooking?" Ethan asked, looking at the cabbage the girl was washing. "Yeah, I'm going to prepare the dishes now. Sorry for waking you up." Chloe's cheeks flushed slightly as she recalled what she had done to Ethan when he fell asleep at noon. "It's okay, Chloe. No need to say sorry. I've slept for so long it's time to wake up. Is there anything I can help you with?" Ethan threw back the covers, got out of bed, and put on his slippers. "No, I've already washed the dishes. You can lie down for a while." Thinking that Ethan would have to go to work tomorrow, Chloe didn't want him to help with housework like cooking. She decided to let him rest more since his foot injury had just healed. "That's fine." Ethan got up and went into the bathroom. Chloe also put the vegetables on the plate into the pot and stir-fried them. She doesn't know how to cook many dishes. One is stir-fried cabbage with garlic. Another is scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and she also knows how to make Chinese cabbage soup, but she doesn't know how to cook the others. Perhaps many people don't know that just learning how to cook these dishes took her a lot of time to learn, and she experienced countless failures before achieving today's success. But for others, these things are just something they could try to cook for a meal or two. This is the case with patients with mild intellectual disabilities. Things that are very simple for others become very difficult for them. They spend much more on life than ordinary people. By 6:30, Chloe had already prepared the dish of stir-fried cabbage with garlic and also heated up the sweet and sour spare ribs left over from lunch. The two dishes were neatly placed on the small table in the middle of the room, steaming. They sat down at the table and started to enjoy their dinner. Although it was not some rare delicacy, Ethan found it delicious. This was probably what it felt like to have someone cook for you, and this feeling even increased his appetite. Seeing Ethan happily eating the food he cooked, Chloe felt very happy too. At least here, I am not a useless person. At least I can cook a meal for Ethan. The little hand holding the bowl exerted force and put the last piece of sweet and sour spare ribs in the bowl in his mouth, shaved off the bones, swallowed the meat, then put down the bowl, glanced at Ethan, reached out and stacked the plate and their bowls together. She continued to clean up the dishes, as usual, and refused to let Ethan do anything. "Ethan, what time do you start work tomorrow?" Chloe asked Ethan after she had cleared the dishes. "I have to go to work at 8. "What's wrong, Chloe? Are you afraid of being home alone?" Hearing Chloe's question, Ethan thought she was scared at home alone. No, I'm just asking. If you're bored at home, you can play computer games, watch short videos, movies, or TV series. By the way, it seems like you don't have any short video app on your phone yet." Ethan then remembered that the phone he bought for Chloe didn't seem to have any other entertainment apps except WeChat. "Take out your phone and I'll download it for you." Chloe pulled the phone Ethan bought her out her pocket. Ethan took it, downloaded TikTok, and some other video software for her from the mobile app store, and taught her how to use them. Chloe studied hard. Although these things were simple, they were still very difficult for her. When Ethan's teaching was over, she only learned how to use TikTok and Kuaishou, because these two softwares are the simplest. She can watch videos by just clicking on them, and there is no need to operate anything else. Chapter 24, Morning Waiting. Do you know how to use it now? Ethan asked as he handed the phone back to Chloe. Almost, Chloe replied weakly. In fact, she only remembered how to watch short videos, and the rest had disappeared from her mind. It's okay. It doesn't matter if you can't remember. If you don't understand, just ask me. Ethan touched Chloe's head and spoke gently. He had checked online before and knew that people with mild intellectual disabilities learn very slowly, and she didn't expect Chloe to master it all at once. I looked at the time. It was only a little after 7 o'clock, so it was still a long time before bedtime. Chloe, how about we go out for a walk? During this long time, Ethan was afraid that Chloe would be bored, so he suggested. No. Chloe knew that Ethan had to go to work tomorrow, and she didn't want Ethan to go shopping with her so late at night. Besides, she didn't think there was anything fun to do outside. There were unfamiliar people everywhere, which made her feel uncomfortable. If you don't want to go out, how about we just watch a movie? Ugh. Chloe nodded in agreement. This is a good suggestion. It's time to take a break after watching the movie. Okay, I'll find a movie for us to watch together. When I have time later, I'll take you to the cinema. Good. Chloe nodded. Cinema? Chloe had only heard of this place from other people. In her impression, a cinema was a very high-end place. When she was in junior high school, she heard from her classmates that a movie ticket cost 50 or 60 yuan. She was very surprised when she heard the price for the first time. 50 or 60 yuan would be enough for her to spend a week at the very least. Chloe never dared to think about going to the cinema to watch a movie. After all, her life was very difficult at that time. She could only receive a meager subsidy from the government every month by relying on her disability certificate. How could I even dare to think about watching a movie? Meeting Ethan, Chloe felt that her life had changed a lot. In addition to gratitude, she also felt a great sense of indebtedness towards Ethan. This man accepted himself with all his shortcomings and agreed to her unreasonable requests. Now he takes her out to eat, takes her shopping for clothes and other things, and takes good care of herself. She was very glad to meet Ethan. If not for Ethan, she might have sunk into the cold river that night. Ethan was extremely kind to her, and she would have no regrets even if she had to spend her entire life to repay him. Ethan closed the curtains in the room and turned off the lights. Because it was night, only sporadic light from outside fell on the curtains. This atmosphere is perfect for watching movies. Ethan turned on his computer and connected it to the projector. Any movies you'd like to see? Ethan asked the girl sitting next to him. I want to see a war. She herself didn't know what types of movies there were, but she knew that the ones she watched most at her grandmother's house were anti-Japanese films. War? A big question mark popped up in Ethan's mind. This girl actually likes war movies. Ethan flipped through his computer. Why don't you read this? It tells the story of the 800 warriors at the Sihong warehouse. Okay, I'm fine with either. This movie received quite a lot of attention online, but Ethan never had the time to watch it. Sliding the mouse and clicking play, the two came to the sofa, tidied Chloe's quilt, and sat down quietly waiting for the movie to start. At the beginning of the movie, the atmosphere seems extremely heavy. The film begins with a scene of a troop marching toward Shanghai on foot. The commander of the troop appears very anxious and keeps urging his subordinates. Then what comes into view is the devastated city. Chloe found that this movie seemed different from the one she had watched before, and the content was too heavy. When Chloe saw the Japanese army sending people to sneak into the warehouse from the river, her heart tightened. She clutched the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands, with a worried look on her face. Ethan turned his head to look at the girl next to him and found that she was watching intently, leaning forward slightly, as if she was worried about the soldiers in the movie. Chloe showed a relieved expression on her face when she saw the soldiers in the warehouse eliminating the Japanese troops. When seeing the soldiers being strafed by Japanese planes in order to protect the raised national flag in the movie, Chloe shed sad tears. Watching our soldiers fall one after another, Chloe felt extremely sad. At the end of the movie, the regiment commander Xie Jinyuan led his soldiers to rush across the bridge and retreat into the concession. Chloe, who was sitting on the sofa, was already crying. This movie was different from the one she had watched before. All the ones she had watched before were about our army killing the Japanese army, without leaving a single piece of armor. It's too heavy. Ethan turned off the projector, handed Chloe a tissue, patted her back, then stood up and turned on the lights in the room. Chloe nodded. The scenes in the movie were so heartbreaking. I looked at the time, and it was already 10 o'clock. I helped Chloe make the bed again, and then went into the bathroom to wash up. Chloe, you should wash your face too. You've cried like a kitten. Chloe walked into the bathroom with tears still in the corners of her eyes. I'd better watch a comedy next time, Ethan thought to himself. He reached out and took Chloe's towel, rinsed it under hot water, wrung it dry, and handed it to Chloe. Thanks. Chloe took the towel and gently wiped it on her face, and the tear marks disappeared. Back in the room, Ethan turned off the lights, and the two of them crawled into their own beds, without saying a word all night. At 7 o'clock, Ethan's alarm clock rang. He stretched in bed, reluctantly lifted the quilt, and found that Chloe was already up. Chloe, what are you doing up so early? Chloe didn't say anything, but helped Ethan take out 2 pieces of clothing from the closet. What would you like to wear to work today? She asked, holding 2 down jackets in her hands. This one, please. Ethan pointed to one of the down jackets and said. He took the clothes Chloe handed over and then went into the bathroom to wash up. When I came out, I saw Chloe had already prepared the shoes I needed to wear to work. She still held the scarf she had picked out for Ethan yesterday. Because I was worried that Ethan would be cold and afraid that he would not dare to wear the scarf outside because it was pink. No one knows better than her how cold winter mornings are. This scene made Ethan feel warm inside. Let's go downstairs and have breakfast together. Ethan's home is not far from the company, and it only takes about 10 minutes by tram. However, he was worried that Chloe would not dare to go out to buy breakfast at home alone, so he got up early and planned to go downstairs to buy breakfast and bring it back to her. No need, I can cook for myself at home. There's still some vegetables in the refrigerator. You should go to work. Really? No, just go to work. Chloe urged again. She didn't want Ethan to worry about her at work. She wanted Ethan to have peace of mind. Chapter 25, An Unexpected Surprise. Okay then, I'll go to work, Chloe. Yeah, go ahead. Ethan opened the door and walked out of the house. I wonder if Chloe feels lonely at home alone today. Anyway, I'm used to being with Chloe, so it would be great if I could not work. Then I can stay at home all the time and strengthen my relationship with Chloe. Fantasy is always beautiful, but reality is cruel. If I go to work, what will Chloe and I eat? Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Ethan came to where he parked his electric car, skillfully took out the key to unlock his electric car, stepped on the accelerator, and left the community. You know what? With a scarf, riding an electric bike in winter doesn't seem so cold anymore, and the wind won't blow into your clothes through the collar. This was the first time Ethan had worn a scarf since he was a child. He didn't know before that scarves could actually block the wind. Thanks to Chloe, Ethan thought to himself, and soon arrived downstairs of the company. It's still early, so I don't have to carry breakfast to my workstation today. Ethan walked into a shop selling Xylong Bayo, ordered a basket of Xylong Bayo, and ate it slowly at his seat with the dipping sauce. Ethan was eating steamed dumplings when he heard someone calling his name. He looked up and saw that it was Brother Chun from the same company. Good morning, Brother Chun. Are you coming for breakfast too? Yes, Mo. I haven't seen you for a few days. I heard that you injured your foot. How is it? Is it better now? It's okay, it's not a big deal. I've almost recovered now. Ethan stretched his legs to indicate that it was no longer a big deal. Ethan was very happy to receive the concern from his senior colleagues in the company. Brother Chun is quite old now. I remember when we first started the company, everyone else in the company was quite impatient. When Ethan asked them about something he didn't know how to do, they were too impatient to teach him. Only Brother Chun was easy to talk to and was willing to teach Ethan. As a result, their relationship became quite good. When they had some free time, they would smoke on the balcony. You are wearing a pink scarf today. Is it a gift from your girlfriend? Brother Chun asked with some gossip. Ethan smiled. The relationship between him and Chloe seemed to be such that he should be called wife. If he said it was a gift from his wife, I guess Brother Chun wouldn't believe it and might even be shocked. Getting married just after getting hurt. What kind of operation is this? You're still shy. Some time ago you asked me to introduce you to someone, but now you are secretly dating someone and you didn't even tell me. Can you believe it if I tell you that I got married a few days ago? Ethan thought to himself, without saying anything, and waved his hand. Have you paid the bill? Brother Chun took out his phone to pay and turned around to ask Ethan. He's just like that. When he sees his colleagues having breakfast with him in a store, he will pay for them when they check out. Brother Chun, don't wait, I'll pay for him. Oh, you're so polite. As he spoke, Brother Chun scanned the WeChat QR code on the wall. Boss, including his share, 16, right? Right. After a moment, A voice message sounded indicating that the payment had been received. Forget it. I got Brother Chun's breakfast for free again today. After a while, Brother Chun came over with his dumplings and sat down in front of Ethan. Ethan had almost finished his steamed dumpling. Seeing Brother Chun sitting down in front of him, Ethan reached into his pocket, intending to give him a cigarette, but found nothing in his pocket. Strange, where's my cigarette? It seemed like he hadn't smoked for several days. Ever since he saved Chloe that night, Ethan hadn't smoked again. Does this count as quitting smoking? Ethan thought to himself. Other people quit smoking by quitting and then smoking again, so why is it so easy for him? Seeing Ethan in a daze, Brother Chun asked, "What are you in a daze for?" No. Ethan came back to his senses. "I just wanted to give you a cigarette, but I felt my pocket and realized I didn't have it with me." "Come on, you just want to smoke my cigarette." As he spoke, Brother Chun took out his cigarette from his pocket and handed one to Ethan. Ethan really didn't think so. Now he not only got a free breakfast, but also a cigarette. After breakfast, the two went to the company together. I don't know how much work the company has taken on during the days I was away. Ethan turned on his computer to see if there was any new work in his system. I took a quick look and found that there was nothing wrong. Everyone was doing their work. In that case, let's try to catch some fish. He took out his mobile phone, clicked on a certain audio platform, and switched to the Douyin account that he usually created when he had nothing to do. It contained some rather hurtful videos and texts, and is also proof of Ethan's fantasy of being loved. Each video has tens to hundreds of thousands of views, and the number of messages is still 99 plus, which is normal, as he has been using this account for more than a year. This account is a medium for him to release his inner emptiness, and it can also be regarded as his side job. Every 10,000 views can bring him 1 to 2 yuan in income, and posting a video can bring him at least a dozen yuan in income. He clicked on a message and found that there seemed to be a lot of comments today, reaching 99 plus. He didn't know which video had added them. After looking at the video he recently posted, Ethan was shocked. A video I posted a week ago has exceeded 3 million views, and my fans, who originally had less than 100,000, have increased to more than 300,000. I clicked on the revenue and saw that, wow. This video actually earned more than 2,000 yuan. The related Gua video also had more than 1 million views, and the total number of fans was almost 400,000. Am I famous now? Ethan couldn't believe his eyes. I just recorded a video of snow that night, added some music and text, and it became famous. I clicked on my own video again and looked at the comment section. Most of the comments resonated with me. My own copy was, "Dear, don't tell me you still love me." And there were actually a lot of people talking about their own emotional experiences below. Most of them are hard to accept. It's not surprising that in this era of fast food love, everyone has their own regrets. Of course, Ethan is an exception. He is the kind of person who has never been in a relationship, but is unreasonably sad. To put it bluntly, he is just whining without any reason. Chapter 26, I missed you, Ethan. At 8:15, people in the company arrived one after another. Since the company implemented manual clocking in, the system was relatively relaxed, and there would be no salary or performance deductions for being late for 1 or 2 minutes. So no one was in a hurry, and the management was quite humane. Ethan put down his phone and prepared to start today's work. On the other side, Chloe, who had already gotten up, seemed to be doing nothing. She didn't want to get into bed and sleep anymore. When she lived with her grandmother, she also got up at 7 o'clock every morning. Because I couldn't work, or to be more precise, I couldn't find a job, so I had to get up early and follow my grandmother to pick up trash. Of course, it sounds nice to call it scavenging, but in essence it is just picking up junk. 7 or 8 in the morning is the time when every household throws out the garbage. Office workers will take the garbage out of their homes when they go out in the morning and throw it into the community trash can. The garbage they throw out will more or less contain some cardboard, bottles, and the like, which can be picked up and sold for money. Chloe and her grandmother's scavengers around here. There are also many professional scavengers. If you go too late, the bottles, cardboard, and other things in the trash can well have been picked up by others. Every time Chloe followed her grandmother to pick up scraps outside and felt the gazes of passers-by, she felt very uncomfortable. Everyone who passed by would look at her with doubt. A person with healthy hands and feet comes out to pick up rags at a young age, instead of looking for a class to attend. She also wanted to work, but no one wanted her. Many stores fired her within 3 days. Because of this, Chloe has developed a psychological trauma towards her work. Chloe looked at the empty house and lost interest in cooking. Glancing at the milk Ethan had piled in the corner, she picked up a box, carefully poked through the tinfoil with a straw, and began to drink it. Just make do with this for breakfast. Just then, her cell phone rang. It was a message from Ethan. Have you had breakfast? If not, I'll order you some takeout. Chloe quickly typed a reply on her phone. I've eaten it, so you don't have to order takeout for me. She didn't want Ethan to worry about her, and the only thing she could do for Ethan now was to let him concentrate on his work. She didn't feel wrong to have a bottle of milk for breakfast. In the past, it would have been difficult for her to even drink a bottle of milk. Well, I'm going to start working. Okay, come on, Ethan. After finishing the chat with Ethan, Chloe opened a certain audio app. Now she really wanted to do something, but she didn't know what to do. I watched some videos on TikTok and found that the content was not very interesting and I couldn't understand a lot of things. Forget it. Let me think about what to cook for lunch. The girl went to the refrigerator, opened it, and looked at the items inside. There are no other dishes except eggs. Do you want to go out and buy some vegetables? The girl thought about it and soon gave up the idea. She has some social anxiety and is always afraid to go out alone and communicate with strangers. A large part of this is due to one's own physiological problems. She knew she had an intellectual disability and was very careful in everything she did, but mistakes were still inevitable. Looking at the food in the refrigerator for a moment, she thought of Ethan. It would be nice if Ethan was at home, so I could go shopping with him. Ethan yawned and stretched. He had been working for 2 hours straight and had finished nearly half of the newly assigned draft. He decided to take a break. At this time, a colleague took a small gift box and an invitation and placed them in front of Ethan. It was a wedding invitation. Ethan opened it and saw that the date was this weekend. The one who got married was a senior lady in the company, who was 4 years older than Ethan and was already 30 this year. I heard that she found a boyfriend who was 5 years younger than her, and they got married after only dating for 3 months. Ethan has been in this company for 4 years and has attended several of his colleagues' weddings. Except for those who have just graduated, almost all of his colleagues in the company are married, which makes him feel quite touched. Only myself. Wait, I have already obtained the marriage certificate, but I haven't held the wedding yet. However, the relationship between him and Chloe has not reached that stage yet. Although they have obtained the marriage certificate, they are still innocent. But if Ethan were to hold the wedding now, he would be a little worried. Now I have very little money in my pocket, and my salary is not high. Alas. Ethan sighed and opened his online banking account. There were only about 10 cards in his bank account. Now I have nothing, no car, no house, and not much savings. Can I really make Chloe happy? You know, with his current salary, he can only afford more than 1 square meter a month in Haegang City. The little money I have in my pocket now is not even enough for a down payment. I don't know if Chloe will dislike me after being with me for such a long time. After all, I'm already 26 years old and still don't have a car or a house. Are you there? Ethan. Ethan's thoughts were interrupted by a message on his phone, which was from Chloe. What's wrong, Chloe? Ethan replied immediately. Looking at the message sent by Ethan, Chloe deleted what she had typed on the keyboard. Nothing. I just wanted to ask if you will come back for lunch. She wanted so much to type out the words she missed him on the keyboard, but in the end, shyness overcame her longing. Come back and eat. I think there's no food at home. I'll get food from the company later. Good. After exchanging 2 messages with Ethan, Chloe fell silent again. Staring at the chat panel, I felt a little depressed. The room without Ethan seemed very cold and lonely. Ethan, I missed you, the girl said softly, her eyes full of disappointment. She missed Ethan and wanted to talk to Ethan, but she didn't know what to talk about. I'm so boring, dull, and stupid. Will Ethan dislike me in the future? I started to feel a little worried for some reason. At noon, Ethan came to the company cafeteria to get food. The treatment was quite good. Since it was the internal price, a meat dish and a vegetable dish only cost $5. Ethan ordered 4 takeout boxes and bought 2 meals and 3 dishes in total. I hung the food on the hook in front of the electric scooter and drove towards home. After spending a few days with Chloe and being separated from her for a morning, Ethan began to miss Chloe a little. I don't know what this girl does at home in the morning. Chapter 27, Chloe wants to do something. Chloe, I'm home. Ethan opened the door and called into the room. Chloe heard Ethan's voice and happily came to the door to greet him. Ethan, you're back. Well, this is the food I packed back from the company. It's still hot. Take it in quickly. Ethan handed the meal in his hand to Chloe. Chloe took the food, brought it to the table, and opened the lid. There were 3 dishes in total and 2 boxes of lunch. The dishes were 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. The vegetable dish was lettuce, and one of the meat dishes was bacon. The other one was something she had never seen before. It was cut into large pieces with both fat and lean meat. Ethan, who had changed his shoes, also came to the dining table. Come on, Chloe. There's no spare ribs in the company cafeteria today, but there are bacon and braised pork. I wonder if you like them. Braised pork? Chloe stared at a box of meat cut into palm-sized pieces. It turned out to be called braised pork with pork belly. She wondered how it tasted. She had eaten bacon before, but very rarely. When she was in the orphanage, she could only eat bacon during the Chinese New Year. As for braised pork with pork belly, she had never even heard of it, let alone eaten it. I sniffed it, and it smelled pretty good. Come, have a taste. Ethan picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in Chloe's bowl. He could tell from the look in her eyes that she had never eaten this before. Chloe looked at the braised pork belly that Ethan prepared for her and felt touched. Now, some people also pick up food for themselves. I picked up the braised pork in my bowl and took a bite. It tasted good, fatty, but not greasy, and had a very soft and glutinous texture. Tasty. Is it tasty? Ethan asked. Uh-huh. Chloe nodded, then ate the braised pork with big mouthfuls and finished a piece of it in a short while. Seeing Chloe wolfing down a piece of braised pork, Ethan picked up another piece for her. If it tastes good, eat more. Ethan looked at the girl's slender figure and couldn't help but sigh. Thinking about those senior executives in the company, a meal would cost thousands of yuan, and in the dark corners of this world, there are people who have never even eaten braised pork with pork. It is true that money flows to those who have no shortage of money, and love flows to those who have no shortage of love. Ethan, you eat too. The girl ate the braised pork in the bowl and told Ethan to eat. Uh-huh. Ethan also picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his bowl. One piece is enough for this dish. The second piece will be too greasy. In less than 10 minutes, 3 of the 4 pieces of braised pork that Ethan packed went into Chloe's stomach. This girl can really eat a lot. The main reason is that Chloe is too thin and has no fat in her stomach, so she can eat 3 pieces of fat and lean pork. Ethan only ate a piece of braised pork and a small portion of rice and felt full. He put down his chopsticks and looked at Chloe. Chloe also put down her chopsticks after finishing the rice in her bowl. He looked at the lunchbox in front of Ethan, then at his own. Chloe felt a little embarrassed and ashamed. I'm really useless. Not only do I have no income, but I also eat so much. Let me clean it up. As she said that, Chloe stood up and cleaned up the mess on the table, feeling a little depressed. Ethan also noticed something was wrong with Chloe. Chloe wants to prove her own value so much, but she has no way to do so. It seems that we need to find a way to find something for Chloe to do, preferably with some income. Otherwise, this girl will get sick sooner or later. After Chloe cleaned up the mess on the table, Ethan waved at her and motioned for her to sit next to him. Chloe, feeling down? Chloe said nothing, just nodded. Do you want to work? Yes. Well, when I get back from get off work tonight, I'll find you a job that allows you to earn money while playing at home. Really? Chloe's eyes sparkled with joy. Real. Ethan confirmed. I'll find it for you when I'm free tonight, so don't be unhappy now, okay? Chloe like a child. I do have a job that allows me to make money at home, but the money I earn is too little. If I could earn more, I wouldn't go to work in a company. Who wants to be scolded by the client every day? Uh-huh. Chloe nodded happily, and the gloom on her face disappeared. Ethan took out the invitation that his colleague had given him this morning. This was given to me by my colleague. Ethan handed the invitation to Chloe. What is this? Chloe had never seen an invitation, so naturally she had no idea what it was. Invitation. A colleague at the company is having a wedding this week, and I'm invited to attend. Do you want to go? Wedding. Chloe stared at the invitation with a dull look in her eyes. She had seen other people's weddings on TV. She vaguely remembered that the wedding scene shown on TV was very warm and romantic. There were not only flowers but also colorful lights, which intertwined to create a dreamy atmosphere. When the bride walked into the hall in her gorgeous wedding dress, the guests focused their eyes on her with blessings. Cheers and noises came one after another. The scene where the groom put the ring on her was deeply imprinted in her mind. She also fantasized that one day she would be able to wear a wedding dress and have her beloved person put a ring on her finger. Recalling that scene, Chloe lost her mind. Chloe, what's wrong with you? No, nothing. Chloe came back to her senses and looked at the invitation in her hand. The paper invitation looked very high-end. It would be great if one day her name could appear in the invitation for the newlyweds. Go ahead. She also wanted to see what other people's weddings were like. After all, she had only seen it on TV and didn't know if the atmosphere in person would be different. As for myself, I'd better not think too much about it. Ethan has done enough for me, and I have no reason to ask her for anything more. Are you going to bed, Ethan? Chloe asked with concern. Ethan had mentioned yesterday that he needed to take a nap to adjust his biological clock, and she had kept this in mind. Well, I'll take a nap and get up at 2:30. Ethan stood up and got into his bed. Well, good afternoon, Ethan. Good afternoon, Chloe. After saying good afternoon, Chloe closed the curtains and the room became dim. In order not to disturb Ethan, she also crawled into her own bed. Chapter 28, The Taste of KFC. Ethan, wake up. Seeing that the time was almost 2:40, Chloe pushed Ethan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. What's wrong, Chloe? Ethan looked at Chloe sleepily, curious as to why she called him. Ethan, it's almost 2:40. She also wanted Ethan to sleep a little longer, but she remembered that Ethan said he would get up at 2:30. Now it was already past 2:30, and seeing that Ethan still showed no signs of waking up, Chloe hurriedly woke Ethan up, for she was afraid that Ethan would be late for work. Yeah. Ethan checked his phone and saw that it was almost 2:40. It turns out that I forgot to set the alarm. Putting on his clothes and shoes, Ethan walked out of the room. Chloe, I'll be back from shopping in the evening. Just wait for me at home. Yeah, be careful on the road. After giving each other instructions, Ethan returned to the company. The afternoon was the same as before. He continued to write the proposal. According to the client's request, Ethan made changes here and there. After an afternoon, he still failed to submit a proposal that satisfied the client. Alas, Ethan sighed and looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock. Let's stop here for today. Ethan picked up his things and left the company. It was already dark, and the street lights on the road lit up one by one. After a hard day's work, Ethan didn't want to buy groceries anymore. He would have to cook them when he got home, so he decided to buy something else. I checked my phone and saw a KFC nearby. Otherwise, let's eat this. I guess Chloe has never eaten it before, so this is a good opportunity to let her try the taste of KFC. Thinking about this, Ethan ordered a family bucket on the mini program and also ordered a chicken. It should be enough. I can't eat much. I can be full after eating half a chicken. Now, I bought a family bucket and a chicken. Even if Chloe has a big appetite, it is enough for 2 people. Arriving at the KFC store, Ethan showed the pickup code and received the meal he ordered. He then took the packed family bucket and a chicken and rode the tram home. Inserting the key into the lock, the sound caught Chloe's attention. Is Ethan back? Chloe stared at the door. The moment it opened, Chloe saw Ethan holding a family bucket and a bag in his hand. She didn't know what was in it, but she could vaguely smell the fragrance. It's fried food, and it smells pretty good. You're back, Ethan. Chloe went up to take the things from Ethan's hand, just like she did at noon, and looked at the packaging, which looked very familiar. Isn't this the KFC that my junior high school classmates used to talk about? This thing is a rare item in her mind, because she heard from her former classmates that a family bucket costs 50 or 60 yuan. Ethan is so nice. Since I met Ethan, I seem to have eaten a lot of things that I never dared to think about before. I saw that it was getting dark, and I was too lazy to buy groceries. There was a KFC store next to me, so I bought a family bucket and a chicken. I don't know if you like it or not. She likes to eat, and she likes to eat anything Ethan buys. The girl thought about it in her mind, but didn't say anything. She knew that these things were not cheap, and she really had to do something to repay Ethan. Otherwise, if she just ate and did nothing, Ethan might dislike her one day. Even if Ethan is willing to keep looking at me, I will feel bad if I keep doing this. After changing his shoes, Ethan took the KFC from Chloe and put it on the table. As soon as she opened the bag, a fragrant smell entered Chloe's nose. KFC is so delicious. No wonder my junior high school classmates would discuss these things in class. Ethan first spread the paper on the table, then put the chicken on it, took out the ketchup and squeezed it next to it, and then opened the family bucket. He tore open a bag of gloves and handed 2 gloves to Chloe. Then he put on some gloves himself, took a chicken drumstick, dipped it in ketchup, and handed it to Chloe. Come, try it, and see if you like it. Chloe took the chicken leg handed to her by Ethan, put it in her mouth, and took a bite. The taste of ketchup combined with the fragrant, fresh, delicious, and crispy texture intertwined in her mouth, which was simply a wildness for her taste buds. So this is the taste of KFC. It's so delicious that it makes me dizzy. Is it tasty? Ethan looked at Chloe's moving mouth. Yes, it's delicious. The taste was so amazing that the girl stuttered when she spoke. That's good. I was worried that you didn't like fried food. If it tastes good, eat more. Ethan also picked up a chicken drumstick, dipped it in ketchup, and put it in his mouth. The taste is still the same as before, except that it tastes especially good when you're hungry, but becomes greasy as soon as you feel a little full. Maybe I'm getting old. When I was a kid, I could eat 2 pieces of fried chicken by myself, but now it's hard for me to eat just one. Drink Coke. Ethan considerately put a straw in the Coke and placed it in front of Chloe. Uh-huh. She nodded and ate a mouthful of fried chicken and a mouthful of Coke like a child. It was really delicious. Chloe's eyes were filled with happiness as she ate KFC for the first time in her life. I really have to thank Ethan for all this. If Ethan hadn't pulled me out of the icy river, I wouldn't have been able to taste such delicious food. Slow down, Chloe. Don't be in a hurry. I bought a lot. If it's not enough, I have more here. Ethan, who had only eaten a chicken drumstick and half a chicken, already felt full. Are you full after eating so little? It seems that I am really old. Ethan slowly nibbled the chicken wing in his hand, his pace much slower. Now he was just simply eating with Chloe. Why don't you eat? Seeing that Ethan's eating speed had slowed down a lot, Chloe asked curiously. Chloe, I'm full, but there are still many. I'm really full. Oh well. She thought Ethan ate so little because he was worried that he wouldn't have enough to eat, but after getting a positive answer, she felt much more relaxed. She didn't want Ethan to give up his food because he was worried that he wouldn't have enough to eat, which would make him feel guilty. After a while, the girl had eaten up all the food on the table and even finished the Coke in the cup. Have you finished your Coke? The girl nodded. Ethan looked at the Coke in front of him and thought to himself why not give it to her since he couldn't finish it anyway. Chloe, do you want a drink from my drink? Ethan asked tentatively. After all, they had drunk from the same cup of milk tea before, so she probably wouldn't mind. You don't want a drink? I can't drink anymore. What do you want? Okay, fine. The girl nodded shyly. She just had a mild intellectual disability, but she was not stupid. She naturally knew that drinking Ethan's Coke was an indirect kiss. It's not like the same thing hasn't been done before. The girl reached out and took the Coke that Ethan handed over, avoiding Ethan's gaze, and gently placed a straw on her thin lips. Chapter 29, Making Videos. It didn't take long for the girl to clear everything on the table. He took the last sip of Coke and burped. He glanced at Ethan, who was sitting in front of him. Then he realized that he had lost his composure and quickly lowered his head. I'll clean it up. As she said that, the girl quickly stood up, cleaned up the table, and threw the garbage into the trash can. After all this, she touched her belly. She was really full tonight and could no longer bend over. Well, Ethan, you said you would find me a job, remember? Chloe asked Ethan in her soft voice. Her extreme lack of self-confidence made her voice as low as a mosquito's. She didn't know what else someone like her could do. Remember, come here now. Ethan came to his computer, waved to Chloe, turned on the computer, and logged into his own Douyin account on the webpage. He opened his backstage and showed Chloe his balance. Seeing there were $2,000, Chloe was stunned. Can you make money by brushing this thing yourself? This was something she never expected. Ethan, how did you do that? Ethan clicked on his own video and showed it to Chloe. Look, this is my account. I post some videos when I have nothing to do. I now have more than 300,000 followers. Last week, one of my videos had over 3 million views, and the views on several related platforms also exceeded 1 million. That's how much I earn. Chloe was a little surprised when she saw the number of views of Ethan's video. Ethan is showing this to me now. Does he want me to do things with him? Ethan, do you want me to do this too? Chloe asked tentatively. Yes, you can use your own account and try making a video first. Make videos, but what kind of videos can I make? Chloe thought. She didn't know what kind of videos she could make. Now, she couldn't even operate a computer, so how could she make a video? But you can't rush this matter right now. You have to study first. Study. Yes, Chloe, you need to learn how to use a computer first. As he spoke, Ethan found some videos about computer operation and video editing software on the Small Broken website. Your task now is to learn these. Chloe looked at the instruction in the video. It seemed so complicated. Could she really learn it? She had some doubts about her abilities. Let me try. After some inner struggle, I decided to give it a try. After all, I have nothing to do at home now, so I might as well try to learn it. What if I can learn it? Thinking about it in my mind, I immediately started to learn some simple computer knowledge from the video, with Ethan guiding me from the side. After a night of study, Chloe roughly understood the basic operating principles of the computer. She no longer only knew how to use the mouse to click the start button of the game and the down button on the keyboard. These days, after Ethan went out to work, Chloe was no longer idle, but slowly learned how to operate the computer and use video editing applications. After all, computer operation is simple, and she became familiar with it in less than 2 days. However, the application of video editing is complicated, and she has a lot to learn, such as frame number and frame rate, which are her blind spots in knowledge. With a way to make money and motivation, the girl no longer looked so worried every day and began to become more energetic. During these few days, Chloe would prepare dinner every day and wait for Ethan to come back before he got off work. Although it was always the same dishes, she was happy. On Friday night, it was time to check the results. Ethan gave Chloe some simple video materials and asked her to try to edit a video. Chloe, this is a video I took when I had nothing to do. They're all pretty pictures. Ethan transferred the video he shot on his phone to his computer. The girl opened the editing software, but she had no ideas in her mind. Looking at these mediocre videos, Chloe felt a little worried. Although she has now learned the basic operation methods of the video editing application, she has no clear idea of the video content she wants to create. Looking at the video footage stored on the computer, Chloe turned to look at Ethan with a look of help. Yes, Ethan only taught her how to operate, but did not teach her the creative inspiration. Besides, inspiration is not something that can be taught. Ethan was also a little worried. Now that they were in a dead end, how should he teach her next? After sitting and thinking for a while, I decided to let the girl make some simple landscape videos by overlaying filters. Chloe got down to work right away. Under Ethan's guidance, it took her less than half an hour to edit a video from Ethan's materials. She was amazed by the final result. She didn't expect that an ordinary video would become a dream scene after adding filters, slow motion, and other special effects, and adding music. So dreamy. Originally, the ground was plain with only white snow covering the earth. But at the moment the camera was raised and the slow frame was added, this ordinary picture seemed to be dyed with color. The afterglow of the setting sun was scattered on the white snow, turning the whole world into a layer of light golden yellow. The sky showed a gorgeous orange-red color, which formed a sharp contrast with the golden color of the ground. It was so beautiful that it was breathtaking. Chloe looked at the video she made and found it incredible that she had created a beautiful scene that was normally invisible to the naked eye. That's beautiful, Ethan. Chloe couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Ethan nodded. Yes, it was really beautiful, but it was a pity that this scene could only appear on the screen. Chloe, post it and see how it goes. Uh-huh. Chloe nodded, opened her own audio app, and added some trending topics under the video using the method Ethan taught her. After clicking the publish button, the video was quickly published. Chloe clicked on her own work page and gave a like to her first work. She was extremely excited at the moment. She hoped that her video could have millions of views like Ethan's, so that she could also make money. Ethan, tell me, if my video gets as many views as yours, how much money can I make? Ethan expectantly. Well, Chloe, you can't make money from the views of this video. Why? The girl felt a little lost. Chloe, listen to me. Your video is too short. Only videos that are 1 minute long can make money from the number of views. As he spoke, Ethan showed Chloe his account. Each of his videos was more than 1 minute long, and he had participated in the medium-length video plan. After hearing this, the light in the girl's eyes disappeared. So, is this video I'm making still meaningful? The girl fell into deep thought. Chapter 30, Blowing Hair. Ethan noticed the girl's disappointment and asked, "Are you worried about not being able to make money, Chloe?" The girl nodded, her eyes full of disappointment. She knew that with her own abilities, she couldn't make a video like Ethan's because it was too difficult. It's okay, Chloe. Just make this video first, and when you have more fans, you can take on advertising. Take the advertisement? Chloe looked at Ethan in confusion. She didn't know there was a way to make money by taking advertisements. Yes, you can do that once you have a certain number of followers, but I don't know the exact price for each one. Really? Real? Ethan nodded affirmatively, and the girl's disappointment disappeared after receiving the affirmative response. Okay, let's stop here for tonight. Let's first select a house online, and then go check it out after attending a colleague's wedding tomorrow. Yes, it's time to move to a new house. She remembered Ethan said a few days ago that this house was too small, and the lease was due this month. The girl nodded obediently. She only listened to Ethan's arrangements now. Since Ethan wanted to change, then so be it. Ethan took out his cell phone and looked up the house he had chosen while slacking off at work. Chloe, take a look at which one is better. I picked it out when I was at work this week. Chloe took the phone and looked at the house Ethan had chosen. Ethan told Chloe about the location, decoration, lighting, etc. of the house one by one, and finally the two chose a house not far from the community where they currently live. The house has 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a balcony. The lighting is good in the summer. It is on the 5th floor, and there is no elevator. However, the price is relatively cheap, with the monthly rent being only 1,200 yuan, which is what Chloe likes. Ethan is renting now costs 600, and it is a single room. The house he chose now has 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, and it only costs twice the price of a single room, which is very cost-effective. Okay, let's go look at the house after attending a colleague's wedding tomorrow. If we like it, We can rent it and move in on Sunday. Ethan didn't hesitate. After all, the girl had been with him for so many days, and he would feel bad if she kept sleeping on the sofa. Chloe looked at the photo of the house on her phone and fell into a daze. The house had a master bedroom and a second bedroom. The master bedroom was wider, so she would leave it to Ethan and she would live in the second bedroom. The furniture is also relatively complete, with beds, tables, chairs, and benches. The curtains are all light blocking, and the decoration can be considered fine. She will eventually have her own room. For the past 20 years, she has been living with others. Now she will soon have her own room, and she is really looking forward to it. Everything she has now is thanks to Ethan. If it weren't for Ethan, she wouldn't have these things. When Ethan pulled her out of the water that day, she vaguely felt that this man was reliable and could bring her happiness. Okay, it's time to go to bed now. My colleague's wedding will start at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. The address is quite far from here, at the Jingxiang Hotel in the city center. We have to leave at 10 o'clock tomorrow and must get up at 9:30. Ethan's words pulled Chloe out her thoughts. Okay, I'll go take a shower and wash up. The girl got up and went to the bathroom, and soon the sound of water splashing was heard from inside. Because life was difficult in the past, Chloe now cherishes what she has very much. She takes a shower very quickly and finishes in just 10 minutes. The bathroom door was opened, steam slowly swirled out, and a girl came out in her pajamas, her cheeks slightly flushed, her hair still dripping with water, her white little feet clacking as she walked in her sandals. Chloe washed her hair today. This was the first time she washed her hair since coming to Ethan's place. But strangely enough, her hair didn't become oily even after not washing it for so many days. Unlike me, I feel like the oil in my hair can be used for cooking if I don't wash it every other day. This is probably due to her diet. The girl used to eat plain food, which did not contain much oil, so her body secreted less oil. Ethan remembered that it was the same when he was a child. In winter, he would not feel any oil even if he did not wash his hair for 2 or 3 days. His diet was also poor at that time, and his hair was not as greasy as it is now. Chloe came to Ethan, exuding a faint scent of shower gel, which made Ethan a little addicted for a moment. Obviously, both she and I use shower gel, so why does the shower gel the girl uses on her body smell so good? It's simply the smell that makes me confused. Is this the smell of a girl? Ethan, can you blow dry my hair for me? The girl looked a little embarrassed. This was the first time she took the initiative to ask Ethan to help her with something. These days, when Ethan was at work, Chloe looked up some things on the internet about things that couples do together. She wanted to improve her relationship with Ethan. Today, I happened to see a comment section saying that you can ask your boyfriend to blow your hair to increase physical contact and improve your relationship. Chloe finally mustered up the courage to let Ethan blow dry her hair. Oh, okay, Chloe. Ethan came to his senses and quickly agreed. Then you do it well. The girl sat on the chair with her back to Ethan, her shiny black hair appearing in front of Ethan. This girl's hair is really healthy and looks very smooth. I just don't know how she maintains it. Her body looks malnourished, but her hair is so shiny, and each strand exudes a healthy luster. He can't help but feel that this girl must have used all her food to nourish her hair. He picked up the hairdryer with his right hand and gently stroked the girl's hair with his left hand. This was the first time Ethan held a girl's hair in his hands. It felt light and soft, and the ends of the hair were as smooth as silk as they passed through his fingertips, with a faint scent of shampoo. Feeling the touch of his fingertips and the aroma wafting out, Ethan felt that his mood seemed to have become better. Chloe, I'm about to start. This is my first time. If I hurt you, remember to tell me. Ethan warned, being extra careful since it was his first time blow-drying a girl's hair. He pressed the switch of the hairdryer, which made a whirring sound. His left hand gently stroked the girl's hair, blowing the warm air evenly on her beautiful hair. The sound of the hairdryer echoed in the room, but it was unusually harmonious. Although Ethan's technique was a little rusty, he treated it as carefully as if it were a precious work of art. He carefully blew each strand of hair dry, combing it gently with his fingers from time to time to ensure that each strand of hair could flow smoothly. The white neck was occasionally revealed when Ethan moved his hair. It was so white and tender, without a trace of rough texture, and it had a soft luster under the light. He swore that he didn't peek on purpose. Chapter 31, The Shabby Little Wallet. A blush appeared on the girl's face, and she closed her eyes, enjoying the care and warmth from Ethan. The air was filled with the scent of shampoo and the warmth from the hairdryer, making the scene at this moment a little cozy. When the last strand of hair was dried by the hairdryer, Ethan turned off the hairdryer. Okay, Chloe. The girl also opened her eyes, and the feeling just now made her feel nostalgic. It turns out this is what it feels like when a boy blows a girl's hair. No wonder so many people commenting on those videos are talking about how great it is when their boyfriends blow dry their hair. Okay, Ethan. The girl stood up and walked to her sofa. The blush on her face had not yet completely disappeared. She lifted the quilt and crawled in. You should go take a shower too. The girl warned under the quilt. Is this shyness? Ethan smiled at the girl hiding under the covers. It really feels like the love in our school days. I remember that those couples were shy even to hold hands back then. Ethan checked his phone, and it was already late. Okay, I'm going to take a shower, Chloe. You can go to bed if you're tired. Ethan took out his pajamas from the closet, went to the bathroom to take a quick shower, then changed into his pajamas and walked out. There's still a lingering fragrance in the bathroom used by the girl. I have to say that girls are really magical creatures. They bring fragrance wherever they go. Thinking of this, Ethan suddenly felt that his focus was a little abnormal. Chloe, are you asleep? I'll turn off the light then. Ethan's voice echoed in the room, and the girl hid under the quilt and replied in a soft voice. Well, turn off the light. After turning off the lights, Ethan picked up the air conditioner remote control from the table and slowed down the wind speed. The doors and windows of the room were closed, and the air conditioner could be turned down a little after people lay down in bed. With the blessing of the quilt, it would be easy to wake up from the heat at night if the wind was turned on high. Ethan lifted his quilt and crawled in, and the room began to become quiet. It's time to end a tiring day. Ethan, the girl's soft voice rang out in the dark, empty room. What's wrong, Chloe? Ethan asked gently. Well, I think. She wanted to hold Ethan's hand. Ethan had to work during the day these days, and Chloe was afraid that she would disturb Ethan's rest. So she had been controlling her inner thoughts these days, restraining the urge to hold Ethan's hand in sleep. Chloe, just say whatever's on your mind. Don't be afraid. Ethan whispered soothingly. I want to hold your hand, Ethan. It's okay, Chloe. Just hold if you want. No need to be so deliberate. Ethan reached out his hand and took the girl's delicate, soft hand into his own. The girl felt the big palm wrapping around her hand, and she felt safe. She closed her eyes and began to fall asleep. It was late at night. Half of the street lights outside the window were turned off. There were fewer cars on the street, and even the moonlight in the sky became dim. The hand we were holding loosened unconsciously in the drowsiness. That night, Chloe and Ethan both slept comfortably, and neither of them woke up in the middle of the night. Ethan opened his eyes when he heard a car horn outside the window. I looked at the time, and it was already past 9 o'clock. You're awake, Ethan. The girl's voice came from his ear. Ethan turned to look at her and found that the girl had changed her clothes. Chloe, when did you wake up? I washed and changed my clothes half an hour ago. The girl was full of curiosity about the wedding she was going to attend today. After all, this was her first time in 20 years to watch someone else's wedding in person. She had countless expectations in her heart and many fantasies in her mind. Is the bride pretty? What does the bride look like in her wedding dress? What is the process of holding a wedding? What will the scene be like? Most importantly, what dishes will be on the wedding banquet? These things deeply aroused Chloe's curiosity. Okay, wait for me a moment. Ethan also got up and went to the bathroom to wash up and wash his hair. After all, he was going to attend someone else's wedding today, so he had to look better. Normally, Ethan would not wash his hair before going out. After finishing all this, I walked out of the bathroom. I went to my computer desk and found a red envelope from the drawer. Chloe understood that Ethan was preparing the gift money. Although she had never attended a wedding, she knew that one had to pay gift money to attend a wedding. Ethan took out a pen and wrote his name on the red envelope. The reason for doing this was simple. It was to let the accountant know who attended the wedding and how much money was given, so that it would be convenient to return the gift in the future. After writing his name, Ethan searched his wallet but found no cash. Now everyone uses WeChat payment who still has cash. It seems I have to withdraw some cash from the bank. Thinking about it, Ethan put his wallet into his pocket, put on his clothes, and said to Chloe, "Come on, Chloe, let's go to the bank to withdraw some cash first." Uh-huh. The girl nodded and took the scarf that Ethan had bought a few days ago. Please put on your scarf. It's cold outside. Good. Ethan took the scarf and tied it around his neck skillfully. These days, Chloe would remind Ethan to wear a scarf every time he went out, and Ethan got used to the girl's concern for him. In the past, when I went out, I would just close the door and leave alone. No one would talk to me, and no one would care about me. Now that Chloe is here, everything has changed. He even looks forward to the girl's advice before going out. The way I am now is what life is all about, while the way I was before was just called living. After going downstairs, the two got on a small electric scooter and walked toward the nearby bank. Arriving at the bank, Ethan withdrew $1,000 from the ATM, took out $300, and put it into the red envelope. When attending a colleague's wedding, just be polite and don't give too much. If you are a very close relationship, that's a different matter. Here, Chloe. After packing the red envelope, Ethan handed the remaining money to Chloe. Chloe had no income now, so he gave her some cash for emergency use. Looking at the money Ethan handed over, the girl felt embarrassed. She didn't want it. I don't want it. I haven't spent the money you gave me last time. She didn't spend much of the $1,000 Ethan transferred to her last time. Ethan always paid for the meals when they went out, and she felt that it didn't matter whether she had money in her hands or not. Here, take some cash. It's good for emergencies. What if your phone has no signal or battery and you can't pay? What will you do? Hearing Ethan say this, Chloe felt that there was some truth in it. All right then. The girl took the money Ethan handed over, counted out $500 from it, and then returned the remaining $200 to Ethan. That's all I need. After saying that, the girl took out her wallet. It was a bit worn out. The wallet was quite old, and the outer fabric was torn and faded. Chapter 32, Motion Sickness. Chloe put the money into her wallet. She put the wallet away, not caring at all if her wallet looked a little worn out. Thank you, Ethan. The girl looked up, her eyes full of gratitude. She now has more than 1,000 yuan in savings. This is the first time in 20 years that she has so much money. All this is thanks to Ethan. Ethan felt bad as he watched Chloe put the small wallet back in her pocket. I should buy her a new wallet someday, when I have time. Ethan thought to himself. The two got on the electric bike and drove back to the community where they lived. Aren't we going to a wedding? Chloe asked curiously as they returned to this familiar place. Yes, but it's a bit far, so it's better for us to take a taxi. The wedding hotel is nearly 20 kilometers away from the community where he lives, and it is impossible to get there by electric car. Besides, the weather is so cold now that there is still snow on the flower beds nearby. He doesn't want the girl in front of him to be blown by the wind for more than 20 kilometers with him. Ethan took out his cell phone and called a taxi online. A few minutes later, the car arrived in front of them. Get in the car, Chloe. Ethan considerately opened the car door and let Chloe get in first. Then he followed suit. Master, the last number is 5120. After reporting the last digit of his cell phone number, the driver started the car. Chloe's first time taking an online ride-hailing car, and she was curious about the scene inside the car. Most of the online ride-hailing vehicles nowadays are electric. Looking at the large screen on the vehicle's central control, Chloe was a little surprised. Are all cars nowadays so high-tech? You can even see other cars on the screen. As far as she could remember, the private cars she had ridden in before had all kinds of buttons on the front, but now they had all disappeared and been replaced by very advanced electronic screens. After staring at the interior of the car for a while, Chloe felt a little dizzy. She hadn't taken a car for a long time, and now she was sitting on a tram, so she was naturally a little uncomfortable. Ethan noticed that Chloe was abnormal and asked quickly, "Chloe, are you carsick?" Chloe nodded. The dizziness coming over her left her without the strength to speak. Ethan quickly opened the window for her a little, then put her body in the seat and said, "Chloe, relax. If possible, try to look into the distance. This should help relieve the pain." Seeing Chloe's uncomfortable expression, Ethan felt heartbroken. Chloe nodded, and as Ethan instructed, she began to look at the distant scenery outside the window. Her whole body began to relax, and she no longer paid attention to the things around her. "Little girl, you're carsick. It's normal. Many people get carsick when riding the train now. I'll drive slower." The driver was quite considerate. Knowing that the customer was carsick, he slowed down the car considerately and did not drive too aggressively when starting or stopping at traffic lights. Chloe's frown also relaxed a little. "Finally, I feel a little more comfortable." Ethan sat aside, observing the expression on Chloe's face all the time, and felt relieved when he saw that her expression was more relaxed. The driver was a nice guy who knew to slow down. I have to give him a big thumbs up after I get off the car. Ethan thought to himself. More than 40 minutes passed quickly, and the car slowly arrived at the hotel. During this time, Ethan kept paying attention to Chloe's expression, but did not disturb Chloe, allowing her to empty her mind. The car stopped in front of the hotel. Ethan got out first, then quickly ran to Li Rua's side, opened the door for her, and helped Chloe get out of the car. Looking at the girl's slightly pale lips, Ethan felt distressed. Perhaps it was because she didn't have breakfast that the girl felt carsick. "It's all my fault. Why didn't I think of this?" Ethan felt a little guilty and quickly bought a piece of chocolate and a bottle of water from the nearby store. Chloe, are you still feeling bad? Ethan opened the bottle of mineral water and handed it to Chloe. Chloe took it, took a sip, and gave the water back to Ethan. Would you like a piece of chocolate? Ethan took the chocolate in his hand and prepared to tear open the bag. No, Ethan, I don't want to eat now. All right then. Ethan put the chocolate back into his pocket. Let's go inside the hotel. Uh-huh. The girl nodded, and the two of them came into the hotel. Because it is a 5-star hotel, there is a park inside the hotel gate. Various vegetation are planted on the paths in the park. These vegetation eliminates the noise of traffic on the road outside, making the hotel very quiet. After walking in the park for a while and breathing in the fresh air, Chloe finally felt better and the swelling pain in her brow disappeared. Feeling better, Chloe? Yeah, I feel better now. I'm not so dizzy anymore. Okay, it's 11 o'clock now and the wedding is about to start. Let's go to the hotel lobby. Good. When they arrived at the entrance of the hotel building, they saw a red carpet on the ground and wedding posters of the bride and groom next to it, with their photos and names on the posters. The bride's name is Tan Yin Yin, and the groom's name is Wu Wenbin, and they look quite a good match. Going further ahead is the reception area. The bride and groom are already waiting at the door with wedding candies and cigarettes in their hands. At this time, the bride is still wearing casual clothes and has not changed into a wedding dress. Congratulations. I wish you a happy marriage and a baby soon. Ethan came to Tan Yin Yin, said words of blessing, and put the red envelope in his hand on the plate in the bride's hand. The bride and groom handed candies and cigarettes to Ethan. Seeing Chloe hiding behind Ethan, the bride also reached out and handed her a few candies. The groom was a very outgoing person. After handing Ethan a cigarette, he lit it for him himself. Then the two chatted for a while, and then Ethan and Chloe came to the banquet hall of the auditorium. Chloe followed Ethan and waved away the smoke Ethan exhaled. How come she hadn't noticed that Ethan smoked before? Although Chloe hated the smell of cigarettes, she did not ask Ethan to put out the cigarette in a place with so many people around. Besides, Ethan was not the only one smoking here. There were many other people smoking as well. She was sensible and knew that she shouldn't interfere with Ethan. Amo, come and sit over here. In the banquet hall, a familiar voice reached Ethan's ears. He turned his head and saw that the person calling him was Brother Chun. Chloe also turned her head and saw that the person calling Ethan was an uncle. Amo. Chloe looked at Ethan, who was beside her. Is that what everyone else called him outside? Chapter 33. Sit at the children's table. Hey, Brother Chun. Ethan shouted enthusiastically to Brother Chun. No, why are you sitting here? Isn't this table for children? Oh, who cares? Come on, there are still 2 seats here. Ethan warmly. Ethan looked at the girl next to him and thought it would be a good idea for her to sit at the children's table. After all, Chloe was a little socially anxious and had low self-esteem, and she would probably feel uncomfortable sitting with adults. Pulling Chloe to sit down, Ethan asked Brother Chun, "Don't you like drinking? Why are you at the kids' table?" "Oh, stop talking. I have something else to do later, and I have to drive, so I can't drink today. By the way, is this your girlfriend?" Ethan nodded. "Yes, her name is Chloe, and we just met not long ago." "Just met for a short time? Young people are quick." Brother Chin sighed and looked at Chloe and found that the girl was very beautiful. As expected, Ethan was looking for beautiful ones. Chloe was delighted to hear Ethan admit that she was his girlfriend in front of others. These days, it was the first time she heard Ethan admit his relationship with her in front of outsiders. Although he didn't say she was his wife, he at least admitted that she was his girlfriend. So how far was she from being his wife? Chloe just sat in the chair, not saying anything, looking around from time to time. This was her first time entering such a place, and she was amazed by the decorations around. A dazzling crystal chandelier hangs in the center of the hall, and the light it emits is very soft. There are also exquisite murals hanging on the walls, and each painting reveals the charm of art. There are large green plants and flowers placed around, and a soft carpet on the ground. There are exquisite tableware and flowers on the table, exuding a faint fragrance. The food hasn't been served yet. There are only some snacks and tea on the table. The children sitting at their seats are also very quiet and not fighting. Ethan stood up and grabbed a few peanuts and melon seeds from the middle basket and put them in Chloe's hand. "The food will have to wait. If you feel hungry, eat this first." The girl nodded and gently peeled the peanuts with her delicate little hands and put the peeled peanuts gently into her mouth. As expected of a high-end place like this, the food they prepare is so delicious. Chloe was shelling peanuts while Ethan picked up the cup and poured her a cup of tea. At this time, The waiters began to bring the dishes to the table, which also indicated that the wedding was about to begin. Although the dishes served by the waiter were not delicacies from land and sea, they were things Chloe had never seen before. The waiter first placed a bowl of unknown soup in the middle. Although I didn't know the name of the dish, it looked delicious. Then the waiter placed a variety of other dishes on the table. Everything was there except the chopsticks. Ethan, did they forget to give us chopsticks? Chloe noticed this and whispered in Ethan's ear. No, chopsticks will be distributed after the bride and groom come out. This is to prevent everyone from just eating and not participating in the interaction at the wedding. Oh, Chloe ordered. It was her first time attending a banquet, and she had no idea such a thing existed. As soon as the two finished their whisper, the lights in the banquet hall went out. The surroundings suddenly fell into darkness, which startled Chloe, and she subconsciously held Ethan's hand. Feeling the strength coming from Chloe's hand, Ethan spoke softly to comfort her. It's okay, Chloe, the bride and groom are getting ready to come out. As soon as the speech was over, the spotlights on the stage gathered on the stage, and the first person to come on stage was the MC. The MC picked up the microphone and gave a brief speech, then invited the groom to enter. The groom, wearing a black suit, walked onto the stage with steady steps. After interacting with the MC, the spotlight shone on the door behind the stage. The bride, supporting her father, slowly walked into the wedding scene in a spotless white wedding dress. The hem of the wedding dress swayed gently with her steps, as dreamy as a cloud. The bride's face was filled with smiles, but also with reluctance to leave. Chloe saw this scene. She was very envious. She wished she could have such a beautiful wedding dress and have a wedding of her own. It's a pity that her life is too hard, and perhaps she will never have a wedding of her own in this lifetime. When the bride's father handed the bride's hand to the groom, the master of ceremonies began to say the vows. It's still the same familiar sentence structure. After the bride and groom both said yes, they exchanged rings. At this moment, the faces of the bride and groom were filled with happy smiles. They hugged and kissed each other, and at this moment, there was a burst of warm cheers from the audience. Is this the whole process of the wedding? Watching the groom kissing the bride on the stage, Chloe felt an indescribable feeling in her heart, or to be more precise, shock. She glanced at Ethan secretly. If she were to kiss Ethan in public, she would be so embarrassed. Thinking of this, the girl's cheeks flushed. Ethan didn't feel too much in his heart. He had seen too many fast food romances, and he had also seen people holding someone else's hand while shopping, while texting their partners. These things didn't shock him too much. Ethan wanted was for the chopsticks to be handed out quickly. He had spent $300, so he had to eat more in this meal. He looked at the girl next to him, and Ethan noticed that there was something peculiar about the way she looked at him. Perhaps every girl longs to have a wedding of her own, and Chloe is no exception. Ethan sighed inwardly, maybe next year at the earliest. He should save some money now, and if it comes to that, then he will find a better hotel in his hometown county to hold a wedding. Ethan's hometown has a self-built house. Although it is in the town, its value is quite high. We can use that house as the wedding house when the time comes. But the most urgent thing now is to buy a car first. I can't let Chloe always follow me on an electric car. When the bride and groom finish kissing, the wedding process is over. The lights in the banquet hall were turned back on, and the waiters distributed chopsticks to everyone. Everyone who got the chopsticks started to use them. Ethan also picked up the bowl, served Chloe a bowl of rice, and then picked up a piece of hibiscus pastry for Chloe. Try it, it's delicious. Chloe picked up the chopsticks, picked up the hibiscus pastry that Ethan gave her, put in her mouth, and took a small bite. It has a very good taste. The outer skin is wrapped in flour, and inside is pork, fungus, dried shrimp, and other small ingredients. It is not greasy and tastes great. Chapter 34, House Viewing. Chloe looked at the plain-looking food and was surprised by how delicious it tasted. How does it taste? Tasty. If it tastes good, eat more. Afterwards, Ethan picked up other dishes for Chloe, and Brother Chun, who was having a banquet nearby, was fed a handful of dog food. At this time, the bride and groom came to Ethan's table with wine glasses, and Ethan, Chloe, and Brother Chun also picked up the teacups in their hands in response. After drinking, the bride and groom took the wine to the next table to toast. Not long after, people at other tables started to leave. Each of those middle-aged women and aunties was holding a red plastic bag filled with food they had packed from the banquet. This is the custom of banquets here. When the food arrives at the table, you pack up the food first, eat a few bites quickly, and then leave. Fortunately, the table where Ethan was sitting was occupied by children, and no one packed up the food, so they were able to sit down and finish the meal. Aren't we packing? The girl looked at the plastic bags in the hands of the aunties, leaned over, and asked Ethan softly in his ear. No need to fight. Just eat until you are full. Ethan doesn't have the habit of taking home food. He doesn't like to bring the food from the banquet home, as he feels that it will lose its original flavor. Come, have some shrimp. No need to rush. Ethan put the peeled shrimp in a Chloe's bowl. Looking at the peeled shrimps in the bowl, Chloe felt a warm feeling in her heart. Now, someone was peeling shrimps for her. Thank you, Ethan. The girl devoured the shrimp in the bowl in one bite. The shrimp tasted especially delicious in her mouth because Ethan peeled it for her. 10 minutes later, most of the people in the banquet hall had left, leaving only a few drinking geeks sitting at the table. Chloe also put down her chopsticks. Today's meal was the best one Chloe had ever had in her life. Are you full? Ethan asked. Uh-huh. Then let's go. After that, Ethan said to Brother Chun, Brother Chun, we are full, so we will leave first. Are you driving back? No, what's wrong, Brother Chun? Nothing. Just want to take my car back? I just happened to be passing by your place. Ethan glanced at Chloe and remembered how she felt carsick when she took the online taxi when she first came here. After thinking it over, he agreed. All right. Thank you, Brother Chun. Chloe thought that she might feel better if she took a ride with her colleague. After all, he would not be in a hurry like the online car-hailing driver and drive very fast. The three of them walked out of the hotel together and came to the parking lot. Ethan was familiar with Brother Chen's car, and this was not his first time riding in Brother Chen's car. Sitting in the back seat and fastening the seatbelt, Brother Chen started the car, and the car drove out of the hotel and drove steadily on the road. Chloe, how are you, carsick? Ethan asked with concern. No. Chloe clearly felt that she was not very carsick this time. That's good. Ethan's heart was finally at ease. After all, the girl had eaten so much in the hotel. If she got carsick, it would be even worse than in the morning. Don't worry, it drive very steadily. Brother Chen sat in front. Ethan could also clearly feel that Brother Chun drove the car calmly. An hour later, the car arrived near the community where Ethan lived. Thank you, Brother Chun. Oh, you're so polite. The two got out of the car, thanked Brother Chun, and walked towards where they lived. Chloe, how do you feel? Ethan was worried about Chloe's condition and asked again. I'm fine, Ethan. She knew that Ethan was concerned about her, and she didn't mind Ethan's nagging. After all, it was a blessing to have someone care about you. That's great. Let's go look at the house now. I've already made an appointment with the landlord. Good. The girl nodded in agreement. The two came to where the electric bikes were parked, got on them, and drove towards the residential area not far away. The house they were planning to move to was not far from where they lived before, and it took them less than 5 minutes to get downstairs. It should be this one, Ethan said as he looked at a building in the neighborhood that was facing the wall. This community is also relatively old, but it is better than the one I lived in before. There are security guards at the door. The only problem is that the exterior walls here are not painted white, but brown. If Ethan guessed correctly, this should be a building from the last century. Hello. Is this the landlord? I'm already downstairs. Where are you? Are those men and women standing downstairs you? Yes, the two of us are downstairs. I'm coming down to pick you up now. Good. After that, Ethan hung up the phone and said to Chloe, the landlord is coming to pick us up now. We'll wait here for a while. Okay. The two of them first looked at the corridor downstairs. Within 2 minutes, a short and fat middle-aged woman walked out of the corridor. You are Ethan, right? Yes, I am. Then follow me. Ethan and Chloe followed the landlord up the stairs. After climbing 5 floors, they finally arrived at the house they were going to rent. The door was already open, and the two walked straight in. The floor of the house is paved with the latest tiles, and it seems that it has been renovated recently. There's also a sofa, a TV cabinet, and some chairs in the living room. The master bedroom and the second bedroom each have a bed. Both are equipped with air conditioning, and the bathroom is also equipped with a water heater. Ethan thought it was pretty good. After all, renting a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room house in Harbor City for $1,200 was already pretty good. How's it going, Chloe? Ethan asked Chloe what she thought. She didn't have any opinion. The only thing she cared about was the price. As long as Ethan thought it was good, she thought it was good too. Okay then, we'll rent this house. Seeing that the two were so straightforward, the landlord happily took out the rental contract. Then let's sign the contract. The minimum lease here is 1 year, 1 month deposit and 1 month payment. Is that okay? No problem. Ethan nodded, took the rental contract from the landlord, filled in the relevant information, and signed and stamped his fingerprint. I took out my phone and added the landlord's WeChat. This is the first month's rent and deposit. Keep it safe. Ethan quickly transferred 2,400 yuan from WeChat to the landlord's WeChat. The landlord took the money and took out 2 sets of keys from his pocket. These 2 sets of keys are the keys to the front door of this house and the keys to the doors inside. Keep them safe. Ethan took the 2 sets of keys, and they were exactly the same. The landlord was quite considerate, knowing that there were 2 people living there, so he gave 2 sets of keys. Okay, thank you. Ethan handed one of the keys to Chloe. From now on, you just need to pay me the rent on this day of every month. The house will be rented to you starting today. As for when you move in, I don't care. After giving instructions for other matters, the landlord left the house. Chapter 35, Choosing Furniture. Okay, thank you. Ethan thanked the door and closed it. Chloe, let's go around the house together and see if there's anything that needs rearranging. Ethan turned to Chloe and said, now that they have a house, the 2 can plan the layout of the new house. Chloe looked around and found that the house was quite complete with furniture. I have nothing to change. Okay, then check which room you want to stay in. Chloe has already decided which room she will live in. She will live in the 2nd bedroom, and the master bedroom will be left to Ethan. After all, it is Ethan's money that is being spent now, and she cannot take over the reins. She has made no contribution, but she wants to use the best. This is not in line with her values. I'll just live in this room, Chloe said, pointing to the 2nd bedroom. Okay then, take a look and tell me if there's anything you need to buy. We'll go buy it together this afternoon and try to move in tomorrow. Ethan had been planning to move for a long time, and he didn't want Chloe to keep squeezing in a small single room with him and sleeping on the small sofa. Chloe walked into the room and took a look. The bed was already there. She just needed to go back and move the pillows, bedding, and other things over. The only thing missing was a table. She wanted to put a table in her room, preferably one with a bookshelf and a mirror, so that she could sit in front of the table and comb her hair in the mirror every day. If she came across a book that interested her, she could buy it and study there. There's still a table missing. Table? Yes, I would like a table. Chloe said weakly. You mean a dressing table, right? Okay, I'll buy it for you this afternoon. How can a girl's room be without a dressing table? Ethan also realized this. Any other furniture you'd like? Chloe looked around the room again and counted on her fingers. Wardrobe, bed, quilt and pillow, dressing table, bedside table. Okay, Ethan. Okay, let's look somewhere else. The 2 came to the balcony again. The balcony was quite wide, with a clothesline placed on it and some empty potted plants placed on handrails. If you have time, you can also plant potted plants to add some homely atmosphere. Then the 2 of them took a closer look at the bathroom and kitchen. Basically, the equipment was quite complete, and the landlord had installed gas stoves, water heaters, and other things. I looked at the time, and it was almost 2 o'clock. Let's go eat first, and then go to the furniture store to pick out a dressing table for you. Ethan suggested. The girl nodded and followed Ethan's steps out of the house. At the ramen restaurant downstairs, Ethan and Chloe simply ordered a bowl of noodles to fill their stomach, then rode their electric bikes towards the furniture store. When they arrived at the furniture store, the staff took care of them warmly. Handsome guy and beautiful girl. Would you like to look at the furniture? Ethan nodded affirmatively. We want a dressing table. Dressing table, huh? Come over here with me. The staff led Ethan and Chloe to where the dressing table was placed. Take a look. Which one do you need? Ethan looked at the girl beside him. Which would you like? Chloe looked at the various dressing tables and was unable to make a decision. However, what she's most worried about is the price. She gently pulled the corner of Ethan's clothes and whispered to Ethan, Are these tables expensive? Hearing what the girl said, Ethan knew that she was worried about money again. It's okay, Chloe. Just pick what you like. These tables are not worth much. Really? The girl gave Ethan a questioning look. Real? Ethan patted the girl's head and answered affirmatively. After getting Ethan's approval, the girl began to make her selection with confidence. Finally, she settled on a pink lacquered table with a round mirror on it. There was a small bookcase on the left that could hold a few books and a shelf on the right for cosmetics and combs. The tabletop was relatively wide, but still much smaller than the other tables. Although Ethan said it was not worth much, she was still afraid that the price was too high, so she chose a smaller table. That's it, Ethan said, looking at the table Chloe pointed at. The waiter quickly said, The price of this dressing table is 499 yuan, but I recommend you buy this one. The staff member pointed to another dressing table from Jiaodong University not far away and said, This table is half the size of that one, and the price is only 150 yuan more. Ethan looked at Chloe, wanting to ask her opinion. I just want this one is enough. Chloe tugged on Ethan's shirt and whispered, 499 yuan. That's 500 yuan, which is already very expensive for her. Add another 150 yuan, and it would be 650. A table is so expensive that Chloe was a little reluctant. Although it was not her money, she felt bad letting Ethan pay for it. Ethan walked over to the dressing table that Chloe had chosen and took a look. It was actually quite good. The desktop was quite wide, and there was still some space left after putting a laptop down. It was still okay. Ethan planned to buy her a computer once she became proficient in making videos, so the table he bought now had to be big enough. Okay, this is the table. Ethan made the decision. Seeing that the two had decided to buy the table, the staff said no more. Can you deliver to your door? Ethan asked the staff. Sure, but you need to pay $30 for shipping. Okay. Ethan didn't say anything more and directly scanned the code and transferred 529 yuan. After receiving the money, the merchant immediately handed Ethan a bill. After Ethan filled in the delivery address and time, he took Chloe away from the furniture store. When I got home, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Looking at the small studio where he had lived for nearly 4 years, Ethan still felt a little nostalgic. This small room was my first home after I entered society. Although it is neither wide nor large, it has sheltered me from the wind and rain for 4 years, so I still have some feelings for it. Chloe, let's pack up some of the things we don't use often. We'll move to our new home tomorrow morning. Okay, Ethan. They're moving tomorrow, and Chloe has some feelings for this room. The sofa and the bed are the testimony of her and Ethan's relationship. Now, she still remembers what it looked like when she first entered this house. I was terrified and uneasy at that time. I still remember the inner struggle I felt when I slept on the small sofa on the first day. The disability certificate hidden in my hand, and myself secretly leaving lip prints on Ethan's cheek that afternoon. We are moving out of here soon. Chapter 36 Preparations Before Moving. Ethan in this small house over the past few days, Chloe felt a little reluctant. But people always pursue a better life, and now this house is no longer enough to accommodate their yearning for life. After a while, the two of them sorted out their thoughts and first packed up all the things Ethan had bought over the years that did not belong to the landlord, and then packed up the clothes and shoes. In less than 2 hours, Ethan and Chloe had packed up everything in the house, putting everything except the bedding into bags and storage boxes. There were 5 large bags, several storage boxes, and some cardboard boxes, all placed in the entrance hall. Most of these things belonged to Ethan, and Chloe only had a suitcase and a small bag. She had been here for a short time and did not have many daily necessities. At this time, the sky gradually darkened, the whole city became brightly lit, and night fell. Ethan exhaled and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. He was finally done and was exhausted. Have a drink of water. Chloe brought a glass of water in a disposable cup and handed it to Ethan. When it was time to pack up, it was Ethan who did most of the work. She could not help much, but just lent Ethan a hand. So when Ethan finished, she thoughtfully handed him a glass of water. Ethan took the water from Chloe and drank the water in the glass in one gulp. The water was warm, just as warm as Ethan's heart. Now my wife is caring and knows how hard it is for me to pack, so she brings me water. Thank you, Chloe. Ethan returned the cup to Chloe, and Chloe placed the cup on the stove. Let's go out for dinner later, and don't cook at home. Ethan suggested. It's already past 6 o'clock. After 2 hours of work, Ethan just feels exhausted. He doesn't have the heart to cook anymore. Besides, he has to move all these things to the new house tomorrow morning. So of course he wants to rest as much as possible. Chloe also agreed with Ethan's suggestion. After all, she had been driving back and forth for more than 2 hours today and had followed Ethan to look at houses and choose furniture. Her frail body looked a little tired. Why don't we go to Haidaleo tonight? Haidaleo? Is it a place with lots of seafood? Chloe had never been to Haidaleo since she was a child. When she heard the word Haidaleo coming out of Ethan's mouth, she subconsciously thought it was a seafood restaurant. Ethan was stunned when he heard the girl's words. This was common sense to ordinary people, but it did not exist in the girl's cognition. Ethan felt a little sorry for the little girl, and a tender look appeared in his eyes. No, Chloe, Haidaleo is a hot pot restaurant. Hot pot restaurant. The girl recalled the hot pot she and Ethan had eaten on the day they got their marriage certificate. Is it the same hot pot we had last time? Yes, it's almost the same, but this store has better service. Chloe felt relieved after hearing what Ethan said. As long as it was hot pot, it would probably cost about the same as that day. If it was seafood, she wouldn't be willing to spend it. When I was in junior high school, I heard from my classmates that seafood was very expensive and a meal could cost several thousand yuan. Fortunately, it's not seafood. Then go eat. Okay, I'll get a number on my phone and queue up. Queue? This was the first time Chloe heard that one had to queue up in advance to eat at a restaurant. After a while, Ethan got a number from the mini app. There were still more than a dozen tables ahead of him, but it would be quick. If he left now, it would almost be his turn by the time he arrived at the restaurant. You've already got your number. There's still more than a dozen tables. Now put on your shoes and get ready to go. By the time we get to the restaurant, it will be almost our turn. Good. Chloe and Ethan walked to the entrance, put on their own shoes, closed the door, and went to the electric shed downstairs. Although it was a bit far from the dining place, Ethan didn't plan to take a taxi. He was afraid that Chloe would get carsick again like she did this morning. He knew how carsick felt. That feeling was worse than having a bad cold, and she couldn't eat anything. Come up. Ethan pushed the electric car out of the parking space and said to Chloe, who was standing behind him. Fortunately, the sky is clear now and there is no snow, so the two can go out on their electric bikes, but the purchase of the car still needs to be finalized as soon as possible. Regardless of whether it is a luxury car or not, it must at least have 4 wheels. He cannot let the girl ride on an electric bike with him in the wind, sun, and rain. The girl sat obediently in the back seat of the electric car, using Ethan's tall body to shield herself from the wind. She didn't feel wronged, and she didn't know that Ethan was thinking about buying a car. After riding for more than 20 minutes, the two finally arrived at the foot of Four Seasons City. Ethan's hands were so cold that they hurt. After checking the sign at the door which showed that Haidaleo was on the 4th floor, Ethan pulled Chloe into the elevator. After a while, the elevator showed that it had reached the 4th floor. The moment the elevator door opened, Chloe smelled the aroma of hot pot base, and then a Haidaleo waiter came forward to greet her. I have to say that Haidaleo is really good at choosing stores. Ethan observed that no matter where Haidaleo is located, it is almost always open near an elevator, and the Haidaleo sign can be seen the moment the elevator door opens. Chloe was startled by the person in front of her. It was her first time in Four Seasons City, and she had no idea that Haidaleo's employees were so enthusiastic. She hid behind Ethan and poked her head out to look at Ethan. It's okay, Chloe. This is a Haidaleo employee. Ethan patiently comforted Chloe, then took out his cell phone and showed it to the Haidaleo employees. Hello, I'm in line online. How long will it take for us to arrive? The waiter glanced at the number on Ethan's phone and enthusiastically pulled the two of them to sit on a stool in front of the store. It will probably be your turn in 10 minutes. Please wait here for a while and drink some lemon tea. After that, the waiter poured them a cup of lemon tea and then brought some snacks. He enthusiastically handed the snacks to Chloe and apologized for scaring her with his actions just now. Chloe carefully reached out and took the snacks handed to her by the waiter, who then left with a smile and went to the elevator door to greet the next group of customers. Chloe was a little uncomfortable with the scene in front of her. Before coming, she just heard that Ethan's service would be better, but she didn't expect the employees here to be so enthusiastic. How about Chloe? The staff here have a strong sense of service, and the service is also very good. Chloe nodded. She had already felt it and admired these people in her heart. If it were her, she might not have the courage to greet guests like this. Chapter 37: The Taste of Haidaleo. Looking at the waiters who were warmly welcoming customers at the elevator door, Chloe was very impressed. These people served everyone with a smile in public. In her mind, they were like warriors. No wonder she was fired by her boss not long after her previous job. If she had 1/10 of the work ability of the employees here, she probably would not have been fired. Soon, Ethan heard his number being called on the radio. He stood up and said to Chloe, who was in a daze, "Chloe, it's our turn." Ethan stood up, and Chloe also stood up after hearing what Ethan said. When the employee saw two people standing up from their seated positions, he hurried forward to inquire. "Hello, is this number 92? Ethan nodded, and the employee led the two into the store, introducing the location of the condiment table and the bathroom to them as they walked. After a while, Chloe and Ethan followed the waiter to their table. Chloe originally wanted to sit opposite Ethan, but when she saw such an enthusiastic waiter, she gave up the idea and sat aside with Ethan. She sat inside, and Ethan sat outside, and all the social matters were left to Ethan. Afterwards, the waiter brought a plate of fruit and handed the order tablet to Ethan. After handing the tablet, the waiter took out a disposable apron and enthusiastically asked the two if they needed to wear aprons. "Yes," Ethan replied. "It is better to wear an apron when eating hot pot to avoid the soup spilling on your clothes." After the two of them put on their aprons, the waiter began to ask if they needed any drinks. Ethan came to Haidaleo. He was already familiar with the whole process. He said directly, "No, a glass of boiled water will be enough for me." Then he turned around and asked Chloe, "Chloe, what kind of drink would you like? There are kumquat lemon, plum juice, and hot soy milk. Which one would you like?" "Kumquat lemon bar." Chloe said in a low voice that among these drinks, except for soy milk, she had no idea what the others looked like, so she just picked one at random. "Then give her a glass of kumquat lemon." After hearing their request, the waiter started to get busy, and Ethan finally had time to order. He placed the tablet in front of Chloe and said, "Chloe, what kind of base do you want?" Chloe looked at the tablet in front of Eugene and felt it looked very high-end. It was the first time she saw someone ordering food using a tablet. I'm fine, order Ethan." Chloe, who came to Hadaleo for the first time, was not familiar with the names of the dishes, nor did she know what tasted good. Most importantly, she was afraid that the dishes would be expensive, so she gave the task of ordering to Ethan. "Okay, let's start with a beef fat pot and a tomato pot. Can you handle spicy food?" "Able." Ethan chose a 4-square grid, and then ordered some other beef, mutton, pork rolls, tripe and shrimp balls, plus some vegetarian dishes, for a total of 9 dishes. "Chloe, is there anything else you need to add?" Ethan handed the tablet to Chloe again. Chloe looked at the dishes that had been ordered and was a little shocked that this hot pot meal would cost $300. "That's enough, Ethan." She pushed the tablet towards Ethan. "Okay, that's it for now. If you need anything later, you must tell me." Ethan spoke to Chloe earnestly. He knew that this girl was afraid of spending money and was worried that she wanted to eat something but didn't dare to ask. "I see," Chloe whispered back. "Then let's go to the condiments counter and get some condiments." After that, Ethan stood up and took Chloe to the condiments table. Ethan eats hot pot. He likes to eat sesame sauce, chopped green onions, and coriander. It smells so good when he puts them in a bowl and wraps them in meat rolls. "Take a look and see if there is anything you would like to eat." Ethan handed Chloe a bowl. Chloe took the bowl. She didn't know what to choose. It was the first time she had ever been to a hot pot restaurant. When she ate hot pot with her grandmother at home, they just added some chili peppers. "Don't know what to add?" "Then put some sesame sauce, chopped green onions, and minced garlic." Ethan noticed Chloe's hesitation with the small bowl and gave her some suggestions. After a while, the two of them had chosen their own side dishes. "Let's go. The bottom of the pot should be coming up by now." Ethan returned to his seat with the selected condiments in his hand. At this time, the waiter had already brought the pot base and then served the dishes they ordered one after another. The two sat down and waited for the pot to boil. Chloe, who seemed to have nothing to do, picked up the kumquat lemon and took a sip. Seeing the girl take a sip of her drink, Ethan asked with a smile, "How is this drink? Is it delicious?" "It's okay, sour and sweet, with a hint of—" She couldn't tell what it smelled like. "Is it the taste of kumquat?" She didn't know what kumquat tasted like, but since Ethan said it was, then it must be. Steam began to rise from the bottom of the pot. The oil began to boil, and Ethan put the beef rolls in. This beef roll is cut relatively thinly, and you can eat it later. "Uh-huh." Chloe nodded. Ethan opened his own video. He wanted to see how popular his video was. After taking a look at the back end, I found that some advertisers have already started sending me private messages. That's not bad. I've been running this account for a year, and it's finally paid off. Ethan clicked on those who wanted him to promote their ads, and the prices offered ranged from a few thousand yuan to tens or 20,000 yuan, but most of them depended on the specific number of views. Putting down his phone, Ethan picked up a beef roll for Chloe. "Come on, Chloe. The beef is cooked. Try it." "Thanks." Chloe took the beef roll that Ethan gave her, dipped it in the sauce, and put it in her mouth in one bite. The chewy beef is delicious when paired with the dipping sauce. "How is it? Is it spicy? Is it delicious?" Ethan asked with concern. He didn't know how well this girl could handle spicy food, and was worried that the beef hot pot might be too spicy for her to handle. "Not spicy, very delicious." After getting the girl's feedback, Ethan gave her a few more pieces of beef rolls. "If it tastes good, eat more." After the beef rolls, there are also lamb rolls, shrimp rolls, and tripe. "Uh-huh." Chloe ate the beef roll that Ethan put in her bowl with big mouthfuls. It turns out that Hadaleo tastes so good. Ethan didn't say anything. He just smiled and watched the girl eat. She was so cute. Chapter 38, he is so considerate. Eat slowly, there's still a lot here. Watching the girl eating, Ethan was worried that she would choke. "Yeah, you eat too, Ethan." "Okay, well." Ethan also added a piece of beef roll for himself, put it in his mouth, and chewed it. It still had the familiar texture and taste. After finishing the beef rolls, Ethan put the tripe into the pot. Watching the tripe rolling in the pot, Chloe felt a little excited. Although the tripe looked a little strange, it tasted delicious, especially its chewy texture. Come, eat tripe. Ethan put the tripe that had been in the pot for more than 10 seconds into Chloe's bowl. Chloe saw the tripe in her bowl. She recalled the first time she had hot pot with Ethan. At that time, their relationship was still unfamiliar, but it was also her first time to eat tripe. From that day on, Ethan has always taken good care of himself. He would pick food for himself and care about whether he was warm and whether he had money. It all started on that snowy night. Ethan saved himself from the icy river and also saved his life from the dark and cold place. Since then, I have eaten a lot of delicious food, and the food is several times better than before. If it weren't for Ethan, I might have been put into a small box like my grandma. All the sufferings he had endured in the past 20 years seemed to be paving the way for meeting Ethan. Ethan is my benefactor. Why are you in a daze, Chloe? Eat quickly, or it won't taste good if it gets cold. Okowo. Ethan's words brought Chloe's thoughts back to reality. By the way, I remember you said before that you were taken in by an old lady, right? Ethan suddenly asked. Right. Do you know where Grandma is buried now? How about we go and see her some other day? Ethan suddenly thought of this. If it weren't for the old lady he had never met, he probably wouldn't have met Chloe. He still has to go and pay his respects to her when he has time. Really, Chloe was excited when she heard Ethan say that he wanted to go visit the grandmother who had adopted her. Yes, I have never visited my grandmother since she passed away. After all, she is one of the few people in this world who treats me well. Real. Ethan nodded and said affirmatively. I remember. Although she has a mild intellectual disability, she still remembers clearly the location of her grandmother's grave. Although she only lived with her grandmother for 2 years after leaving the orphanage, they still established an extremely deep relationship. Well, when I take my annual leave in a while, we will go to see Grandma together. Uh-huh. Chloe nodded happily. Ethan was so nice to her. She had made the right choice of him. Chloe thought the hot pot was especially delicious. It's time to let go of the knot in my heart that has been there for more than a month. Although she has no blood relationship with her grandmother's kindness is real. It has been more than a month since my grandmother passed away, and I have never visited her grave. According to the custom in Haigang City, when an elderly person in the family dies, the full-grown descendants are required to visit the grave. It won't be too late to go there after some time. At least I went there. Chloe thought to herself, and her guilt towards her grandmother also decreased a lot. In less than an hour, the two of them had finished all the food on the table. Chloe, are you full? If you want more, you can order more. Ethan said as he looked at the empty bowl on the table. That's enough. I'm full. Really? Chloe, please don't be polite to me. Looking at Chloe's slender figure, Ethan was afraid that the girl might not be full, but was too embarrassed to ask for more food. I'm really full. Chloe picked up the tabletop tissue and wiped her mouth. She was really full, and in order not to waste food, she felt a little bloated. Okay then, let's pay the bill and leave. Ethan called the waiter, paid the bill, and then took Chloe out of the hot pot restaurant. The waiter enthusiastically followed them and walked them a distance. When they arrived at the elevator door, the staff kindly pressed the elevator button for them. Chloe finally relaxed after entering the elevator. She felt really uncomfortable during this meal. The waiters around her kept circling around her, either helping her serve dishes or refilling drinks in her glasses, which made her very uncomfortable. Ethan, let's not eat at this restaurant anymore. Chloe in the elevator pulled Ethan's hand and said. Chloe is no longer shy about holding hands with Ethan, even in public. This is also further proof of the relationship between the two. What's wrong, Chloe? Is the hot pot here not tasty? No, it's not, Ethan. They were too enthusiastic and kept watching me eat. I didn't like it. So that's how it is. It's okay, Chloe. That's how the employees here are. They have to pay attention to the customers at all times, otherwise they might get scolded by the manager. Ethan explained, patting Chloe's head. But I still don't like it here. Okay, since Chloe doesn't like it, we won't eat here anymore. Ethan agreed. After all, this was the first time in such a long time that the girl said in front of him that she didn't like something. It seems that my status in the girl's heart has risen. After all, she has learned to express her demands to me. The elevator door opened and the two came to the first floor. Ethan remembered the scene of giving cash to Chloe at the bank door today. The girl's wallet is still in tatters. Now there's a shopping mall nearby, so why not buy her a new one? Thinking of this, Ethan took Chloe's hand and walked towards the boutique. The girl's hand was held by Ethan, and she did not struggle, but let Ethan pull her away. Now the two looked like a couple, but not quite like a couple in love. Everyone else was walking side by side holding hands, but but Chloe was the only one who was being held behind by Ethan. Arriving at the boutique, Ethan picked up a women's purse. Chloe, what do you think of this wallet? Chloe knew that Ethan probably saw her worn-out wallet in the morning and wanted to buy her a new one. She was just mentally retarded, but not stupid, and she could see Ethan's intentions. I took a look at the price. A wallet was more than 30 yuan, which was a bit expensive. However, even if I refused now, Ethan would buy it for me. So I decided to give up. Can? Chloe nodded. Okay, you can use this new wallet from now on. After taking the wallet to the front desk and paying, Ethan handed the newly bought wallet to Chloe. Looking at the wallet in her hand, Chloe was touched again. This was not the first time. He is so sweet. Chapter 39, as long as you pay, you will get rewards. Looking at the man walking in front of her, she felt a little overwhelmed. Where could she find such a caring partner? She didn't know if the girl before was blind to reject Ethan. However, it was fortunate that the woman rejected Ethan, which allowed me to meet him. Chloe took a bold step and walked side by side with Ethan. This time, she no longer followed behind Ethan like before. She confidently let Ethan hold her hand and followed Ethan out of Four Seasons City. Riding on their electric scooters, the two returned home. Ethan changed his shoes. He sat in front of the computer. It was past 9 o'clock, but it was not too late, so Ethan planned to take a look at the ads that the advertisements asked him to run. After all, the price is not low. I will try to make a video in the next 2 days to see how much profit I can make. Chloe, I have to be busy for a while. You can watch the videos by yourself, or take a shower first. Uh-huh. Chloe knew he was busy, so she didn't disturb him. She sat on the sofa, picked up her phone, and started studying short videos. She looked at the short video she had posted before, and it seemed that not many people viewed it. The video only stopped at more than 10,000 views, and there were only a few hundred likes. She felt a little disappointed. She still couldn't get millions of views for her videos like Ethan did. Ethan was busy with the advertisement and didn't notice Chloe's emotions. It took him more than half an hour to finalize the plan. He planned to take an advertisement for a music software. The other party would pay according to the number of fans and views. If the number of views of this advertisement exceeded 1 million, Ethan would be able to earn 20,000 yuan. Right now, he just had to hurry up and make the video. However, it was already quite late, and Ethan, who had been busy all day, didn't want to continue working in the middle of the night, so he turned off his computer. He turned around and found that Chloe had been standing behind him without him knowing when. Chloe, when did you get here? I've been watching for a while. Ethan, were you just working on the advertising thing? Chloe asked. Yes, Chloe. I plan to take an advertisement in the next 2 days. If I can do it well, I can earn a lot of money. After hearing what Ethan said, Chloe felt even more disappointed. What's wrong, Chloe? Seeing that Chloe's expression was a little gloomy, Ethan quickly asked. Nothing, just... Chloe held the phone and stopped talking. What's up, Chloe? Tell me what's wrong, and I'll see if I can help you solve it. Chloe handed her phone to Ethan, and the screen was still on her video account on Douyin. Ethan looked at Chloe's Douyin account and found that the video she posted before only had 10,000 views. Is this why you're unhappy? But, to be honest, Chloe's grades are much better than Ethan's. Ethan remembered that when he first posted a video, it only had 500 views, while Chloe's first video had 10,000 views. Ethan's guidance is also indispensable. It's okay, Chloe, you're already great. Your first video has 10,000 views. My first video only had 500 views. You're much better than me now. As long as you keep going, you'll be like me in the future. Ethan encouraged. Hearing Ethan say this, Chloe's fighting spirit was ignited. If I just keep going, can I achieve what you have today? Chloe asked Ethan. Yes, as long as Chloe persists, it will be rewarded. Really? Real? Ethan nodded. In fact, he was not sure in his heart, because the internet was something that depended on luck in addition to strength. He was not sure if Chloe could be like him. After receiving Ethan's affirmation, the gloom on Chloe's face disappeared. As long as you work hard, you will be rewarded. Okay, take a shower and go to bed. We've been busy all day, and we have to move tomorrow. Okay, Ethan. The girl happily took out her pajamas, put on flip-flops, walked towards the bathroom, and finished her bath in a short while. Ethan, I'm done. You should take a shower too, and then go to bed. Okay, Chloe. Ethan nodded in agreement, then picked up his pajamas and went into the bathroom. After a while, Ethan came out of the bathroom after taking a shower and saw Chloe lying in bed. He turned off the light and climbed into his bed. In the dark room, a white, tender, and slender hand stretched out in front of Ethan. It was undoubtedly Chloe's. This girl has become bolder now and is no longer timid when she wants to hold hands with me. Ethan held the little hand and said, Okay, Time to go to bed. The owner of the little hand also said, uh-huh. Good night, Ethan. Good night, Chloe. They both closed their eyes quietly, and the room became quiet again, with only the sound of wheels crushing snow coming from outside the window from time to time. It snowed again that night, but the two people in the house were using the air conditioner and didn't feel the cold at all. On the eve of dawn, the snow slowly stopped and the sky gradually cleared up. It seemed that in order not to disturb the people in this city from traveling, God chose to only snow at night. The morning sunlight gradually penetrated through the window, shone on the curtains, and drove away the darkness in the room. The traffic on the street began to increase, and the vendors on both sides of the street began to shout. A new day began. Chloe opened her eyes and looked at Ethan, who was still sleeping soundly on the bed. She slowly got up and went to the bathroom to change her clothes. In order not to wake Ethan up, she did not wash up in advance, but carefully got back into bed. Soon, Ethan's cell phone alarm rang. Ethan turned off the alarm with sleepy eyes, turned his head to look at Chloe, and found that Chloe was already looking at him with round eyes. This girl still gets up so early. Good morning, Ethan. The girl greeted Ethan. Good morning, Chloe. After replying to Chloe, Ethan sat up straight, yawned and said, wash up. We'll go downstairs for breakfast later. Uh-huh. At the breakfast shop downstairs, Ethan ordered fried dough sticks with soy milk as usual, while Chloe ate meat buns. They ate their own food without disturbing each other. Chapter 40 Moving. After breakfast, the two returned home. Other things had been packed yesterday, and now only some bedding, pillows, and other things were left to be packed. Please pack up your quilts, pillows, and other things. I'll call a taxi to move everything over later. Ethan spoke up. Uh-huh. Chloe nodded, and the two of them started working in the room. It took more than 2 hours to pack up everything in the house. Huh. Ethan breathed a sigh of relief. He was really exhausted. Ethan was the one who packed up almost the entire time, and Chloe was only responsible for helping out. Due to Chloe's special physical reasons, Ethan didn't dare to assign too much work to her. Here, Ethan. Chloe poured a glass of water and handed it to Ethan. Thanks. Ethan took the water and drank it all. Now the relationship between me and my wife is getting closer and closer. When she knows that I am tired from work, she will pour me water to drink. That's not bad. Ethan felt warm inside. It was good to have someone to accompany him. Chloe, do you still want to drink water? I don't drink. After getting Chloe's reply, Ethan poured out the water in the kettle and put it into the storage box. Although this kettle is not expensive, it is also a daily necessity. It would be a pity to throw it away, so I'd better take it to my new home. After finishing everything, Ethan sat on the bed, which only had a mattress, opened his phone, and called a Hualala, and soon someone accepted the order. While the driver was arriving, Ethan could finally take a break. Chloe sat on the sofa and looked at the floor filled with bags and storage boxes. In fact, this house is quite big, at least bigger than where I and my grandma lived before. But now I'm about to move into a new house and will have my own room. I'm still excited just thinking about it. After a while, the Hualala driver drove the car downstairs and Ethan's phone rang. Hello. Hello, is this Hualala? Yes, I'm on the 3rd floor. Come up now and I'll open the door. Ethan hung up the phone, walked to the door, and opened it. Chloe, the Hualala driver will come to help us move the things downstairs. You just go downstairs and keep watch over the things. Don't you want me to move it? Chloe asked curiously. She had originally planned to help Ethan move the things downstairs. No need, Chloe. You can just go downstairs and help us keep watch over our stuff. I and the Hualala driver will move these together. Looking at the girl's thin body, Ethan was reluctant to let her move them. After all, each of these bags and storage boxes weighed dozens of kilograms, and she definitely couldn't carry them. Okay then, I'll go down with you guys later. Yeah, Chloe is the best. Ethan praised Chloe, stood up, and started moving things to the door. The Hualala driver also walked to the door at this time. You guys are moving, right? Yes, master. All these things must be moved down. Ethan said, pointing at the duffel bag sitting by the door. Okay. The master bent down, picked up 2 bags, and walked downstairs. Ethan also picked up 2 bags, turned to Chloe, and said, Chloe, let's go downstairs together. Chloe followed behind the 2 men obediently, watching Ethan carrying a large bag in each hand, her vision completely blocked. She was a little worried and wanted to go forward to help, but the bags were too big and the corridor was too small, so she could only follow behind and watch. Fortunately, there were no problems all the way from upstairs to downstairs, and Li Ruo felt relieved only after walking out of the stairs. After putting the things in the car, Ethan and the Hualala driver went upstairs without stopping. They went back and forth 3 times before they finished moving all the things. The master got in the car and said to Ethan, "The back of the car is used for loading goods. Now the passenger seat can only accommodate one person. Who will get in?" "No need, master. We can ride our electric bikes over there. You could drive your car over first." "That's fine." The master nodded, stepped on the accelerator, and the back of the car slowly left the community. "Let's go, Chloe." Ethan brought Chloe to the electric shed, and they both got on the electric car and drove towards their new home. The moving journey began here. If nothing unexpected happened, the two might never step into this neighborhood again. Looking at the plants and trees around the community, the mottled corners, and the garbage piled up everywhere, Ethan still felt a little nostalgic. After all, he had lived here for almost 4 years and was familiar with everything around him. But all good things in life must come to an end. What I should do in the future is to work hard and strive to own a house of my own in this harbor city, and not let Chloe live with me in a rented house anymore. In a blink of an eye, the two of them had arrived downstairs of their new home on their electric bikes, and the Huala driver had already parked the car and was waiting for them downstairs. "Thank you for your hard work, master. Now we have to move the things upstairs, this time to the 5th floor." "It's okay. It's what I should do." The master waved his hand and walked up the stairs carrying 2 bags. Ethan sighed. People who work often are really different. He was almost exhausted after moving downstairs just now, but this master can still carry 2 bags of luggage upstairs without slowing down at all. "Chloe, you stay here and watch the things. I will carry them upstairs with the master." "Uh-huh." Chloe nodded obediently and watched Ethan climb the stairs with a bag in each hand. Ethan climbed the stairs while trying to catch up with his master, but the other person was walking too fast, and Ethan couldn't even catch up with the shadow. After a break, Ethan finally climbed to the 5th floor. Looking at the panting Ethan, the master said, "Young man, you should exercise more. Look at me. I climbed 5 floors in one breath without even taking a breath." "Huh, master, you are really amazing." Ethan smiled, took out the key, and opened the door, and, after putting the things into the house, the two went downstairs to move them a second time. This time, Ethan was a little exhausted, so he just picked up a storage box and followed the master up the stairs. It took more than half an hour to move the things in the car upstairs, and Ethan was exhausted. Downstairs, Ethan panted and said to the Huala driver, "Thank you, driver." "You're welcome. It's my pleasure." The driver closed the car door and drove out of the community. Ethan looked at the time. It was already noon, so he decided to eat something before coming back to decorate the house. After paying the driver on his mobile phone, he took Chloe to the gate of the community. "Let's just make do with what's nearby at noon today." "Uh-huh." Chloe nodded. She didn't mind what to eat and didn't ask to eat at any particular place. She knew that Ethan was very tired now. If the kitchen of the new house hadn't been cleaned up yet, she would cook for Ethan. Chapter 41, New Home. Arriving at the gate of the community, Ethan and Chloe walked into a small restaurant, ordered a few side dishes, and ate them. These small restaurants are cheap, to be honest. The meal for 2 people only costs more than 40 yuan. However, the food is of good quality. It is not too delicious, but not particularly bad either. After lunch, the two arrived at their new home. The first thing they did was to take out the things in the bags and put them in place according to their original locations. Since the newly rented house had an extra living room and bedroom, the things the two of them packed didn't seem particularly bulky here. First, I took out some commonly used items and placed them on the TV cabinet in the living room, and then took out fans for summer use and other things. The two of them worked for more than 2 hours before they arranged everything. I looked at the time. It was past 3 in the afternoon, so the delivery person for the dressing table should be here soon. Just as he was saying it, Ethan's cell phone rang. After answering the call, Ethan asked the furniture delivery man to help move the dressing table to the 5th floor. In a short while, a brand new dressing table was moved into the house. Ethan moved the table to Chloe's bedroom and asked Chloe, "Chloe, where do you think this table should be placed?" Chloe looked at the layout of the bedroom and found that the head of the bed was next to the door. "Just put it here," Chloe said, pointing to a wall near the door. "Yeah, that's not bad. There is some distance from the head of the bed to the door, which is just enough to put a table. This way, you can't see the bed at first glance when you enter the bedroom, and the layout is more harmonious." Ethan moved the table with difficulty, placed it against the wall, then took 2 steps back to take a look. Well, it's pretty good. After finishing all this, the two began to clean the house. As no one had lived there for a while, a lot of dust had accumulated on the floor and windowsills. The two of them, one holding a broom and the other holding a mop, worked hard in the house. Before long, the house looked brand new. After cleaning the house, the two put sheets and quilts on the bed and made it. At this point, the task was successfully completed. After looking around the house, I already feel like home. I will be living in this house starting tonight. Ethan was a little uncomfortable with the sudden change of environment, but he was still happy when he thought that Chloe didn't have to sleep on the sofa anymore. After all, since someone chose to follow me, I have to give something. Although I can't give them a car or a house, I have to at least give them a comfortable living environment. Everything in the house has been basically arranged, and everything that should be placed has been placed. Now all that's missing is a computer. There's only one computer at home now. He needs to use it, and Chloe also needs to use it. Ethan thought, so he might as well put the computer in the living room so that Chloe can use it when he is at work. Place the computer desk brought from the previous house next to the TV cabinet, then put the ornaments bought from the previous home on the table, and finally put the laptop on it, and you're done. Ethan remembered that he had another advertising job that he hadn't taken yet, so he decided to make a short video while he still had time. Sitting in front of the computer, Ethan turned it on and found the folder where he stored his materials. Chloe, I'm going to be busy for a while. You can play with your phone first. Okay, Chloe replied from inside the room. She knew that Ethan was making money, so she didn't bother Ethan and stayed in her room. She was still very excited inside. After 20 years, she finally had a room of her own. At this moment, all the suffering I had endured over the past 20 years seemed to be crystallized. Yes, fortunately there is Ethan. If not for Ethan, I might still be wearing tattered clothes and living in a dark and damp little house. It's a pity for my grandma, who couldn't find a good place to settle down even when she was old. She lay down on the soft bed, pulled the quilt over her, and felt this moment that belonged to her alone. The room is well soundproofed. When you close the door and windows, you can hardly hear any sound from the outside. It is very quiet. This is what it feels like to have a room of your own. It seems like something is missing around me. What was it? Chloe couldn't tell. She just felt a little uneasy because there was no familiar touch on her hand. At 7 o'clock in the evening, after working for more than 2 hours, Ethan finally finished the video. He looked into the living room, but did not see Chloe, only her closed door. Maybe I was too tired from moving today, so I want to sleep. Ethan thought to himself, hesitating whether to wake up Chloe and ask if they should go out for dinner or order takeout. When he reached the door, he thought about it and decided to give up. Since the girl was tired, he would let her sleep a little longer. He would order the takeout first and wake her up when arrived. The door suddenly opened at this moment, and Ethan saw Chloe's pretty face. "You're awake, Chloe." Chloe nodded. In fact, she was not asleep at all. When Ethan walked to the door, she keenly heard the footsteps. She didn't know what she was expecting in her heart. There was an inexplicable force that urged her to open the door. Now she had a room of her own, but it felt very empty. She had a strange feeling as if something was missing. "Are you hungry? Should we go out to eat or order takeout tonight? Can't you cook at home?" The girl asked doubtfully. "I'm too tired from moving today, so I'd better not do it myself. Besides, there's not much food left in the refrigerator. I just moved today, and the only food I brought from there was eggs and some milk, nothing else." "Well, let's order takeout, Ethan." Hearing that there were no vegetables in the refrigerator, the girl compromised. She really wanted to cook for Ethan. After all, she couldn't contribute anything else in this family except cooking. "Okay, then, is there anything you want to eat?" Ethan pulled out his phone and held it out to Chloe. "Just eat this," Chloe said, pointing at the pickled fish on her phone. It was the first time she had seen the dish of pickled fish. It didn't look expensive, costing only over 30 yuan per serving. "Okay, how about ordering a plate of pickled fish and a plate of stir-fried bitter melon and beef?" "Okay." The girl was no longer reserved and didn't say anything more. After spending so many days with Ethan, she knew Ethan's spending level. Even if she said it was too expensive, Ethan would still buy it. Now, I can only learn how to make videos and try to make money one day, and then return this kindness to Ethan. Chapter 42, A Bowl of Pickled Fish. After waiting for half an hour, the delivery guy finally delivered the food. The two took the food to the kitchen, where there was a relatively large round table. Now, they no longer had to squeeze on the small coffee table to eat. Chloe and Ethan sat down around the table and opened the takeout boxes. The fragrant smell of pickled fish filled the room. "It smells so good, Ethan." The girl took a deep breath of the aroma of the pickled fish. "If it smells good, eat more later." Ethan picked up the bowl on the table and filled Chloe with fish soup, which also contained a few pieces of fish. "Eat it." "Thanks." Ethan served the girl. He also served himself a bowl. The girl looks so adorable as she drinks the soup carefully. Bang, bang, bang. My heart kept beating and there was that throbbing feeling again. Is it tasty? Ethan calmed himself and asked. Tasty. The girl picked up a piece of fish and put it in her mouth, speaking with her cheeks puffed out. It was so cute. Ethan's heart almost jumped out his chest. However, since the girl has been with him for a few days, her personality seems to have changed. At least she is no longer as dull as before. You eat too, Ethan. Seeing Ethan in a daze, the girl hurriedly reminded him. Yeah, I'll eat. Ethan showed a relieved smile on his face. This girl now knows how to remind himself. It really feels like my daughter has grown up. Seeing the changes in Chloe, Ethan was happy from the bottom of his heart. Both of them enjoyed the meal very much. A bowl of pickled fish and a plate of bitter melon and beef were finished in less than half an hour. Chloe cleared the dishes on the table as usual, and Ethan didn't be polite to her. After all, this was a way for girls to gain a sense of recognition. Ethan stood up and glanced at his phone. It was already past 8 o'clock. He was tired after a long day and had to go to work tomorrow, so he decided to go to bed early. Chloe, clean up. I'm going to take a shower first. Uh-huh. A girl's voice came from the kitchen, and the relationship between the two became more natural. Ethan would not look at Chloe differently because she had no income, and Chloe would not have any opinion on Ethan not helping to clean up the dishes. The two formed a strange tacit understanding between them. Ethan walked into the bathroom in his pajamas. This water heater belonged to the landlord. It was his first time using it, so he didn't know how effective it would be. Ethan turned on the faucet and turned the handle to the right. The water from the shower head cut across Ethan's body like an ice knife. Hiss! Ethan quickly turned the handle to the left, and the water in the shower was like hot magma again. As expected, it is known as the most difficult instrument to master in human history. Turning it to the left will cause 10th degree burns, and turning it to the right will cause frost on the body. The adjustment range is calculated in microns. 10 minutes later, Ethan walked out of the bathroom in his pajamas. The faucet was really difficult to adjust. Chloe sitting on the sofa in the living room. Ethan said, Chloe, when you take a shower later, remember not to adjust the faucet too much. Otherwise, the water will become too hot or too cold. I see. Is the water warm enough now? It should be enough. When I came out just now, the water heater showed that the temperature was still 70 degrees. Ethan takes a quick shower and doesn't use much hot water, so the water temperature from 100 degrees only drops to 70 degrees after he finishes taking a shower. Okay then, I'll take a shower too. After that, Chloe took a set of pajamas from her room and walked into the bathroom. Ethan stood in the living room with nothing to do, not knowing what to do, whether to go into his room, close the door and go to sleep, or wait for Chloe to finish her shower. After thinking for a while, I felt that it was not a good idea to go into the room directly, so I decided to wait for Chloe to finish taking a shower. He sat down on the sofa, opened a short video, and looked at the works he had posted. Well, the traffic is still good. In just over an hour, it has received more than 30,000 views and is still increasing. There are always likes and comments in the background. Seeing that his short video account became popular, the idea of resigning suddenly popped into his mind. Nowadays, you can earn 100 or 200 yuan for a video just by the number of views, and tens of thousands if you're lucky enough to get an advertisement. Why bother working? I only earn 200 yuan a day in that crappy job, and not only do I get tortured by the client, but sometimes I also get scolded by the boss. Just quit after your annual leave. Ethan was thinking to himself. Chloe had finished her shower and walked into the living room, now wiping her wet hair with a towel. Have you washed your hair today, Chloe? Yes, I cleaned the house today, and there was too much dust. My head hurts. The girl explained to Ethan the purpose of washing her hair. This seemed to be the first time that the girl took the initiative to explain the situation to Ethan. It also showed that Ethan's position in the girl's heart was becoming more and more important. I see. Do you want me to help you blow dry your hair? Want? The girl happily moved a stool over and sat in front of Ethan with her back to him. Ethan also picked up the hairdryer and helped Chloe blow dry her hair like last time. The girl's long hair is still so soft and shiny, and also exudes a faint scent of shampoo. This time, Ethan's technique was obviously much more skillful than last time. He tried not to lift the girl's hair too high so as not to see the fair skin on her neck. It's not that Ethan is not interested in her, but a gentleman should do things openly and honestly, and he disdains those who steal glances at her. After a while, Ethan turned off the hairdryer, and the girl's hair was dried. Ethan yawned and looked at the time. It was 9 o'clock. I had experienced too much today, and I was a little tired. The girl turned around and looked at the yawning man in front of her, and she felt warmer in her heart. Ethan gave her a sense of security, a home, and the feeling of being cared for by her family. I hope this scene can continue forever. She is really becoming more and more dependent on Ethan now. If she can't see Ethan for a moment, she will feel empty inside. Okay, Chloe, my hair is dry. I'm going back to my room now. I'm tired today. I want to go to bed early tonight because I have to go to work tomorrow. If you don't want to go to bed so early, you can play on the computer for a while. Okay, Ethan, good night. Well, good night. The two said good night to each other, and Ethan turned and walked into his room. After Ethan left, Chloe turned off the lights in the living room and went into her room. Chloe tossed and turned in bed, not feeling sleepy at all. She always felt like something was missing. The lack of warmth from that broad palm and the sound of even breathing made her feel very uncomfortable. At this moment, there was nothing to be happy about, even if she had her own room. Chapter 43, Familiar Feeling. Chloe tossed and turned in bed until 11 o'clock and still couldn't fall asleep. She got up from the bed, walked to the window, and looked at the city outside with all kinds of neon lights. She seemed to remember Ethan, who slept next to her every night. Groping in the dark, Chloe quietly opened the door and walked into the living room. Looking at the dark living room, she did not choose to turn on the light, but quietly came to Ethan's door. I put my hand on the door handle, feeling hesitant and a little scared. After some struggle, she finally made up her mind to press the door handle. Snap! Even though she moved very gently, the door lock made a slight sound when it opened, but fortunately Ethan did not lock the door. She opened the door a crack and stuck her head in. Sensing that there was no hope in the room, she opened the door wide. Chloe tiptoed to the head of Ethan's bed and saw that there was no movement on the bed. She finally let go of her worries and breathed a deep sigh of relief. Ethan, who was staring at me with bright eyes, had already fallen asleep and was sleeping very soundly. The girl then began to plan her own plan. She gently lifted Ethan's quilt, found a large hand, and gently held it. That's the familiar feeling. After holding it for only a short while, Chloe quickly let go, fearing to wake Ethan up. She covered him with a quilt and gently kissed Ethan on the cheek before leaving with satisfaction. Just as I reached the door, a bold idea suddenly popped up in my mind. So she crouched down and came to Ethan's bed, kicked off her slippers with her delicate little feet, slowly climbed onto Ethan's bed, gently lifted his quilt, and carefully laid down beside Ethan. She put her nose into Ethan's neck and took a deep breath. The smell of Ethan made her feel at ease, not daring to stay too long. After doing all this, the girl gently lifted the quilt and hurried out of bed. He looked back at Ethan, then left Ethan's room in his slippers. After returning to her own room, the girl contentedly crawled into the warm bed and soon fell asleep. The next day, Ethan was awakened by the alarm clock. He opened his eyes dazedly, and it was already daybreak. I stretched and took a deep breath. I always felt that there was a smell in my bed that didn't belong to me. The smell felt very familiar, but I couldn't figure out where I had smelled it. Forget it. I won't think about it too much. Ethan quickly put on his clothes, got out of bed, opened the door, and walked into the living room. Today seemed so different. The house was so quiet. In the past, the first thing I saw when I woke up was Chloe. I looked at the girl's door. It was still closed. I guess she hasn't gotten up yet. These days, the girl has been living in a single room with him, which must have been uncomfortable. Now that she has her own room, she can relax and have a good sleep. I think it must be hard for Chloe. It is really uncomfortable for two people to squeeze into a single room. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, Ethan brushed his teeth and found that his face was a little dry. Then I remembered something. I think I haven't bought any skincare products for Chloe yet. It's winter now, and her skin is particularly dry. It's okay for me, a grown man, to be a little rough, but Chloe is a girl, and she still needs to take good care of herself. Thinking about this, Ethan planned to go to the mall after work today to buy a set of skincare products for Chloe. After finishing everything, Ethan opened the refrigerator, took out a few eggs, went to the kitchen to fry a few poached eggs, ate 2 of them himself, and placed the rest on the dining table and covered them with a plate. I went downstairs, got on my electric bike, and went to that damn company to waste my life again. When he arrived at the company, the first thing Ethan did was to open his Douyin account to see what last night's video was like and whether the number of views had exceeded 500,000. After taking a look, I saw that the number of views only stopped at around 400,000, but this was enough. The income one could get was already equivalent to my 3-month salary. After looking at the profits, I was still quite optimistic, so I opened my computer with satisfaction, and it was that damn plan again. Ethan sighed and wondered when he would be able to achieve financial freedom and leave this crappy company. But no matter how much we complain, we still have to do things. It's just that it's almost the end of the year, and why haven't we heard any news from the higher-ups about annual leave? Not long after, people in the company arrived one after another, and the manager also came to the office at this time. Everyone, put aside what you were doing and talk about something. Everyone looked up at the manager. The company has decided to give everyone annual leave starting tomorrow. We will still follow the previous regulations. Those who have not worked for a full year will not take leave. Those who have worked for a full year will take 1 week, and those who have worked for 3 years will take 2 weeks. Very good. Everyone in the company was very happy, especially those employees who had worked there for several years, who had smiles on their faces that were hard to hide. New Year's Day is almost here, and I thought there would be no annual leave this year. Brother Chen walked up to Ethan and said, Yes, I also thought there would be no annual leave this year. After all, the overall environment this year is so bad. I didn't expect the company to give annual leave this year. What are you going to do during your 2 weeks off? Are you going on a trip with your girlfriend? Brother Chen asked gossipingly. Ethan's face turned red, but he did have plans in this regard. After all, the two of them had already obtained a marriage certificate, and logically, they should have a honeymoon. I haven't decided yet. Ethan chuckled and scratched his head. Come on, you just don't want to tell me because you're afraid I'll bother you, right? No, Brother Chun. Ethan hurriedly explained. Forget it. Let's stop talking and get to work. After a few pleasantries, Brother Chun returned to his workstation. Ethan also began to write his own plan seriously. I will try to finish it today and hand it over to those colleagues whose work period has not reached a full year after get off work tonight. Thinking about this, a chain of annual leave was launched in the group. Ethan opened the work group and filled in his vacation date. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Ethan handed over his work to a new employee. I've already written this plan. If Party A has any other requirements, you can modify it according to their requirements. If you don't understand something, just ask the manager. Okay. The man nodded, and Ethan closed the computer. He opened his phone and checked WeChat. He saw that Chloe and he had sent a message at noon. Since his annual leave would start tomorrow, Ethan had to work overtime on a project and did not go home at noon. He ordered a takeaway for the girl, who was also very well behaved and did not disturb Ethan. Arriving downstairs of the company, Ethan got on his electric bike and drove to a shopping mall near the company. Chapter 44 Other girls have it, so you can't be without it either. At the entrance of the mall, Ethan came out carrying an exquisite box. It was the lotion and lotion set he bought for Chloe, which cost him nearly $500. There were some that cost only 1 or 200 yuan in the mall, but after all, these things would be applied on Chloe's skin and face, so it was better to buy something more expensive to avoid any problems. Afterwards, he went to the nearby vegetable market to buy some vegetables before riding his electric bike home. At home, Chloe, who hadn't seen Ethan for a day, was paying close attention to the movement of the door. The sky outside the window had darkened, but she still hadn't seen Ethan come home, so she felt a little worried. Of course, besides worry, there's also some longing. Soon, the sound of a key turning in the door was heard. Is Ethan finally back? Chloe was a little excited at the moment. She was bored at home today. Although she made a short video, it didn't get much traffic. I'm back, Chloe. Ethan walked into the house, holding the bag higher in his hands. Look what I got you. Chloe looked at the exquisite box in Ethan's hand, her face showing some excitement and curiosity. What did you buy, Ethan? Just take a look and you'll see. Ethan pretended to be mysterious and came to the computer desk and put the box on the table. Open it and take a look. Chloe stared at the box. Looking at the high-quality texture of its surface, she guessed in her heart that this thing was not cheap. She gently reached out and opened the box. Inside were some bottles and jars, which looked like skincare products. Is this a skincare product? The girl asked. Yes, it's winter now. I was worried that your skin would be dry, so I bought you this lotion and lotion set. Ethan pointed at the bottles and jars and said, This is the serum, this is the essence, and this is the essence cream. This one can hydrate and moisturize. This one can help shrink pores, and this one can remove skin pigmentation. As a boy, Ethan didn't understand these things. These were all told to him by the salesperson at the counter, and he just repeated them. By the way, this can be used before going to bed at night and when you wake up in the morning. The girl looked at the lotion and lotion set that Ethan bought for her and felt deeply touched. This was the first time she had received skincare products, and also the first time she had her own skincare products. No one had ever bought her skincare products in the past 20 years. She was really lucky to meet Ethan. But what worried her most was how much money she spent. Isn't this cheap? It's not expensive, only about 500 yuan. $500 is not really expensive for Ethan, because when he was pursuing Ava before, the gifts he bought for her were all worth at least $500, and the most expensive gift even cost him a month's salary. 500. Chloe was stunned. She didn't expect that the contents of these small jars would cost $500. Can I withdraw? 500 yuan is really too expensive. In her value system, it is better to spend the money on buying clothes and shoes instead of spending it on these bottles and jars. A piece of clothing only costs a few dozen yuan and can be worn for 2 or 3 years. 500 yuan is enough to buy 10 pieces. Why do you want to quit, Chloe? It's too expensive. Is it expensive? It's not that expensive considering my income. But don't worry, other girls have it, so you can't be without it either. Try it after taking a shower tonight to see how it works and whether it irritates your skin. Ethan touched Chloe's head and spoke gently. Feeling the warmth from Ethan's palm, Chloe's eyes became a little red. She sniffed and snuggled into Ethan's arms. Thank you, Ethan. Ethan was startled by the girl's sudden reaction. His hands hung in the air, not knowing where to put them. Then he placed them on the girl's shoulders and patted them gently. Don't cry, don't cry. You're so pretty that your face won't look good if you cry. Ethan gently comforted the girl. He knew that she was too moved. A few minutes later, the girl who had thrown herself into Ethan's arms secretly wiped away her tears, lowered her head, and shyly left Ethan's arms. Ethan took out the vegetables he bought at the market and put them in front of Chloe and said, I just got off work and went to the market and bought half a roast duck. I wonder if you like it. Like, Chloe replied with a smile, tears in her eyes. Anything Ethan buys. That's fine. I'll go to the kitchen to cook some rice and stir-fry some vegetables, and then we can eat. I'll go. Chloe volunteered, wiped the tears from her eyes, and walked into the kitchen with the vegetables Ethan bought. Okay, let me help you. With that, Ethan followed the girl into the kitchen. He scooped 2 cups of rice from the rice jar, put them into the rice cooker, turned on the faucet to rinse the rice, then put it into the rice cooker and press the switch. Chloe was not idle either. She skillfully broke the vegetable leaves and put them into the sink to rinse one by one. Ethan, who had finished cooking, took out a chopping board and crushed a few cloves of garlic on it. Even though there wasn't much work, the two of them shared it, and having each other by their side gave them an inexplicable sense of happiness. After a while, Chloe washed the vegetables. She turned on a gas stove, but she felt a little worried. Because she had never stir-fried green vegetables before, only Chinese cabbage, and she didn't know how to cook them. After hesitating for a while, she decided to go ahead. She poured the oil into the pot according to the method she used to stir-fry cabbage. When the oil was hot, she added the garlic and finally put all the vegetables into the pot. When they were almost cooked, she added some salt. Take it out of the pot. Ethan has already prepared a plate on the side. Chloe put the vegetables in the pot into the plate little by little. Judging from the color of these vegetables, they seem edible. Ethan quickly brought the freshly cooked vegetables to the table and poured the roast duck into the plate. At this time, the rice was also just cooked. Picking up 2 small bowls, Ethan filled 2 bowls full of rice for himself and Chloe. 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and a bowl of rice. Although there are not many dishes, it feels more and more like home. There's also a girl next to me who eats dinner with me. In the past, Ethan would just eat out or take home some fried rice, and he rarely used the pots and gas stove at home. Now that Chloe is here, I eat out less often by myself. Looking at the steaming food on the table, Ethan felt that the scene was inexplicably warm. Eat, Chloe. Ethan shouted at Chloe, who was washing the pot. Coming. Chloe put the pot away, wiped her hands, took off her apron, and sat on the stool Ethan had brought for her. Chapter 45, Buying a Car. Come, try this roast duck. As soon as the girl sat at the table, Ethan picked up a piece of roast duck for her. Chloe noticed that since she met Ethan would pick up food for her every time they ate together. Perhaps even Ethan didn't notice this habit. When you care about someone, your physical actions always start with the other person's consideration, and it starts from the little things. Chloe also picked up a piece of roast duck for Ethan. Over the past few days, Ethan had always been the one picking up food for her, and she also wanted to pick up food for Ethan once. Thank you, Chloe. Ethan ate the vegetables Chloe picked for her in one bite. Noticing that this was the first time the girl picked up food for herself, Ethan praised her while chewing. Chloe's cooking is delicious. If we have money in the future and can open a restaurant, you could be the chef and I will help you. Hearing Ethan's words, Chloe smiled, and then she picked up a piece of vegetable for herself and tried the taste. It's a bit salty. It seems like too much salt was added. But seeing Ethan acting like he enjoyed the food, Chloe felt warm in her heart. Ethan probably did this to avoid feeling sad. The girl swallowed the vegetables in her mouth, but secretly vowed to make better dishes in the future. During this meal, the two of them were in perfect harmony and no one mentioned adding too much salt to the vegetables. After dinner, I returned to the sofa in the living room, opened my phone, and looked for cars under 100,000 yuan. I have already received the advertising fee for the short video I posted yesterday. With the existing savings, I can still buy a better domestic car. Chloe ride with me on the electric bike anymore. After cleaning up the dishes, Chloe walked into the living room and saw Ethan concentrating on playing with his mobile phone. She did not disturb him, but went back to her room, took out her pajamas, and went into the bathroom to take a shower. A few minutes later, Chloe walked out of the bathroom after taking a shower. Seeing Ethan still sitting on the sofa looking at his phone, she leaned over to take a look. Ethan's screen was showing a picture of a car. "Are you planning on buying a car?" Chloe's voice rang in Ethan's ears. "That's right, Chloe. You don't have to ride an electric bike when you go on long trips, and you don't have to worry about getting carsick." Chloe was stunned when she heard Ethan's words. Is Ethan planning to buy a car because he is worried that he will feel cold when riding an electric car or get carsick when taking a taxi? She felt indescribably touched in her heart. She could see that Ethan really cherished her. But buying a car should be expensive, right? Am I a burden to Ethan? Chloe was a little worried. I'm not afraid of motion sickness. I will get used to it after riding it a few times. Besides, riding an electric bike is also very good and comfortable. The girl clenched the corners of her clothes with both hands and spoke nervously. Ethan knew that his plan to buy a car might put pressure on Chloe, but he still had to buy the car. After all, as a man, he couldn't let a girl ride an electric car with him all day. "Okay, Chloe, I've had the idea of buying a car before, but I'm only planning to buy one now that I have some savings. You don't have to think too much about it. After you take a shower, go try the lotion and water set I bought for you." Ethan pulled Chloe to the computer desk, followed the instructions on his phone, and squeezed some essence onto Chloe's face. "How is it? Do you feel uncomfortable?" "No," Chloe replied weakly. "That's fine. Sniff. It smells so good." Ethan leaned close to Chloe's face and sniffed it, scaring her so much that she subconsciously hid back. Ethan knew that his actions scared Chloe, so he quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Chloe. I lost control of myself." "I'm so sorry." Chloe blushed, not because she was scared, but because it was the first time she saw Ethan like this, and she felt a little uncomfortable. A similar scene flashed through my mind. It seemed that I had done the same thing last night, but I did it while someone was asleep. However, are all boys like this? After Ethan bought her mobile phone, she occasionally saw short videos on a certain audio platform saying that boys might not be able to control themselves in certain aspects. She just thought Ethan was going to do something like that to her. If Ethan wanted to do it, she would agree. After all, she knew clearly what to do after getting the marriage certificate. It's just two people sleeping in one bed. It's no big deal. I might get pregnant, Chloe thought to herself. She didn't know that her thoughts were different from reality. After all, the girl had only attended junior high school and knew nothing about matters between men and women. She only knew that the girls in those TV dramas got pregnant after kissing the boys. "It's okay, Ethan," the girl said weakly. Seeing that the girl was a little timid, Ethan stopped teasing her and went into his room to get his pajamas and prepare to take a bath. "Chloe, you can do the rest by yourself by following the instructions online." Uh-huh. It was 12 o'clock in the morning, and it was already late at night. Ethan's door was opened by a dark figure. The figure crouched and walked into Ethan's room like a thief. However, the thief did not search the room. Instead, he came to Ethan's bed, carefully took off his shoes, and stepped on Ethan's bed sheets with his white and tender feet. The person who came was Chloe. Chloe lifted Ethan's quilt and sneaked into the bed. Smelling the scent in the quilt, Chloe fell a little. Here, the girl was a little bolder than last time. She snuggled into the arms of the man on Sue's bed, sniffed near the man's chest, and then climbed off the bed contentedly. After charging and feeling full of energy, she gently pulled the doorknob and closed the door with her little hand, then returned to her own room contentedly. Finally, I can go to bed. I don't know when it started, but the girl became obsessed with the smell of men. If she couldn't smell it at night, she would feel restless and toss and turn in bed. The next day, Ethan slept until 9 o'clock and woke up naturally again. He turned over and smelled a fragrance coming from the quilt, which dissipated after a while. The smell was very familiar, like the lotion he bought for Chloe yesterday. Is this product so good? How can the fragrance last so long? Ethan thought it was the smell left on his palms when he applied lotion to Chloe last night. He smelled his palms, but didn't smell anything. Chloe yesterday, so the smell should have been washed away. Ethan felt something was fishy. Could it be my own illusion? The more I thought about it, the more I felt something was not right. I couldn't have smelled it wrong. The smell I smell when I turn over just now was very strong. It couldn't be an illusion. Could it be? Chapter 46, Successful People. A bold guess popped up in Ethan's mind. Could it be? How is it possible? How is it possible? Ethan shook his head and denied his own thoughts. That girl was so thin-skinned. How could that be possible? Forget it. I don't want to think about this anymore. Ethan put on his slippers and walked out of the room. The living room became a little quiet. Chloe hasn't gotten up yet? It was already the second day. Did Chloe still not get used to it? Or did she always sleep so late before, but was forced to wake up so early because she was in the same room with me? After going to the bathroom to wash up, Ethan took out 4 eggs from the egg fryer. Ethan went to the kitchen, turned on the gas stove, and started frying the eggs. With the sizzling sound of the hot oil in the pan coming into contact with the eggs were fried in a short while. The eggs were placed neatly on 2 plates. I checked the time and planned to wake up Chloe. Inside the room, the girl opened her eyes lazily. She heard the sound of spatulas colliding with each other. She checked her phone and saw that it was already 9:30. I slept so late again today and didn't get up to see Ethan out. The girl felt a little ashamed, but from the noise outside the door, she thought someone was cooking. Is Ethan cooking? Isn't today Tuesday? Doesn't Ethan have to work? Ethan didn't tell the girl last night that he was taking annual leave, so the girl didn't know about it. She changed out of her pajamas in her room, opened the door, and walked out of the living room, and saw Ethan standing in front of her door, reaching out a knock. Good morning, Chloe. Seeing the girl's door opened, Ethan smiled. Was stunned when she saw Ethan standing at the door. Ethan, aren't you going to work today? I'm going to take my annual leave starting today. I forgot to tell you last night. Taking annual leave, so that's what it is. The girl's confusion was dispelled. I've already prepared breakfast. Go wash up and come over to eat when you're done. Chloe glanced at the dining table and saw 2 plates with 2 poached eggs on them. Good. The girl nodded, went to the sink, picked up her toothbrush, squeezed some toothpaste on it, dipped it in water, and put it in her mouth. Soon her mouth was filled with white foam. In the kitchen, Ethan poured 2 more bottles of milk into cups and heated them in the microwave. By the time the milk was heated, Chloe had finished washing up and came out of the bathroom. Just have 2 eggs for breakfast, Ethan said to the girl who just sat down. The girl nodded, picked up the chopsticks, and put the egg into her mouth. This was a very good breakfast for the girl, with eggs and milk. In the past, she would only eat leftovers and scraps from the previous night. After breakfast, we'll go to the 4S store to look at the car. See the car? Chloe thought about the car Ethan had seen on his phone last night. Are you planning to buy it today? So fast. So, remember to wear thicker clothes later. It's a bit cold today. Ethan glanced at the dim sky. There was no sun today. Okay. The girl quickened her breakfast eating speed and soon finished 2 eggs and a glass of milk. Returning to the room, the girl put on the down jacket Ethan bought for her, applied some lotion, and then walked out of the room. She didn't want to keep Ethan waiting too long, so she wanted to change her clothes first and then clean up the dishes. But when she came out, she saw that the dishes on the table had already been cleaned up by Ethan. Forget it. Let's leave it at that for today. I must be faster next time. The girl swore secretly in her heart. After going downstairs, the 2 got into the online taxi that Ethan called, and after driving for half an hour, they finally arrived at the 4S store. This was Chloe's first time in such a place. Looking at the luxurious decoration inside the store and the various cars displayed in the showroom, the girl's pupils widened slightly. In her impression, this place is only for successful people to enter. Is Ethan considered a successful person now? Chloe looked at Ethan standing aside, and she felt a little more respect for Ethan. They are both working hard alone, and he can't even find a job, while Ethan has saved enough money to buy a car. The 2 stood in the exhibition hall for a while. Since it was not the weekend, there were almost no people in the store. The clerks were all looking down at their phones and didn't notice them at all. After a while, a clerk noticed them. Sir and madam, I'm sorry, I didn't notice you. The clerk came up and apologized first, then enthusiastically led the 2 to sit down in the rest area and brought them some snacks and 2 glasses of water. Chloe didn't expect that she would receive such treatment after entering here. She remembered that there was a hot pot restaurant similar to this one called Heideleo. What price range of cars would you like to see? Or did you have a car you like? The clerk spoke again. Ethan didn't say anything more. He pointed at the Arizo in the hall and said, I plan to buy this car. The clerk was very happy to hear Ethan speak so straightforwardly. Would you like to take a look at the configuration first? Or take a test drive? Ethan turned his head to look at Chloe beside him, thought for a moment, and said, Then let's take a look at the interior first. Ethan had already seen the interior of this car online, but Chloe hadn't, so she asked the girl to go and take a look. If there was anything she was not satisfied with, it might be possible to change it before buying it. Although I bought the car myself, I still have to respect Chloe's opinion. The two came to the front of the car. Chloe looked at the sign on the roof and quietly counted the price on her fingers in her pocket. 110, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000. It was more than 110,000 yuan, which was an astronomical figure for her. Ethan opened the car door for Chloe. Sit on it and feel it. Chloe slowly raised her foot and carefully placed it on the passenger floor mat, making the car dirty. The experiences she had gone through in the past 20 years had made her cautious in dealing with everything in the outside world. The lack of material and physical defects made the girl feel insecure and inferior. The two got into the car, and the clerk enthusiastically explained the interior and configuration of the car to them. After looking at it all night, Ethan had already memorized it, but out of respect for the staff, he still listened patiently. Chloe, what do you think? Ethan asked Chloe as she sat upright in the passenger seat. Yes, sure. She knew that this was Ethan respecting herself, but as long as Ethan liked it, she would accept it. Besides, the interior of this car is black, which is consistent with her perception of the interior of ordinary vehicles. Okay then, let's go for a test drive first. Ethan opened the car door and got out. Chloe also carefully opened the door, got out, and gently closed the passenger door. She was afraid that she would push too hard and damage the car. After all, she couldn't afford it herself. Chapter 47, Do you want to eat chicken legs? Outside the store on the road, Ethan lightly stepped on the accelerator. A low roar came from the engine, and the car slowly started moving. The clerk in the passenger seat was patiently explaining the performance of the car to Ethan, while Chloe in the back seat was sitting quietly, watching Ethan driving. He controlled the steering wheel skillfully. His eyes were full of confidence, and there was no trace of nervousness in his expression. For the first time, Chloe thought that Ethan looked very handsome when driving. Ethan took a driving test when he was in college. Although he didn't have his own car after graduation, he often drove his colleagues' and friends' cars, so his driving skills were pretty good. Although the engine displacement of this car is only 1.6, it is turbocharged and has a horsepower of nearly 200. The power is quite good, overtaking is easy, and the throttle response is also very fast. It is sufficient as a daily family car. After driving the car around on the road, Ethan found the driving and riding experience good. After considering for a while, he decided to buy the car. Back in the store, Ethan started negotiating the price with the clerk, who eventually agreed to a discount of $4,000. They signed a contract and paid by credit card in one go. I looked at the time, and it was almost noon, and it would take some time to complete the vehicle procedures and insurance. Ahem. Ethan coughed loudly twice, trying to get the clerk's attention. Chloe, the car still needs some paperwork, so it might take some time. Let's go out for lunch. Ethan said loudly to the back of the clerk who was processing the paperwork. Chloe looked at Ethan, a little confused as to why Ethan spoke to her so loudly, and looked at the clerk. The clerk in the distance heard what Ethan said and immediately came to Ethan's side. Well, Mr. Ethan, we have a restaurant on the third floor. I'll take you to eat in our restaurant. That's fine. This way we don't have to go out and find a place to eat. Ethan said reluctantly. Then please follow me. The waiter took the two of them to the third floor, and Chloe then realized that Ethan had spoken so loudly just to get a free meal here. There is actually such an operation. Chloe felt like she had learned something new. Sitting at the dining table, the waiter served 2 meals to them. Please enjoy your time. I will go downstairs to continue processing the vehicle procedures for you. Ethan nodded, picked up his chopsticks, and prepared to eat. He looked up and saw Chloe's dazed look, which he thought was a little cute. He took out his cell phone, turned on the camera, and started recording the video. Then he placed the chopsticks on the chicken leg on his plate. Chloe, do you want to eat chicken legs? Chloe came back to her senses and saw the chicken drumstick in Ethan's chopsticks and quickly refused. Oh, I don't want to eat it. If you don't want to eat it, give it to me. After saying that, Ethan picked up the chicken leg from the girl's plate and put it on his own plate. The girl was stunned for a moment. Her brain didn't process for a moment. When she said she didn't want to eat, she only meant she didn't want to eat what was on Ethan's plate, not what was on her own plate. I thought, Ethan has given so much to me since I met him, so I should just give him the chicken drumstick. Seeing that the girl didn't react much, Ethan asked again, do you want to eat that egg? Hearing Ethan's words, the girl's pupils shrank slightly. Isn't a chicken drumstick enough? You're eyeing your own eggs. After hesitating for a while, the girl said reluctantly, no, I don't want to eat it. The chopsticks fell in front of Chloe, and another egg was picked up. She was a little reluctant, but since it was for Ethan, she had no objection. Now there are some vegetables and beef left on her plate. Seeing that the girl was still so calm, Ethan decided to tease her again. Do you want to eat that beef? This time the girl finally couldn't sit still anymore. She pulled the plate in front of her and said weakly, I'll eat it. If you want, I can give you some. Ethan took all of her beef. There would only be vegetables left on the plate. Seeing the girl's pitiful look, Ethan laughed out loud and reached out to pinch her pretty face. I'm just teasing you. Why don't you know how to refuse? The girl is so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. Here, I give it back to you. As he said that, Ethan returned the eggs and chicken drumsticks he had taken from Chloe's plate to her. The girl's bright eyes lit up as she looked at Ethan. Then she realized that she was being teased by Ethan. Ethan, do you want to eat chicken legs? The girl asked weakly. She was going to fight back. Eat. After saying that, Ethan reached out his chopsticks and took the chicken leg from Chloe's plate. Chloe. Ethan's actions made her eyes widen. She couldn't beat him. She really couldn't beat him. Now, the chicken leg she had just got was taken away again. She simply stopped talking, lowered her head, and started eating. Seeing that Chloe remained silent, Ethan returned the chicken leg to her. Okay, let's eat. I won't tease you anymore. The girl's cheeks turned slightly red, and she felt a little embarrassed. She didn't want to pay attention to the man in front of her. Angry, seeing that Chloe didn't say anything, Ethan looked down at the girl's face, only to see that her flashing eyes were full of grievance. This is for you. Ethan passed his chicken leg to Chloe, and the girl's aggrieved expression finally eased a little. She knew that this was Ethan comforting her, but she was worried that Ethan was not eating enough. I've eaten enough. You don't have to give me any more. I had clearly made up my mind to ignore him, but when I saw that he was thinking about me, I couldn't help but speak. Okay, I'm not really hungry, you can eat. For lunch, Chloe ate 2 chicken legs and was very full. She touched her round belly and felt very satisfied. Chloe ate her fill during this meal, but everyone else in the restaurant also ate their fill. Even though Ethan, this bad guy, teased me during dinner, he still treated me well from the bottom of his heart. Chloe decided not to bother with Ethan too much. After dinner, the two came to the lobby downstairs. The vehicle procedures had been completed, and they had obtained a temporary license plate. The clerk also drove their newly purchased car from the garage to the door of the 4S store. Let's take a picture. The clerk handed Ethan the car key tag and motioned for Ethan to stand next to the car. All right, then take a photo and record it. Chloe, come along too. After that, Ethan pulled Chloe to the car. The clerk asked a colleague to fire a salute for the two of them. At the moment the salute was fired, he pressed the shutter of his mobile phone and took a photo of the two of them. Chapter 48, Will You Break Up With Me? After completing the necessary ceremony, the car is officially delivered. After 26 years, I now have my own car. Ethan got in the driver's seat, pressed the ignition button, and the car started quickly. Ethan was just about to start when he noticed the alarm coming from the dashboard. I glanced at Chloe sitting in the passenger seat and found out that she was not wearing a seatbelt. Chloe, fasten your seatbelts and get ready to go back. Seatbelt? Chloe was stunned for a moment. This was her first time sitting in the passenger seat, and she had never worn a seatbelt in a car before. Seeing Chloe's reaction, Ethan understood. He quickly unbuckled his seatbelt and then leaned half of his body over to the passenger seat. At this moment, their faces were less than 10 centimeters apart, and Chloe could smell the scent coming from Ethan. Still so reassuring. However, it was daytime now, and the distance between them was too close, which made Chloe blush. She held her breath, lowered her eyes slightly, and did not dare to look at Ethan's profile. Ethan also smelled the scent of the girl. It was very familiar, very similar to the smell that emanated from the quilt when he woke up and turned over in the morning. However, he did not think too much about it, nor did he notice the changes on the girl's face. He fastened her seatbelt, and then retracted his body and fastened his own seatbelt again. Go, Chloe. After saying that, Ethan looked at the girl and noticed something was wrong. Then he realized it belatedly and thought of what had just happened. A slight blush appeared on his face. A different feeling spread in Ethan's heart. Uh-huh. The girl responded shyly. Ethan calmed himself down, stopped looking at the girl, and focused his attention on the car. Holding the steering wheel in my hands, there's a long road under my feet, and in the distance is the hope of life. My beloved girl is sitting in the passenger seat. Ethan stepped on the accelerator, and the car with a temporary license plate drove out of the parking lot of the 4S store. The atmosphere in the car was a little quiet. Both of them understood each other tacitly and did not mention a word about what had just happened. After driving less than a kilometer, the car issued a low fuel warning. The 4S shop is still being so stingy, only filling up 1 or 2 liters of gas when you go out. Now the fuel gauge shows that the remaining mileage is less than 10 kilometers. Ethan called the car's smart voice assistant. Shioki, what can I do for you? Navigate to the nearest gas station. Ok. Found the nearest gas station for Ethan in just a few seconds. Ethan glanced at the central control panel. The nearest gas station was 6 kilometers away, so the car should be able to drive there. Chloe, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was attracted by Ethan's conversation with the voice assistant. She stared at the central control screen curiously. It was the first time that the girl knew that cars could talk to people. She suspected that there was someone in the distance who was always monitoring the sounds in the car, and when he heard the people in the car calling, he would appear to help the owner solve the problem. I just don't know if there are any cameras monitoring the inside of the car. If there are, then the scene between me and Ethan just now must have been recorded. Thinking of this, the girl felt a little worried and secretly decided to talk as little as possible in the car next time and try not to get too close to Ethan to avoid being recorded. After refueling, the two followed the navigation system back to the community. Ethan drove very steadily along the way, not crossing the line or speeding. Instead, he drove slowly according to the speed limit of the road and did not compete with others. Chloe did not feel carsick sitting in the passenger seat. Opening the door and getting out of the car, Ethan saw that Chloe was in good spirits and knew that she was not carsick. It turned out that she still needed to have her own car. Ethan was still excited because he had just bought a new car. He didn't feel sleepy, even though he usually needed a nap. Sitting in front of the computer, I imported the video I shot in the restaurant today into the computer, planning to edit a short video. Chloe, I'm going to make a short video of what I just recorded and post it on my account. Is that okay? Ethan asked Chloe for her opinion. Can. Chloe nodded in agreement. She didn't know what type of video Ethan wanted to make, but as long as it required speaking, she would agree. Okay, let me make a video first. Do you want to take a nap or play with your phone? Let me play with my phone. The girl sat on the sofa and stopped disturbing Ethan. She knew that Ethan was making money now. Ethan clicked the mouse on the computer, dragged the materials into the editing software one by one, spent 2 hours, clicked publish, and finally completed the first video of the week. Ethan looked over his masterpiece with pride and gave himself the first little love. The first half hour after releasing the video is the warm-up stage, so basically no one watches it, except for some old fans. This time it is a new theme, but the main content is still inseparable from sadness, except that the protagonist Chloe appears in the video this time. The first half of the video shows Ethan teasing Chloe in the 4S store today. The scene is very heartwarming, but near the end, it freezes on the moment when Chloe refuses Ethan's chicken leg. The video also switched to Ethan's computer desktop. The computer screen on the desktop was still stuck on the scene that had just been frozen, and the mobile phone showed that the WeChat message had been rejected. The background music also became very sad at this moment. Memoirs of a Deceased Wife is something Ethan came across by chance on TikTok. It is also one of the more popular tracks this year. Ethan had wanted to film it before, but unfortunately, there was no female lead. But it's different now. With Chloe by my side, I can shoot a lot of video materials that I want to make. He is quite satisfied with his creation this time and feels that it will become a small hit since his account has a fan base after all. After stretching, Ethan came to Chloe and showed her the finished work. After watching the video, Chloe was a little confused and looked a little lost. Why did they make such a video? She knew that at the end of the video, the two of them separated and Ethan was left alone, missing her. But I'm still here. Why can't Ethan make some sweet videos? What's wrong, Chloe? Noticing that Chloe was in a bad mood, Ethan asked with concern. Ethan, will you break up with me? Chloe was a little worried. After all, it wasn't that Ethan couldn't live without her, but that she couldn't live without Ethan. Maybe one day, the characters in the video would be swapped, and she might be the one whose WeChat messages were rejected. Chapter 49, I Like You. The little girl is particularly sensitive about separation. After all, she was abandoned by her parents at birth and grew up in an orphanage. Soon after leaving the orphanage, he met an old lady who was collecting rubbish, but he didn't live with her for long before the old lady passed away. She is now helpless in this world, and if even Ethan is separated from her, she really doesn't know what to do in the future. The girl couldn't bear another separation. If Ethan left her one day, she might lose hope in life just like she did that day. What are you thinking about? I will not separate from you. As long as Chloe doesn't want to leave me, I will always be by your side. Really, Ethan affectionately. The man in front of her is becoming more and more important in her heart. Real. Ethan nodded, looking firmly into Chloe's eyes. "Thank you, Ethan." Tears welled up in the girl's eyes, and she threw herself into Ethan's arms, sobbing softly. It's okay. I'm here, Chloe." Ethan patted Chloe's back gently, trying to give her a sense of security. Since they met, the girl has cried in Ethan's arms more than once. She feels too insecure. Thank you so much, Ethan." Threw herself into Ethan's arms, sobbing and whispering that she was so lucky to meet Ethan. "On a cold night, someone rescued me from the icy river, bought me clothes, bought me delicious food, and even gave me pocket money. I'm really lucky." "Well, you're welcome, Chloe. It's my blessing to meet you." Ethan's heart broke as he looked at the girl crying in his arms. A few minutes later, the girl left Ethan's arms, looked at the tear stains on Ethan's clothes, wiped the tears from her eyelashes, and said, "Ethan, I like you. No matter what happens in the future, I will never leave you." Hearing the girl's affectionate confession, Ethan's nose felt sore and his eyes felt hot, as if something was about to come out. "I like you too, Chloe." At this moment, both of them confessed their feelings to each other, and their hearts were closely leaning against each other. Silence is Cambridge tonight. After a while, the two of them separated belatedly. The girl sat upright on the sofa, her delicate toes tickling in her slippers. Ethan also leaned on the sofa, tickling his hands. They both pretended nothing happened. Although both of them understood each other's feelings, they still felt a little shy when they thought of the scene just now. Chloe, why don't we take some time to visit your grandma tomorrow? It should have been more than a month since she passed away, right?" Ethan was the first to break the silence. Heard Ethan say that he would go see Grandma tomorrow. She put what happened just now behind her. "Yes, my grandmother has passed away for more than a month. Although I have no blood relationship with her, she took me in. I really should go and see her." "Yo, let's go tomorrow morning then." "Okay, let's go out and buy some food, as well as paper money and candles. We'll need all of these for the sacrifice tomorrow." According to Ethan's tradition, chicken is an indispensable part of sacrifice, and he always places a whole chicken in front of the tomb. "Okay, I'll go wash my face, and then we'll go out." Chloe got up, walked into the bathroom, went to the mirror, and looked at her face, which was all stained. Thinking back to what I just said to Ethan, I was so embarrassed. But fortunately, Ethan also responded to me, and I understood Ethan's feelings. She turned on the faucet, scooped a handful of hot water with both hands, and washed her face. Then she took the towel and wiped the water stains on her face. After looking at herself in the mirror, the girl walked out of the bathroom with satisfaction. "Come on, Ethan, I'm ready." Seeing the girl wash her face and look back to normal, Ethan picked up the key on the table. "Then let's go out." Arriving at the parking lot downstairs, Ethan opened the door and got into his newly bought car. People are like this, always enthusiastic about new things they buy. Even though the vegetable market is not far from his home, Ethan still chooses to drive. Chloe also sat in the passenger seat. This time she didn't ask Ethan to help her fasten her seatbelt. Instead, she fastened it herself. Although her technique was a little clumsy, she finally fastened it. After pressing the start button, the front of the car shook slightly, and then a car with a temporary license plate drove out of the community. After a while, the two arrived at the vegetable market. Fortunately, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was not yet time to get off work, so there were not many cars in the parking lot inside the vegetable market. Ethan found a parking space easily. He put the car in reverse gear and carefully parked it in the parking space. Although I don't drive often, my driving skills are pretty good, and I parked the car right into the parking space. After shifting the gear to P and pulling the handbrake, Ethan breathed a sigh of relief. When he was reversing just now, he saw in the rearview mirror that he was very close to the car next to him and was afraid of scratching the car next to him. Fortunately, everything went well. After opening the car door and getting out, the two came to a stall selling boiled chicken and ordered a boiled chicken. Then they went to the vegetable market and bought some tomatoes and eggs. It happened that there were not many eggs in the refrigerator at home, so they could replenish them. Then, the two went to a nearby shop selling paper money and asked for some paper money and candles, and also asked for a roll of firecrackers. According to the custom in Ethan, firecrackers are set off during sacrifices, except for those buried in the cemetery. When they arrived at the parking lot, Ethan put the incense, candles, and paper money into the trunk. He didn't need to carry these things upstairs. He could just leave them in the trunk and drive directly to the cemetery tomorrow. When I got home, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. The way home from the vegetable market was not far, but because I came by car, I had to take a detour and wait for traffic lights, so it took quite a long time. If you ride an electric bike, It may only take 30 or 40 minutes to finish shopping and get home. In the kitchen, the two were working hard. Chloe was still the head chef. Today, they were going to make a new dish called cola chicken wings. Neither of them knew how to cook, and it was their first time trying this dish. Ethan took out his phone and searched for the tutorial, then put the phone on the table. Chloe, look, follow this tutorial. I'll thaw the chicken wings first. Uh-huh. After saying that, Ethan turned around and took out the frozen chicken wings, put some hot water in them to thaw them, while Chloe was picking vegetables on the side. After thawing, Ethan placed the chicken wings on a chopping board and used a kitchen knife to cut a few cuts on the wings to make them easier to season. Chapter 50, picking up the first bite for Ethan. After more than half an hour of hard work, dinner was finally ready. Looking at the 3 dishes on the table, Chloe felt very satisfied because all 3 dishes were made by her, and of course, Ethan's help was also indispensable. Sitting at the dining table, Chloe picked up a cola chicken wing and put in Ethan's bowl. "Try it," she said quietly, her eyes full of anticipation. Ethan always picked up food for her, and the first chopstick was always given to her. Today, the characters followed each other, and Chloe also wanted to pick up food for Ethan with the first chopstick. Tasty. Ethan put the chicken wing in his mouth and took a bite, and joy immediately appeared in his eyes. Chloe's cooking skills are really good. She made such delicious cola chicken wings in her first try. Hearing Ethan's praise, Chloe showed a satisfied expression on her face. She also picked up a chicken wing for herself, took a bite, and found it tasted good. She also felt a sense of accomplishment. Chloe enjoyed the meal very much because all 3 dishes were cooked by her, and they all tasted good. After eating, Ethan leaned back in his seat and burped. Chloe stood up and tried to clear the dishes, but this time, Ethan stopped her. The happiness between a young couple lies in sharing the housework with each other, rather than pushing all the chores onto one person alone. "Just sit back and I'll clean up tonight." As he said that, Ethan pushed Chloe onto the chair, and without giving her a chance to refuse, he quickly reached out and picked up the empty bowl on the table. Since there were only 2 people eating and there weren't many dishes, Ethan only took a few minutes to wash the dishes. Coming to the living room, he turned on his mobile phone and planned to see how the traffic of the video released today was. The moment he clicked on the software, as expected, the background message was already 99 plus. He hurriedly checked the number of views, which had now exceeded 500,000 and was still rising. Messages of likes and comments kept popping up. If nothing unexpected happens, it will not be difficult for this video to have over 1 million views. After all, the content is there, the quality is there, and of course the heroine is so beautiful. Both are top-notch. "Look, Chloe, this video is going viral." Ethan handed the phone to Chloe. Chloe saw that the number of likes had exceeded 50,000, and there were thousands of comments. "Ethan, you are so awesome." The girl sincerely admired that Ethan really had a strong talent in this area. "Hee, we'll know how much we earn tomorrow. According to my estimate, it should be at least 500 to 1,000 yuan." Chloe's pupils widened slightly when she heard that he had so much income. He only spent 2 or 3 hours in front of the computer and could earn so much money. She was very envious and happy for him at the same time. "Congratulations, Ethan. You're a big part of this, Chloe. I couldn't have made this video without you." "Yeah. Yes. You see, the most important thing about this video is you. You are the soul of the whole video." Chloe looked a little excited when she heard Ethan's words. "At least it was of some use, so I'm still valuable. Let's shoot more videos like this in the future. How about we split the money we make?" Ethan decided to take this track in the future. After all, this track has a lot of traffic. "No, it's enough to help you." Chloe was very happy. As long as she could help Ethan, it was enough. She didn't care about money. After all, her food, clothing, and daily life were all provided by Ethan. "How can I not have it? I have to have it," Ethan said firmly. Even though the two are already married, Ethan still has to give Chloe her share. "Well, I'll just take a little bit, and you can just give me 1/10 of it." Ethan was responsible for all the rent, utilities, and other living expenses. The girl felt that this was already too much. Besides, the video content, materials, production, and creativity all belonged to Ethan. "I just showed my face and took 1/10 of it, which can be regarded as salary. How can this be possible? The video is of the 2 of us. You must take half." "Really, Ethan? You made the whole video. I just showed my face and said a few words. Even without me, you could have made it with someone else. I really don't need so much." The girl said a lot of things in one breath with a very serious expression. She knew that her position in the video was insignificant. Even if she was not there and someone else was there would still be so much traffic. What was important was the plot and content. In fact, in the short video industry, the highest daily salary for a person to star in a short video is only a few hundred yuan. Ethan paid her according to the proportion, which is already much higher than the average level. Okay, 1/10 is 1/10. Seeing that the girl was so stubborn, Ethan stopped forcing her and just considered the extra money as savings for her. Okay, it's settled. The girl's expression finally softened a little. The money Ethan gave me can be considered as my savings for him. After all, the whole family is relying on Ethan now. If he has any difficulties, I will use the savings to help him. The girl thought to herself. Both of them are thinking about each other, and even though the current revenue from the video is not high, neither of them intends to count that revenue as their own. Want to play some games? Ethan suggested, seeing that it was still quite early. B. In front of the computer, the two of them sat on chairs, looking very excited. Hurry up and throw the dynamite, and catch the next one. Seeing the countdown almost reaching 0, Ethan shouted loudly. Hearing Ethan's suggestion, Chloe quickly pressed the button and threw the dynamite out. The stone was blown away and the hook was quickly retracted. She waited for the right moment and pressed the button again. The hook was lowered steadily, caught a gold mine, and pulled it up 1 second before the countdown reached 0. Plus $600. Seeing the display show that they had added 600 points, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they pulled it up at the last second. Otherwise, they would have failed to pass the level. Happy times are always short, and while we were playing, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. That's all for tonight. Wash up and get ready for bed. Ethan turned off his computer, stood up, and stretched. At 11:30, after Chloe and Ethan had both finished their showers, they said good night to each other in the living room and returned to their respective rooms. Ethan was lying on the bed, feeling a little excited. Firstly, he bought a car today, and his mind was still recalling the scene of himself driving. Secondly, his short videos were quite popular, and he had earned a good income. After a while, he wanted to quit his job to avoid being bullied by the client again. The series of events made it like a movie playing in his mind, and he was still very clear-headed until 1 o'clock in the morning. Just then, there was a sound from his door. Chapter 51. It's over, I got caught. There is a thief. Ethan's first reaction was that a thief had broken into the house. He didn't dare to breathe and close his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Chloe, in the other room. I wondered if this girl had the habit of locking the door before sleeping. But I also blamed myself for not reminding her to lock the door before sleeping. Now I can only hope that she has locked the door. Ethan thought about it, his heart already tense to the extreme. Not long after the noise was heard from the door was opened a crack. A pair of bright eyes looked at the person lying on the bed. After making sure that there was no movement, they slowly walked into the room. She walked lightly, hunched over, and kept her eyes on the person on the bed, fearing that the person was not asleep yet. However, looking at the quiet quilt, she felt that the person should be asleep. When he came to the edge of the bed, the figure's breathing became a little rapid, and the sound of his breathing became much louder. It seemed that he was very nervous. Ethan felt the breathing sound next to his bed, and his heart was beating violently with nervousness. No way, why is this thief standing by my bed instead of rummaging around? Is he trying to kill me? Ethan thought quickly in his mind that he didn't seem to have offended anyone in the past, so why would someone want to harm him? On second thought, did Chloe offend someone outside before? Now they're seeking revenge? But is Chloe okay now? Maybe something has happened to her. As he thought about it, Ethan's heart beat faster and faster, and he felt that he could only hear the sound of his own heartbeat in his ears. On second thought, I didn't seem to hear any noise outside the living room just now. If the girl was murdered, there should be some noise. Comforting himself, Ethan felt relieved. I must go and see how Chloe is doing later. Thinking of this, the person standing on the edge of the bed gently lifted Ethan's quilt, and a pair of delicate jade feet took out of the slippers and gently stepped onto Ethan's bed. Here it comes. Ethan was extremely nervous. He just didn't know how big the thief was. Otherwise, he would definitely stand up and fight with the thief. I hope the other party is only after money and not my life. The owner of the pair of jade feet felt that there was something indescribable strange about the room tonight. She had a bad premonition, as if she was being stared at by something. I looked at the face of the person sleeping on the bed, and his expression seemed to be somewhat painful. A nightmare. The owner of the jade feet didn't think any more and slowly lay down on the bed. She covered herself with the quilt and also pulled the quilt for the person sleeping on the bed. What is this doing? A big question popped up in Ethan's mind. Why did this thief get into his bed instead of trying to steal his money or kill him? Just when he was puzzled, A hand hugged his waist. I felt the touch of that hand. It was very gentle and small. It should not be a man's hand. Then the owner of the little hand gently approached him and nuzzled his face into his arms. Just then, Ethan smelled a familiar scent. It was the scent of the lotion he bought for Chloe. He probably guessed who the visitor was, but he didn't expect that this girl would be so brave. Should I expose her now? As he hesitated, his heartbeat slowed down a lot, but it was still beating faster than usual. The owner of the little hand rested her cheek against Ethan's arms. She felt something strange. Why is your heart beating so fast? Before she could react, her hand was grabbed. Damn it, I got caught. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. Now Chloe's shoes are soaked. She knew that Ethan had woken up, and now she regretted it very much, regretting that she should not have been too aggressive, that she should have just sniffed the smell and should not have crawled into the bed. Now that I have woken him up, how should I face him later? This time it was Chloe's turn to have her heart beat faster. She wished Ethan would let go of her hand, let her go, and pretend nothing had happened. If Ethan let her go this time, she would never do it again. But there is no if in reality. Chloe, what are you doing? Ethan spoke. Chloe shrank under the quilt. She didn't know how to respond to Ethan. She couldn't say that she came here to smell his scent, right? What's wrong, Chloe? Are you scared of sleeping alone at night? Ethan thought of the girl's experience and thought that she was afraid of sleeping alone at night, so she sneaked into his room. There was a dull sound coming from under the quilt. At this moment, Chloe's face was flushed and she began to stutter when she spoke. She knew that she would never tell the purpose of her visit. That would be so embarrassing. Ethan patted Chloe's back gently and reached out to turn on the light in the room. The room immediately became bright, and Ethan also saw the slippers on the floor. What's wrong? You can tell me anything. Ethan gently lifted the quilt and saw Chloe's red face lying in his arms. When the light shone on her face, she covered her face with her small hands. I really am too embarrassed to see anyone. Ethan saw the shy look on the girl's face and roughly guessed her purpose. He smiled and said nothing, but he was very happy in his heart. The room became quiet again at this moment. After a few minutes, the girl felt that Ethan was not moving, so she gently moved her hand away, revealing one eye, and secretly glanced at Ethan and found that Ethan was looking at her. Swoosh! The girl covered her eyes again, as if Ethan couldn't see her as long as she couldn't see Ethan. Now she is as cute as an ostrich with its head buried in the sand. After calming down, Chloe decided to face the current situation. After all, running away would not solve the problem, and she had nowhere to escape to. She slowly sat up, lowered her eyes, and straightened her hair that was blocking her face. The girl knew that she now had to explain why she was in Ethan's room. Thinking quickly, the girl came up with an explanation when she recalled what happened in the orphanage. I came to see if you covered yourself with a quilt when you slept last night. This was the reason that Chloe had just thought of, because the caregivers in the orphanage used to check the dormitories at night and help see which child did not cover himself with a blanket when sleeping. Chloe gave herself a thumbs up for being so clever. Chapter 52. Then why did you get into my bed? With this explanation, Ethan will probably believe it. The girl thought about it and began to look forward to Ethan's response. Yeah. Yes. The girl sat on the bed obediently, like a child who had done something wrong, and nodded vigorously. Real? Ethan asked again, questioning in his tone. Real? The girl confirmed it with absolute certainty. The girl thought that she just had to insist that she was here to see if Ethan had covered himself with the quilt properly, and then what happened tonight would be over. Oh, then why did you get into my bed? The girl, who had experienced some thought, did not notice this problem at all. Yeah, what am I doing on Ethan's bed? Sure enough, my brain is still not enough. How come I forgot about this? The girl lowered her head, speechless for a moment. Her clumsy little head started brainstorming again. Didn't Ethan look a little painful just now? Her mind recalled the scene when she just walked in and saw Ethan. Yes, use this reason. The girl sorted out her thoughts in her mind and said, well, I just saw that you looked a little painful, and I thought you might have had a nightmare, so I wanted to hug Ethan. She felt like her head would explode if she said it. You want to comfort me and tell me not to be afraid? Ethan gave her an outlet. Yes, I want Ethan to stop suffering so much. The girl said seriously. Ethan saw that the girl's expression was so serious that it seemed a little silly, and he didn't want to tease her anymore. Chloe is really nice to me. She knows how I sleep at night. I have received your kindness. Now go back to sleep. We still have to worship Grandma tomorrow. Yeah, I get it, Ethan. The girl nodded obediently, turned around, put her delicate feet into slippers, slowly walked out of Ethan's room and gently closed the door. Seeing Chloe's look, Ethan smiled. This little girl is really cute. No wonder the little girl woke up so late every day these days. It turned out that he sneaked into her room at night. Outside the door, in the living room, Chloe patted her chest gently, finally breathing a sigh of relief after surviving the disaster. Fortunately, Ethan didn't realize her intention. If Ethan knew, she wouldn't know how to face Ethan in the future. Returning to her room, the girl took off her slippers and crawled into her bed contentedly. Although I was caught tonight, I did gain something. At night, the moonlight is cold and clear, the moon hangs high in the sky, the stars are twinkling, and everything is immersed in dreams. The next day, Ethan was awakened by his alarm clock. He habitually reached out to turn off the alarm clock, and then he made a sound like a roaring beast in bed, and then he got up reluctantly. I have a mission today, which is to burn incense for the grandmother who took Chloe in. Firstly, I want to see her, and secondly, I want to thank her for taking in and taking care of Chloe. If it weren't for her, Chloe might have jumped into the river several years ago, and I wouldn't have met such a good girl. Chloe's room across the living room, but saw no movement. It seemed that she had not woken up yet. He had no intention of waking the girl up. After all, she had been up so late last night and must be very sleepy. It would be better to let her sleep a little longer. Since he had things to do today, Ethan didn't plan to make breakfast. He simply washed up, changed his shoes, took his keys, and planned to go to the breakfast shop downstairs to buy some soy milk, fried dough sticks, and buns. He also bought a bottle of white wine at the convenience store. When he got home, he put breakfast away and then knocked on Chloe's door. "Chloe, wake up." "Okay, I'll be right up." A lazy voice of a girl came from the room. Probably she was not awake yet. He also wanted Chloe to sleep a little longer, but it was already 8 o'clock, and it would probably take her until 8:30 to wash up and have breakfast. The destination was in the suburbs, and it would take more than an hour to drive there, so it would probably be after 10 or even 11 o'clock when she got there. Chloe, who had changed into her pajamas, walked out of the room and saw the breakfast Ethan had bought on the dining table. "Ethan, have you bought breakfast yet?" "Well, hurry up and wash up, then come out for breakfast." "Okay." The girl walked into the bathroom with her slippers clacking on her feet. Ethan didn't wait for her to eat together. He wolfed down a few bites and then took out the boiled chicken he bought yesterday from the refrigerator. Turn on the stove, put the whole chicken in the pot, add water, and steam it. After washing up, Chloe saw that Ethan was busy but did not go forward to help. Besides, steaming a chicken was enough for one person and did not require her help at all. Sitting at the dining table, Chloe picked up her favorite meat buns and ate them with the soy milk that Ethan bought. By the time Chloe finished her breakfast, Ethan had steamed the poached chicken. Since it was ready-made food, it only needed to be heated up and did not need to be fully steamed, so it only took more than 10 minutes. Ethan put the poached chicken into a thermos bag, and then put the rice, white wine, and disposable bowls and chopsticks into a bag. "I'm done here. Can I go out now, Chloe?" Ethan asked Chloe, who was applying lotion. "Yeah, I can do that too." The two of them went downstairs. Ethan put his things in the trunk, checked again to make sure he had taken everything he needed, and then sat in the driver's seat. After fastening his seatbelt, he started the car and warmed it up. "Chloe, where did you say your grandma was buried?" "The suburbs. I remember the place was called Simenjiang." Ethan checked the navigation and found that Simenjiang was more than 40 kilometers away from their current location. The place was where the government buried childless elderly widows and widowers. Ethan had also heard of it. After all, he had lived in Harbor City for so long that he had some understanding of the city. "Do you remember the exact location?" "I remember, but I don't know the name of the place." Chloe nodded. She had gone with the neighborhood office when they held a funeral for her grandmother, so she naturally knew where she was buried. "That's good." Ethan nodded. It was good to know the exact location. After all, Simenjiang was quite large. The territory belonging to Simenjiang was at least dozens of square kilometers. If they didn't know the exact location, it would be useless for the two of them to go there. He stepped on the accelerator and drove the car out of the community. Following the navigation instructions, they soon got on the elevated road around the city. After getting on the elevated road, Ethan increased the speed of the car to 80. Chapter 53. Grandma, I'm here to see you. On the elevated road, there's not as much traffic as in the city, and the road is wide and smooth. Fearing that the girl might get carsick, Ethan did not increase the speed any further. Instead, he drove at a constant speed of 80 in the rightmost lane, trying to keep the car as stable as possible. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chloe looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window, feeling a little intoxicated. The weather was good today, with a few rays of light shining through the clouds onto the earth. There was still some unmelted snow on the grass in the distance. This was the first time Chloe had walked out of the harbor city. Due to financial problems, she had never been out of the city before, and she never expected that the scenery outside the city was so beautiful. She has been staying in Seaport City for the past 20 years. Before she left the orphanage, her life was relatively bright, but after she turned 16, her life fell into darkness. In the memory of ordinary people, Harbor City is full of tall buildings and bright lights. But in her memory, Harbor City is full of broken bricks and tiles, moldy walls, and smelly trash cans. Although we are in the same city, everyone has a different impression of the city. Chloe was intoxicated by the scenery outside the window. She didn't know how long it had passed before the car drove down the viaduct, which meant that it was not far from Simenjiang. Ethan slowed down the car and then entered the provincial road. The road condition was pretty good, with 4 lanes in both directions. After a while, a huge bridge appeared not far ahead. Ethan knew that it was the Simenjiang Bridge. After crossing the bridge, they would reach Simenjiang. Ethan, are we almost there? Chloe, who was sitting in the passenger seat, saw the bridge and felt it was very familiar. Yes, the Simenjiang Bridge is in front of us. After crossing the bridge, we will reach Simenjiang. Ethan responded. Chloe felt as if she remembered there was a bridge here, but because her grandmother passed away, she was too sad on the day of the funeral and didn't pay attention to the things around her. Today, she can finally take a good look at the appearance of the bridge. When the car drove to the bridgehead, we saw the words Simenjiang Bridge written on the crossbeam of the tower. The 5 words were very eye-catching. This is a cable-stayed bridge with a wide deck, 6 lanes in both directions, non-motorized vehicles, and pedestrian paths. It is the second largest bridge in Haigang City. The car drove onto the bridge, and the huge cable towers caught Chloe's attention. They seemed very thin from a distance, but when they got closer, Chloe found that the pillars were much bigger than the car. There were steel wires hanging on the pillars, and the thickness of the steel wires looked thicker than a person. Ethan, this pole is so big. Also, that rope is so thick. Chloe was amazed by the majestic sight when she saw the cable-stayed bridge for the first time. Of course, this bridge is very heavy. Do you think those pillars will collapse suddenly one day? Or the ropes will break because they can't withstand the pressure? It seems that everyone worries about this, and that for some unknown reason when crossing a bridge. Ethan had the same thought when he was a child. No, the pillar you mentioned is called a cable tower, and those ropes are called cable stays. They are made of steel wire and are very resistant to tension. Moreover, the forces on both sides of the cable tower are balanced, and the forces that each cable stay can withstand are also precisely calculated. Ethan explained patiently. Even if there's an earthquake and the houses collapse, this bridge won't fall down. He had had similar thoughts before, but after learning about bridges online, he was no longer worried. After listening to Ethan's story, Chloe put her worries to rest. The car drove across the bridge and headed for another 10 minutes. When the tall buildings in the city were no longer visible, Ethan stopped the car. The navigation only goes here, and I don't quite remember how to get there. Chloe looked around at the unfamiliar environment, and she didn't know where to go next. I have no impression of this place, the girl said in a low voice. Ethan could only open his phone and search for it. Logically speaking, there should always be a few public cemeteries in a city, and you should be able to find them by just looking at the navigation. Ethan entered public cemetery into his phone's navigation system and pressed search. Several places nearby appeared, but none of them had names. The closest one was less than 2 kilometers away from their location. Let's go take a look here first. Ethan started the car and followed the navigation into a small road. After a while, he came to a small hill. There was an open space in front of it, which was covered with weeds. The weeds were even taller than people. It's right here. Chloe spoke up. Yeah. Uh-huh. Chloe nodded, opened the door, and got out of the car. She clearly remembered how sadly she cried here that day. Not far from this open space is my grandmother's grave. Ethan parked the car, took out the sacrificial items from the trunk, and followed Chloe's footsteps. There was a cleared path on the grass, which seemed to have been cleared by the group of people who buried Chloe's grandmother a month ago. After walking more than 100 meters, the two came to Grandma's grave and saw freshly turned soil on the ground. It should have been buried not long ago. The surrounding weeds had also been cleared and had not grown yet. It was certain that this was the place. This is it. Chloe came to the tombstone. Her nose felt a little sore and her eyes became moist. Grandma, I'm here to see you. The girl couldn't hold back any longer. Tears as big as beans rolled down from the corners of her eyes, and she cried bitterly in front of her grandmother's tombstone. Ethan stepped forward and gently put his arm around the girl's shoulders without saying anything. He knew that the girl had lived with the old man in front of him for so long. Although they were not related by blood, they depended on each other, and the relationship they had built was better than the kinship brought by blood. The girl kept wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, and after a few minutes, she finally calmed down. By the way, Grandma, let me introduce you to this man. His name is Ethan. He took me in, and now we are. The girl paused for a moment before continuing. We are husband and wife. But don't worry, Ethan is very nice to me. He bought me new clothes and took me out to eat a lot of food I had never eaten before. He also rented a new house for me and gave me a room of my own. Chloe spoke. Tears welled up in her eyes again. I remembered what my grandmother said to me before she died. Chloe, I don't know how long my old bones can last. You're already 20 years old, so it's best for you to find a good man to marry. Don't have too high requirements. As long as he can give you enough food and warm clothes, that's enough. I can die with peace of mind. Now she has found it, the person who can feed her, clothe her, and treat her well. Chapter 54, Sacrifice. Okay, Chloe, smile. Grandma definitely wants you to be happy and doesn't want you to cry in front of her. Ethan patted Chloe's shoulder gently, soothingly. Yeah, thank you, Ethan. Tears flashed in the girl's bright eyes as she looked affectionately at the man standing in front of her. Wipe your tears and prepare to burn incense for Grandma later. Ethan pulled out a tissue and handed it to Chloe. The girl took it, wiped the tears from her eyelashes, and then took out the sacrificial items with Ethan. Ethan skillfully placed the dishes and cups in front of the tombstone. It is called a tombstone, but it is actually just a piece of stone. There is a rule here that a tombstone is not allowed to be erected on a new tomb within 3 years. So now Chloe's grandmother's tombstone is temporarily replaced by a piece of stone. After placing the dishes and wine, Ethan took out a candle, lit it, then handed the paper money and incense to Chloe, asking her to burn the paper money and incense. As for himself, he just lit a stick of incense as a token of his appreciation. In terms of relationship, Ethan was not even considered the old lady's son-in-law. After all, the relationship between Chloe and the old lady is just that of a host and being hosted. After the girl burned the paper money, she lit the incense. Ethan took the incense stick from the girl's fingers, bowed in front of the old lady's grave, and then inserted the incense in front of the tombstone. The girl also followed Ethan's example and bowed to her grandmother, then placed the incense in her hand around the grave and finally offered a glass of wine. Even though the girl couldn't drink, she still took a sip. Ethan didn't drink because he had to drive. When everything was done, Ethan unpacked the firecrackers he had bought and placed them away from the tombstone. Chloe, I'm going to set off some firecrackers. Cover your ears. Hearing Ethan was about to set off firecrackers, Chloe hid far away and covered her ears with her slender hands. As the fuse was lit, the firecrackers made a crackling sound, which spread to the distant valley, and the valley transmitted the sound back to them. A minute later, Ethan checked the place where the firecrackers were set off and confirmed that the grass was not on fire. Only then did he pack up his things and prepare to go home. After finishing all this, it was almost noon. The two sat in the car and drove in the direction they came from. Chloe, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was in a much better mood as well. One of her worries was finally resolved. On the elevated ring road, Ethan's cell phone rang. Hello. Ethan answered the phone. Excuse me, is this Mr. Ethan? Yeah, that's right. I'm from the Chungcheong District Police Station. Your bravery has been approved. When can you come to the police station? We have a certificate and a banner for you. Ethan was overjoyed when he heard that he was asked to go over and receive the certificate and banner. Then I'll go over in the afternoon. What time do you start work? 3 o'clock. Okay, I'll be there at 3. Ethan hung up the phone and glanced at Chloe in the passenger seat, and found that Chloe was also looking at him. The Bravery Award has been approved, with a certificate and a banner. We will go to the police station this afternoon. But now that the certificate and banner are ready, the bonus should be settled, right? Chloe, check your phone to see if you received any text messages from the bank. The girl turned on her cell phone and glanced at the text messages. There was indeed a message that had been received. It was sent at 9:30 in the morning. She thought it was an advertisement and ignored it. When the girl opened the message and saw the numbers displayed in it, she was a little surprised. Is this 20,000 yuan? Chloe couldn't believe her eyes. She counted again and confirmed that it was a 5-digit number. She quickly said to Ethan, Got it, Ethan, it's 20,000 yuan. It's 20,000 yuan. The girl was very excited and she repeated it twice. 20,000 yuan. Chloe couldn't even imagine that she had 20,000 yuan in her account. Really? You gave me so much. Ethan was also a little surprised. It was the first time he knew that he could get so much bonus for doing something brave and righteous. Ethan, let me give you this money. The girl thought for a while and said. She felt that the money should have belonged to Ethan. Ethan had saved her, and now he wanted to give the bonus to her. She couldn't get over it. Didn't we agree to give it to you at that time? Just keep it. But, well, stop talking. Just take what's given to you. Besides, this isn't something I took out of my pocket. Well then, the girl held the phone in her arms. Since Ethan said he would give it to me, I would save it for Ethan and take it out when he needs money. There was no conversation along the way. Chloe admired the beautiful scenery outside the window and returned home unknowingly. Ethan heated up the sacrificial poached chicken in the microwave, cooked some chili, and made egg fried rice with the leftover rice from last night. Lunch was ready. Let's finish this chicken at noon, otherwise it will become unpalatable after being heated up again and again. Good. In less than half an hour, the two of them finished the whole chicken. You know what? The boiled chicken with the chili sauce is really delicious. After dinner, Ethan looked at the data of his short video background. As expected, the number of video views exceeded 1 million last night, but there was no growth trend afterwards. I took a look at my income. It's only over 700, but it's still pretty good. After all, there are very few people who can really share a piece of the pie in the short video industry, so my current achievements are pretty good. Today is Wednesday, and the withdrawal time for a certain account is Thursday. You can withdraw your income on Thursday. Ethan operated on his phone and transferred $100 to Chloe. Chloe looked at the transfer pop up on her phone and glanced at Ethan. This is the proceeds from yesterday's video, and I'm transferring it to you now. Oh. After understanding the source of the money, the girl clicked to receive the payment. I'll take a break and go to the police station at 3 p.m. Ethan said with a yawn. Okay then, go to sleep and I'll make the video myself. Chloe got up and walked to the computer. She was not very sleepy and planned to try to make a short video while Ethan was sleeping. After all, her account hasn't updated any videos for a few days. Okay, don't get too tired. If you feel sleepy, go back to your room and rest. Ethan warned. Yeah, I see. The girl nodded obediently. In a blink of an eye, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Ethan got up reluctantly, opened the door, and saw the girl busy in front of the computer. Not ready yet? Ethan asked as he walked forward. Okay, it's being posted now. The girl opened a certain audio website, uploaded the video, and then clicked publish. All right, let me see. Ethan clicked on the video and looked at what Chloe had made. Well, it's not bad, but I feel that the content is not very outstanding. It should be due to the lack of materials. I need to go out and shoot more videos in the future. Okay, now we're going to the police station. Do you want to stay home or come with me? I'll go with you. The girl didn't want to be home alone. She spent enough time alone at home when Ethan was at work. Okay then, put on your shoes and get ready to go. Chapter 55, Receiving the Banner. Arriving at the city center police station, Ethan parked the car, opened the door, and saw Officer Jiang, who had received him before. When Officer Jiang saw the two people at the door of the police station, he recognized Ethan at a glance and walked forward enthusiastically. Is it Ethan? Yes, it's me, Officer Jiang. You are here at last. The banner and certificate are ready. Come in with me. The three of them came to the administrative hall of the police station. The other police officers inside had their cameras ready and were looking at them with smiles on their faces. Come. Officer Jiang enthusiastically pulled Ethan to one of the older policemen. This is our Director Wang. He will present the banner to you. Hello, Director Wang. Ethan shook hands with Director Wang, and then the two stood in the middle of the hall. Chief Wang handed the banner to Ethan, and the two of them made some handover gestures. The police officer next to them took a camera and captured the scene. Have you received the bonus? After the simple ceremony, Director Wang asked again. I have received it. Thank you. No need to thank me. This is what you deserve. The more young people like you who are brave enough to do what is right, the better it is in Haigang City. By the way, can we use the photos we just took to post on the official account? Of course, if you don't want to, we can just report it in text. No, I don't want to appear in the public eye. Okay then, we will only use the photos we just took as internal materials and will never share them with anyone else. Okay. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ethan took Chloe away from the police station. After getting in the car, Ethan fastened his seatbelt and checked the time. It was only 3:30. Chloe, do you want to go to the amusement park or the zoo? Ethan suggested that it was too early to go home and there was nothing to do at home. Amusement park? Zoo. The girl's eyes lit up and she recalled when she was in elementary school, she heard her class discussing things about the zoo and the amusement park. It sounded like fun, but everyone was taken there by their parents, and I was the only one who didn't. I had no idea what it was like inside, and I couldn't join in on the conversation. What's wrong, Chloe? When the girl didn't respond, Ethan asked again. Oh, nothing, go ahead. To the amusement park or the zoo? Let's go to the zoo, the girl said calmly. Finally, after so many years, someone finally took me to the zoo, and I could finally know what it was like inside. I heard from my classmates that there are not only pandas, but also penguins, bears, and many other kinds of animals. Okay, let's go to the Harbor City Zoo now. After saying that, Ethan started the car, turned on the navigation, and searched for the location of the zoo. It was not far from the police station, only about 10 kilometers away. He stepped on the accelerator and drove away from the police station. It was not yet the evening rush hour, and there was not much traffic on the road, but Ethan still drove very slowly at the speed limit of 50 kilometers for fear that the girl sitting in the passenger seat would get carsick. I turned on the radio, and the music that was playing on the station came from it. The evening breeze rustled the bamboo forest, and the moonlight lengthened the shadows. Fireflies are flashing, and coins are flying all over the mountain. Listening to this song, Ethan felt it was very familiar, but he couldn't remember the title. Chloe, do you know what this song is called? Ethan turned his head to look at Chloe and found that the girl was already asleep. The little girl must be a little tired. She didn't go to bed until 1 o'clock in the morning last night, got up early in the morning, ran to Siminjiang to worship her grandmother, and didn't rest at noon. Seeing the girl sleeping soundly, Ethan turned down the volume of the radio and slowed down the car. Since the girl is asleep, there is no need to rush to the zoo. Just let her sleep a little longer. The car was driving smoothly on the road, shaking slightly from time to time, like a baby's cradle, making Chloe sleep comfortably. Listening to music, driving, with a lovely girl sleeping peacefully next to you, this kind of life is really comfortable. In his 26 years of life, Ethan felt that his life had color. I have been living alone since graduation. My daily life consists of going to and from get off work, eating, and sleeping. I feel like a robot, working nonstop for the company. Ethan felt that the days he knew Chloe were the most comfortable and fulfilling days in his 26 years. Wandering alone in a big city every day and night of these years was extremely lonely, so lonely that he even became a little depressed. Fortunately, Chloe appeared in his life. From then on, there would be a cute girl waiting for him at home every day after work, and life was no longer so boring. The feeling of loneliness disappeared. I no longer lived in a small house. My life became more lively. I had one more concern in my heart, and my life was full of expectations. What a little angel! Looking at Chloe's sleeping face, Ethan felt emotional. I rescued Chloe that day. I also rescued myself. Chloe seems to have some personality issues. Her experiences over the past 20 years have made her feel very inferior, lack a sense of security, and suffer from severe social phobia. It seems that we should take the girl out more often when we have time, so that she can change her personality, no longer feel insecure, and overcome her social phobia. Not long after, the car arrived at the parking lot in front of the zoo. Fortunately, today was not the weekend, so there were not many people coming to the zoo, and there were many empty spaces in the parking lot. Ethan chose a parking space with no other cars parked nearby and carefully backed the car into the garage. After parking the car, Ethan did not turn off the engine, but left it running. The heater was on in the car, making the girl's face red, which was very cute. Wait until she wakes up before going into play. Ethan planned to let the girl sleep a little longer. After all, there was still more than 2 hours before the zoo closed, so there was enough time to go in and play. The girl in the passenger seat seemed to feel that the car had stopped shaking. She frowned and her long eyelashes moved. The girl opened her eyes. Chapter 56 Zoo. Are we there yet? Ethan. The girl narrowed her eyes slightly and asked in her lazy and soft voice. Yes, we're here. If you're very sleepy, you can sleep for a while. It will be very comfortable if you move the chair back a little. Let's not sleep, Ethan. Let's go to the zoo. The girl rubbed her eyes and opened the car door with her tender little hands. As soon as she got off the car, she felt a chill. She zipped up her clothes and shrank her body. She had been in the car for a long time, and the temperature difference between inside and outside made her a little uncomfortable. Is it cold? Seeing the girl shrink back, Ethan asked with concern. It's okay, but it's too warm inside the car. I feel a little uncomfortable getting out of the car, but it will be fine in a while. That's fine. If you're cold, tell me. Okay, I understand. Let's go in quickly. The girl urged. Ethan turned off the car, locked the doors, and took Chloe to the ticket window. 40 yuan for one ticket at the door and half price for college students. The aunt at the ticket window said with a sullen look on her face. Ethan didn't care. As a worker, he knew that everyone would have resentments at work these days, so let's understand each other. Then give me 2 tickets. Ethan scanned the QR code on the wall and paid 80 yuan. After getting the tickets, the two quickly passed through the security check. Walking through the door, Chloe's heart began to get excited. The zoo. It was a place that my classmates and I often discussed when we were young. Now I finally have the chance to go in and take a look. Coming to the map, Ethan looked at his current location, which was closest to the penguin house. Let's go see the penguins first. Chloe heard that they were going to see the penguins first. Her heart jumped with joy. She remembered that when she was little, she seemed to have seen a movie on TV in the orphanage, which seemed to be called Happy Feet. This was also the first time she knew that there were animals like penguins in the world and that they lived in ice and snow. When we arrived at the penguin house, although it was not the weekend, there were still quite a lot of people there. The penguins were kept in a cylindrical glass container with a rockery in the middle and a circle of water around it. Many penguins were resting on the rockery. After looking at the description, I found out that this is a chinstrap penguin, which lives in Antarctica. I have to say, these little guys are so cute. They walk with an unsteady motion, which is very healing to watch. Isn't it cute? Ethan turned his head to look at the girl next to him. The girl put her hands on the glass and stared at the penguins with shining eyes, blinking her big eyes from time to time. Cute. There's water here. Can they swim? The girl asked, looking at the pool of water that separated her from the penguin. Yes. Don't be fooled by the penguins walking unsteadily on the shore. They are more agile than fish in the water. Wow, really? Hearing Ethan say this, her heart was filled with anticipation. She really wanted to see how penguins swim. Yes, but unfortunately they're all on the shore now, and none of them are swimming in the water. Ethan expressed some regret. But soon after Ethan finished speaking, a penguin came wandering to the shore, dived into the water, flapped its chubby little wings, and swam past Chloe in a flash. Swimming, Ethan, look. The girl shouted excitedly. But before she finished her words, the penguin had already left her sight and swam around the cylindrical glass pool in a short while. Seeing the girl's excitement, Ethan felt relieved. This was the first time the girl spoke loudly in public. It seemed that the trip to the zoo was not in vain. That's amazing. The girl leaned in front of the glass and put her face close to it with a look of disbelief. It is really more flexible than a fish. See, I told you they were great swimmers. Yeah, but the platform is so high. How can they get up there if they don't want to swim anymore? Then Chloe asked the second question. Swoosh, jump up. Jump up? It's so high. If you don't believe me, just keep an eye on it. It will come ashore soon. After hearing what Ethan said, Chloe stared at the swimming penguin like a curious baby, afraid to miss the moment it jumped onto the shore. After a while, the penguin jumped onto the shore in a clean and neat posture, flapped its wings, and walked towards the group of penguins. Chloe's eyes widened as she witnessed this scene. Well, am I right? Ethan said proudly. Really? That's amazing. The girl who saw penguins for the first time was amazed. I didn't expect that the chubby and cute little figure could swim so fast underwater and even jump onto the cliff more than half a meter high from underwater. It's really amazing. Today, Ethan took me to see the world again. Don't you want to take a picture to record it? Shoot. Chloe nodded, took out her phone, and took a picture of the penguin. Only penguins? She realized what Ethan meant, and a slight blush spread across her cheeks. Then let's shoot together. Ethan shyly. Bring it on. Ethan walked up to the girl, and the girl raised her phone, and they took a photo together. This was the first time the two of them took a photo together. Their poses seemed a little stiff. The girl squinted her eyes and didn't dare to look at the camera, which made her look cute. Let's go to the next place. Ethan took the girl's hand, and the girl did not refuse. She gently squeezed Ethan's big hand in response. This scene made several single guys nearby shed tears of envy. Why do other people come to the zoo to see animals with their girlfriends, but they can only go together as a few men? When we arrived at the pigeon square and saw the pigeons gathered there, Ethan said, "These pigeons can be fed. Do you want to feed them?" "Want." The girl nodded. She was very happy today, and a confident smile seemed to be spreading across her face. Ask the staff how much a bag of feed costs. Ethan motioned for Chloe to come forward and ask. The girl took out her cell phone, hesitated for a while, and finally decided to go forward and ask the price. Well, how much is it? The weak voice of the young girl reached the staff's ears. He looked up and found that she was a pretty girl. The staff's voices also became gentler. $3 a pack. How many packs do you want to buy, little girl? $3. She thought it was too expensive, but since she had already asked, the girl felt it would be bad if she didn't buy it. So she held up a finger and said, 1 pack. The staff member glanced at Ethan, who was standing behind the girl. That boy behind you is your boyfriend, right? Is 1 bag enough for 2 people? Doesn't your boyfriend want it? The staff member took out a palm-sized fee bag and said, well, 2 packs, please. $6, sweep here. The staff member handed the QR code on his chest forward. After the girl scanned it, she returned to Ethan with the feed. It was so embarrassing just now. The girl was still very shy when others told her that Ethan was her boyfriend in public. Chapter 57. The sky becomes smaller. Chloe walked up to Ethan with the feed and gently handed him a bag with her little hand. Give. Ethan smiled. The shy girl was really cute. Although she might be timid and feel inferior when communicating with strangers, she still had to face what she had to face. She couldn't stay with Chloe all the time. She had to learn to integrate into this society. Thank you, Chloe. Ethan reached out to take the bag of feed, tore open the plastic bag with his hands, poured some on his hands, and squatted down. The pigeons then rushed towards Ethan frantically, vying for the feed in Ethan's hand. Look, Chloe, if you want to pet them, you can just scatter the food in front of you like this. Ethan scattered the feed in front of himself, and all the pigeons gathered around him. Ethan reached out and carefully touched the pigeon's back. Looking at Ethan, Chloe also imitated him, scattered the feed in front of herself, bent down, and carefully touched the pigeons. Be careful, their claws are still very sharp. Just touch them, don't scratch them. Ethan reminded considerately. He didn't know this before, so he caught a pigeon and was later scratched by the pigeon's claws. Uh-huh. Chloe nodded and looked at the pigeons snatching food in front of her with a satisfied smile on her face. In less than 2 minutes, the two of them finished feeding the feed in their hands. Clapping his hands, Ethan stood up. How about it? Do you still want to feed? No, there's so many of them, and they look so hungry. Looking at the pigeons in front of her who were still eager to eat, the girl felt that no matter how much she bought to feed them, they would never be full. Yes, these pigeons are fed by us tourists. The zoo won't feed them too much food, so they won't eat the feed we feed them. Really? Then they are so pitiful. After hearing Ethan's words, Chloe's expression became somewhat sympathetic. It's okay. Although they're not full, at least they still have something to eat here. They can't get enough to eat here, so why don't they run away? Can't they fly? You can't run away. When we came in just now, didn't we pass through a door made of many chains? Look up again. Chloe looked up at the sky, which was surrounded by barbed wire. These pigeons seem free, but in fact they can't even fly out of the square. The sky has gotten smaller. Chloe murmured. She felt that the pigeons in front of her were like herself, or to be more precise, like herself before she met Ethan. There is no hope in life. I can't find a job and no one wants me. I work hard every day just to have a bite to eat, and I will never be able to escape from the cage of poverty. These pigeons must want to fly away. They definitely don't want to be caught here. They definitely don't want humans to touch them. And they definitely don't want to compete with their own kind for food. Perhaps they also yearn for the outside world, but their fate is unfortunate. They have a pair of wings, but cannot soar in this vast sky. There's nothing we can do. We can't change their fate. Although the sky here is small, at least they don't have to participate in the cruel laws of nature. Come on, let's go to the next place. Realizing that the girl's mood had changed, Ethan didn't want her to stay here any longer. Good. The girl nodded, her mind processing what Ethan had said. Perhaps this is a good thing for the pigeons. As Ethan said, at least they don't have to participate in the cruel laws of nature. Humans and animals are always different. The two walked out of the pigeon square and came to the panda house. Chloe calmed down a little and stopped thinking about the pigeons. There are quite a lot of people in the panda house. Everyone buys tickets for the pandas. After all, who doesn't like that black and white chubby guy? It's called Yuan Yuan, Chloe said, pointing to the introduction sign next to her, and her mood became better. Chloe was quite excited when she saw a panda for the first time. She took Ethan's hand and walked to the glass to look at the panda. The panda was chewing on the delicious bamboo in its hand and didn't seem to care about the tourists outside the glass. As a national treasure of Haigang City, their lives are extremely good. Not only do they have a comfortable living environment, but they also have dedicated keepers to take care of them. Chloe stared at the panda with her eyes fixed. It seemed to be similar to what it looked like on TV. But why couldn't pandas be touched like pigeons? Looking at their furry appearance, she really wanted to touch them. They must feel very comfortable. Ethan didn't know what Chloe was thinking, but when he saw that the girl's expression was no longer gloomy, he felt a lot more relaxed. He brought Chloe to the zoo to make her happy. and he certainly didn't want to see the girl looking sad. There's another one called Hua, and there are only two of them in the entire harbor city. Only two. Right. Chloe had heard that pandas were rare, but she didn't expect there were only two in such a big city. Take a photo to record it. Uh-huh. The girl took out her cell phone and took a picture of the panda in the distance. It's done, the girl said in her soft voice. How about I take a picture of you? Ethan suggested. Chloe looked around the museum. There were quite a lot of people, which made her feel a little shy. However, when she saw that everyone's attention was focused on the pandas, the girl's nervousness eased a lot. Ethan took a few steps back and shouted, "Come on, look at the camera." Good. The girl shyly made a yeah gesture. Ethan's voice attracted the attention of the people around him, and everyone looked at the girl who was posing for photos. Today, the girl tied her hair into two buns, which made her look very cute with a shy face. What a beautiful girl. It's a pity that she has a boyfriend. Several boys in the museum looked at Chloe and sighed in their hearts. Looking at Ethan again, he is also very handsome, tall and big, and looks very safe. What a perfect match they are. Noticing the gazes of the people around her, Chloe felt a little flustered. She quickly ran towards Ethan and hid behind him. Smiled when they saw Chloe's look. That shy look was so much like the white moonlight in their minds. Let's go. Chloe tugged at the corner of Ethan's clothes. She wasn't used to the feeling of being noticed. Okay, let's go. Ethan took Chloe's hand and walked towards the door. Chapter 58, Like a Dream. After leaving the panda house, the two came to the peacock garden. As soon as they entered the peacock garden, Chloe and Ethan saw a peacock courting. A male peacock spread out his colorful and bright tail screen and kept performing various graceful dance moves to show off his beauty to another female peacock. So beautiful. Chloe's attention was attracted by the peacock, and she quickly took out her mobile phone to record the moment when the peacock spread its feathers. We are so lucky that we can see the peacock spreading its feathers as soon as we come in. Ethan whispered as he stood next to Chloe. Why does the peacock spread its tail? The girl rolled her eyes and asked curiously. He's courting. Look, isn't that peacock showing off in front of that peacock? Really? After hearing what Ethan said, Chloe sighed. It turns out that peacocks spread their tails to court mates, probably to show their strength in front of the opposite sex they like and win the other's trust. This is how the girl interpreted it. However, the female peacock didn't seem to be fooled by the male peacock's tricks and simply ignored him. Seeing this scene, Chloe felt that the male peacock that was spreading its feathers was a little pitiful. It is a common phenomenon among both animals and humans that the person of the opposite sex you like does not like you. Of course, there are also people who like each other, but cannot be together. The girl remembered a poem she had learned in junior high school, which seemed to be called The Peacock Flies Southeast. The protagonists, Jiao Zhongxing and Lu Longji, liked each other and were very affectionate, but were made difficult by Jiao Zhongxing's mother at every turn. The two were forced to separate, and one ended up throwing herself into the clear pool, while the other hanged herself on a tree in the southeast to die for love. Thinking of this, the girl couldn't help but worry about her marriage to Ethan. Because Ethan and I had a flash marriage, I had never met Ethan's parents and didn't know whether they would agree. I also didn't know whether Ethan's parents would dislike me like Jiao's mother in The Peacock Flies Southeast. After all, one's own physical defects are there, and few ordinary people can accept them. Ethan will stand on my side at that time, or if he will commit suicide for love like the protagonist in The Peacock Flies Southeast. No, the girl shook her head. Ethan was so good to her. How could she let him commit suicide for love? Ethan's parents don't like me at that time. I can just leave. As long as I don't make things difficult for Ethan, it will be fine. As she thought about it, the girl began to feel worried. She had fallen in love with Ethan, and if she were to leave Ethan, it would be more painful than death. What's wrong, Chloe? Noticing that the girl was in a daze, Ethan asked. No, nothing. The girl laughed. Something's on your mind? Seeing that everyone else was happily taking pictures of the peacock with their mobile phones, but the girl was distracted. Even if Ethan was not careful, he should have noticed it. No. Ethan to know her inner thoughts, and she didn't want to embarrass Ethan. That's good. Knowing that the girl didn't want to say it, Ethan didn't force her. Everyone has independent will, and Ethan didn't want to force the girl to do something she didn't want to do. Let's take a photo. It's rare to see a peacock spread its feathers. Ethan took the girl's hand and walked closer to the peacock that was spreading its feathers. Several college students who came to the zoo in groups saw their actions and felt a little envious. Damn, why do other people come to the zoo in pairs, but I can only be with a few roommates? It's so unfair, God. Ethan raised his hand, and the camera framed the two of them on screen. Ethan adjusted the angle and found that no matter how he took the photo, it didn't look good. His arms were not long enough, and the screen could only accommodate 2 people without the peacock. Hey, handsome guy, can you take a photo with peacock for me? Ethan said to a boy not far from him. The boy looked at the two of them, confused, and thought to himself, no way, you couples can just show your affection. Why do you have to catch a dog and kill it? Although he had some thoughts, the boy still nodded in agreement. Can. After handing the phone to the boy, Ethan returned to Chloe. They touched their index and middle fingers together and held the peacock between their fingers. The girl looked at Ethan shyly, and the picture froze at this moment. It's done. The boy returned the phone to Ethan. Thank you. Ethan thanked the boy, and the boy returned to his friends. Then his friends' laughter and their conversation could be heard. How is it? Is the dog food delicious? It's so delicious that it hurts my heart. Damn it. Why is it that my beautiful girlfriend is always talked to by other people? I told you not to get so close. Look, you've been fed. What are you so proud of? You act as if you weren't fed. Hearing the conversation between several boys in the distance, Ethan smiled. How many times had he been the same as them? Let's go, let's go. The girl's soft voice sounded behind Ethan. Chloe blushed when she heard the conversation between the boys. As someone who had never been in love before, she naturally couldn't stand other people's discussions. Then let's go. Seeing the shy look on the girl's face, Ethan didn't want to embarrass her. The girl still needed time to adapt to her current situation. If she went out more often, she would get used to it in the future. I don't know how long I spent in the zoo. The sun quietly went down the mountain. The street lights in the zoo were already lit, and a reminder came over the radio that the zoo was about to close. Ethan checked his phone. It was almost 6 o'clock. It was getting dark so fast. Let's go, we should go back too. Uh-huh. Ethan held the girl's hand and walked towards the zoo's gate. At this time, many tourists gathered on the main road. Some were families of 3, some were alone, and some were like Ethan and Chloe. Everyone was walking on their own path, and no one paid attention to anyone else. Ethan, who was focusing on walking, feeling full of happiness. She is very satisfied with her current life and likes the person holding her hand very much. At this moment, everything around her became quiet, and the girl seemed to be able to only hear her own footsteps. All this is so dreamy, like a dream. She was a little scared, afraid that everything now was just a dream, afraid that she would suddenly wake up and find herself still in that orphanage, still in that dark and damp little house, getting up early every day with her grandmother to scavenge for rubbish and eating bland meals. I am afraid of how I will feel when I am scavenging and the contemptuous looks from passers-by. Feeling uneasy, she tightly grasped Ethan's big hand. Feeling the warmth from Ethan's palm, she felt that all this was real. Feeling the strength from the girl's hand, Ethan said nothing, but held the girl's hand tighter, and at the same time exerted force to pull the girl towards him. He knew that the girl lacked a sense of security in her heart, but at this moment, he could only give her some sense of security in this way. Chapter 59 Warmth. After getting in the car, Ethan started it. How was it? Did you have fun today? Ethan turned his head and looked at the girl. Happy. The girl nodded. Of course she was very happy today, but what made her happy was not coming to the zoo to see the animals, but feeling the warmth in Ethan's palm. Let's go on a trip starting tomorrow. What do you think, Chloe? Travel? Well, I want to take advantage of the New Year holiday to go out and have some fun. After all, I've been busy all year. Travel. When she was in school, she often heard people say that their parents took them on a trip during summer and winter vacations, going to various places and discussing the exotic scenery and cultural atmosphere. She was very envious of others who had their parents take them out to play, while she could only return to the orphanage and live a repetitive, boring, and hopeless life every day. Chloe has heard the word travel countless times, whether from her classmates or on TV, but this time the word has never appeared in her context. Are you going to travel too? I heard that the world outside is very beautiful. Do you finally have a chance to go and see it? No, I heard from my classmates that traveling is very expensive, but I have no income now. Doesn't that mean Ethan has to pay for everything? This must be a big burden for Ethan. After thinking about it, the girl became conflicted. She hated herself for being so incompetent and why she couldn't even do a job well. If she had a job, income, and savings, she wouldn't feel embarrassed when Ethan asked to travel, and she could also share some of the financial pressure for Ethan. What's wrong? You don't want to go traveling? Ethan asked, noticing the girl's worried look. I want to, but what? But I don't have any money. I have to pay for the travel expenses by myself. Ethan for everything. She also wanted to make some contributions to both of them. Don't think too much. If you want to make money, you have to learn how to spend it first. Going out and seeing the world can also be considered as improving yourself. Life is a long journey, and you can't just focus on money all the time, right? Besides, don't you want to make a short video? How can you do it without the materials? Let's go out and see the scenery outside. You can record the materials while traveling. After hearing Ethan's words, the girl's eyes lit up. Why didn't she think of finding materials by traveling? Then go ahead, just consider it as something you owe Ethan now and pay him back when you make money in the future. Okay, let's go. It's settled then. Pack up tonight and leave tomorrow. Good. The girl nodded, and Ethan stepped on the accelerator, heading towards the nearby shopping mall. When they arrived at the city center shopping mall, there was more traffic. Although it was only a few hundred meters away from the parking lot, the two of them were stuck in traffic for more than 20 minutes, and nearby drivers were also honking their horns frantically. Ethan felt a little upset. Horn hit, hit. There's a traffic jam ahead. You can't move even if you honk your horn until it breaks. If you're in a hurry, just fly over. Ethan grumbled. Alas, electric bikes are better because they can get right into the cracks. If we were riding an electric bike, we would probably be inside the mall by now. Ethan sighed and shook his head. People are like this. When they're stuck in traffic, they think electric cars are better. When it is windy and rainy, they think cars are better. Well, let's ride electric bikes next time we go out. Seeing Ethan sigh, the girl in the passenger seat spoke gently. Ethan was a little annoyed by the traffic jam. When he saw the cute girl sitting in the passenger seat, his annoyance disappeared without a trace. Yes, how could I let such a cute girl ride an electric bike with me? I just complain a little bit, but I still have to drive. After all, it's so cold now. Yeah, I know. Ethan quietly and said gently. Seeing the girl's gentle eyes, Ethan's heart seemed to skip a beat. He quickly looked straight ahead and gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands. There was that throbbing feeling again. After a while, the car in front finally moved, and Ethan hurried to catch up. They came to the underground parking lot, circled a few times, and finally found a parking space. Arriving at the mall, the two went straight to the restaurant on the 4th floor. When they reached the door of a frog shop, Ethan asked the girl, "How about eating frog tonight?" Frog? The girl looked at the giant frog placed at the door. Suddenly, she felt a little scared. She didn't know how she could eat such a cute frog. After hesitating for a while, she smelled the fragrance coming from inside, and she suddenly had the urge to take a bite. Then let's eat here. Appetite overcame reason, and the two walked into the store. Chloe can handle spicy food, right? How about a spicy hot pot for the two of us? Okowo. It was the girl's first time here, and she was not familiar with the dishes. She ate whatever Ethan ordered since she was not picky about food anyway. Okay, then I'll order 2 side dishes, potato chips and black fungus. Anything like that. Do you want anything? Ethan handed the menu to the girl. The girl looked at the spicy bullfrog hot pot that Ethan had just ordered. It cost 139 yuan, so expensive. Compared to the taste of the food, the girl was more concerned about the price, but she didn't say it out loud. She had been with Ethan for so long that she was almost accustomed to Ethan's spending level. But every time she goes out, she has to spend a lot of money and buy a lot of expensive things, which makes the girl feel a little distressed. No more, just this one. Looking at the pictures on the menu, the girl thought that the pot of frog should be quite large and should be enough to eat without any side dishes. Okay, but I still want 1 or 2 side dishes, maybe 1 potato slice and 1 kelp shred and 2 bowls of rice. What do you want to drink? What do you want to drink? Anything is fine. How about Coke? Okay, that's all I need for now. After saying that, Ethan ticked the menu and turned to hand it to the waiter. 10 minutes later, the waiter brought a big pot of spicy bullfrog to the table. The girl smelled the fragrance coming from the pot and swallowed unconsciously. I have to say, although frogs are cute, they're also really fragrant. Chapter 60, Wearing a Skirt. Come try it. Ethan gave the first piece of food he picked up with chopsticks to the girl. He had never noticed this little detail. The girl moved her bowl forward, took the bullfrog that Ethan picked for her, and put it in her mouth. After taking a bite, I found the meat to be tender and delicious, and it tasted like both fish and chicken, very tender and smooth. The girl opened her eyes slightly and said, "It's really delicious." After knowing Ethan for so long, she has eaten a lot of things she has never eaten before and gradually realized that her previous life was really hard. How is it? Is it delicious? Tasty, the girl nodded. She was used to Ethan's gentleness. Then eat quickly. Yeah, you eat too. The girl also picked up a bullfrog for Ethan. In less than half an hour, the big pot of bullfrog disappeared in front of the two of them. Are you full? Ethan put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and asked the girl. I'm full. The girl also took out a tissue from the tissue box and wiped her mouth. Okay, let's go downstairs and take a look. Ethan patted his butt, stood up, and walked out of the store with the girl. When he came downstairs, Ethan saw the skirts in the clothing store, and an idea came to his mind. I don't think I've seen Chloe wear a skirt yet. She is such a good figure. She must look great in a skirt. Thinking of this, Ethan pulled Chloe into the store. Want to buy clothes again? Ethan was a little confused. The girl had known Ethan for so long and had received a lot of clothes bought by Ethan, but they were all cotton coats and pants. The clothing store I entered today sells skirts, the kind that are winter skirts. Glancing at the skirt on the clothing rack, the girl's first reaction was that it would be very expensive, but also very beautiful. Which girl wants to wear a beautiful skirt? Chloe, do you want to buy some winter skirts? Ethan seemed to be asking, but in fact he had already made a choice for the girl and was just waiting for her to nod. No. The girl said shyly that although these dresses were beautiful, they must be expensive, and she really didn't want Ethan to spend money on her. It's okay, try it out. If you don't think it looks good, don't buy it. As he spoke, Ethan had already taken a winter skirt off the hanger and handed it to the girl. Seeing Ethan so persistent, the girl was too embarrassed to refuse, so she had to take the skirt to the fitting room to change into it. A few minutes later, the girl walked out of the fitting room, taking soft steps and slowly approaching Ethan. The girl in the skirt exudes youth and vitality, like a flower blooming in winter, so delicate and beautiful that Ethan inexplicably feels a desire to protect her. Ow, how about it? Can I change it back? The girl said shyly in front of Ethan. The girl felt a little uncomfortable wearing a skirt for the first time. Don't. Just like this, it's beautiful and looks good. Ethan was a little excited. He quickly took a woolen coat from the hanger and handed it to the girl. The cotton coat and skirt don't go well together. Try this instead. All right. The girl nodded, took the clothes Ethan picked for her, went into the fitting room to change into them, and then returned to Ethan. Is that all right? Okay, it's very beautiful. I want this one. Seeing Ethan's excitement, the girl felt happy inside. But it would be very cold to wear this skirt outside. The girl moved her calves hidden under her skirt. Her legs are bare now. Since there is heating in the mall, the girl doesn't feel cold, but she will definitely feel very cold if she goes outside. So I change back. Don't be impatient. After saying that, Ethan took another skirt off the hanger. Try this one again. Okay. The girl sighed inwardly. Seeing Ethan so excited, she didn't want to disturb him, so she could only take the skirt and walk into the fitting room. After choosing the clothing store for more than half an hour, Ethan finally bought 2 skirts, a sweater, and a coat for Chloe. I have to say, the girl looks really beautiful in the skirt. After paying the bill, Ethan walked out of the clothing store satisfied. Although he was buying clothes for Chloe, it was Ethan who felt satisfied. Then, the two went to a store selling stockings. Ethan picked up a pair of stockings and said to Chloe, "This is a great leg-bearing tool. Buy 2 and wear them with your skirt." Chloe looked at the stockings in Ethan's hand and felt a little shy. In her impression, these were only worn by mature women. Moreover, she, who had never touched stockings before, felt inexplicably shy, and the feeling in her heart was as complicated as eating forbidden fruit. She is not mentally ready yet. The girl looked at the people around her. Everyone was choosing their favorite stockings and didn't pay any attention to her at all. It seemed that everyone thought this was a very normal thing. Am I thinking too much? The girl thought to herself and finally mustered up the courage to nod. Purchase. Okay, that's all. Ethan said to the clerk, "Hey, can you help me find out what size this girl is suitable for? I want this style." The clerk walked up to the girl, looked at her height, and said, "I'll get you 2 size L pairs. Scan this to pay." 2 pairs are 59 yuan. Ethan took out his mobile phone, scanned the code, and paid the money. The clerk quickly packed it and handed it to Ethan. Ethan took the bag, thanked the clerk, and then took the girl to the shoe store. "I still need a pair of small leather shoes. This kind of skirt looks best with small leather shoes," Ethan said as he walked. Chloe remained silent. She was a little uncomfortable at first. After all, these clothes were too girly. She used to wear ordinary jeans and canvas shoes. When they arrived at the shoe store, Ethan picked out 2 pairs of small leather shoes for the girl, and then left the mall contentedly, carrying his bags. Following Ethan had mixed emotions. It wasn't that she didn't like the clothes Ethan picked for her, nor was she dissatisfied with Ethan's approach, but she felt that she couldn't adapt to it for a while. After all, I had never worn such a beautiful skirt and leather shoes before, and now I suddenly bought them, and I still feel a little uncomfortable inside. She was very happy that Ethan treated her as a normal girl and bought her clothes that girls of the same age wore. but her inner inferiority complex made her unable to face these things. Maybe it will take a little time or a bold attempt. After putting the bags in the back seat, Ethan breathed a sigh of relief. He never thought that buying clothes for girls would make him so happy. Especially when he saw those clothes on the young girls, he couldn't help feeling happy. Ethan suddenly felt that he seemed to understand why the game Miracle Nikki had so many players. Chapter 61, I'll Help You Massage. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the two finally returned home. Ethan slumped on the sofa and put the clothes he bought for Chloe next to the sofa. Although it was a rest day, Ethan felt more tired than when he was working. He glanced at his step count on WeChat and found that he had exceeded 20,000 steps. I usually only walk about 3,000 to 5,000 steps on my way to work, but the distance I walked today is equivalent to the distance I walked in 4 days. Looking at the bag next to the sofa, Ethan said, Chloe, take these to your room and hang them up. Not everyone can enter the girl's boudoir. Although the two have obtained their marriage certificate, their actual relationship has not reached that stage. Without the girl's permission, Ethan does not dare to enter her room without permission. Even if the girl allowed it, Ethan would be too embarrassed to go in. God knows what might be in the girl's room. Good. The girl bent down and took the bags into the room and hung them one by one in the closet according to Ethan's instructions. Ethan bought for her in the closet. The girl felt a strange emotion in her heart. She wanted nice dresses, but she didn't have the confidence to wear them out. The experiences of these years have made the girl very inferior in this regard. She dare not show her charm as generously as other girls, but wants to make herself transparent and hide herself. Because past experience told her that attracting attention would bring criticism. Outside the room, Ethan sat in the living room rubbing his calves. He walked so many steps today, which made him a little uncomfortable as he usually works at a desk. His calves kept feeling sore and swollen. After hanging up the clothes, the girl walked out of the room and saw Ethan sitting on the sofa rubbing his calves. She felt sorry for him. She knew that Ethan had walked too long today and his calves were hurting. She had experienced this kind of thing before. When she had just left the orphanage, she often wandered outside to find a job and a place to stay. She would walk all day long. Her calves were very painful at that time, but no one cared about her. Ethan, is your leg uncomfortable? The girl walked up to Ethan and asked. Yeah, maybe I walked too much today, and I'm not used to it. I usually sit in the office. Well, how about, would you like me to rub it for you? The girl avoided his gaze and looked a little shy. Okay, then Chloe, just rub it for me. It's really painful. Ethan turned over and lay down on the sofa, making it easier for the girl to massage his calves. Good. The girl saw Ethan put his legs on the sofa, so she pulled a small stool, sat in front of the sofa, and gently massaged Ethan's calves. Cool. Ethan, lying on the sofa, felt the warm touch of the girl's small hands and sighed inwardly. It feels so comfortable to have someone massage your feet. I have to say that Chloe's technique is really good. Every time she pressed, she accurately found the most sore and swollen part of Ethan's calf. When the girl's small hand pressed gently, Ethan felt that the soreness and swelling in his calf was perfectly released. It feels so good. Perhaps it was because she had too many similar experiences that allowed her to find the correct position and apply moderate strength, and to use the most suitable technique to accurately relieve muscle fatigue. While the girl was massaging his legs, Ethan lay on the sofa and didn't dare to make any sound, for he was afraid of disturbing the girl. After more than 10 minutes, Ethan obviously felt his calves were much more comfortable, so he asked the girl to stop. That's all right, Chloe. Thank you. The girl's hands were so delicate, and he didn't want to let her get tired. You're welcome. It's my pleasure. Ethan has given so much for her, and she also wants to give a little for Ethan. Although she can't do it financially, she still wants to do more in other areas within her ability. Let me give you a massage instead. Ethan sat up and said to Chloe, No. The girl quickly waved her hand to refuse and asked Ethan to massage her legs. She felt a little shy because those were legs, which were relatively sensitive areas. Secondly, her calves did not feel sore or swollen. She used to scavenge with her grandmother, so she was used to long-term, high-intensity walking. On the other hand, she was not confident about the shape of her legs and was afraid that Ethan would be disgusted if he touched them. People with low self-esteem are often like this. They are always concerned about their image in other people's minds and are afraid of leaving a bad impression on others. As a result, they often waste their energy. Really? Don't your calves feel uncomfortable? It's not uncomfortable. I've adapted to it. Okay then, if your calves feel uncomfortable, be sure to tell me and I can massage them for you. Uh-huh. The girl nodded. I'm going to take a shower first. Go ahead, take a shower, and come out to pack your luggage. We'll set off on our trip tomorrow. Good. The girl walked into the room, grabbed her pajamas, and went into the bathroom. In the bathroom, the girl looked at herself in the mirror, feeling a little excited. She was looking forward to the place she was going to travel to and the scenery along the way. The girl suddenly remembered that she seemed to have not yet asked Ethan where he was going to travel. Losing focus, the girl turned on the faucet, and hot water gushed out from the shower head and poured onto her hair. Her fair arms stretched toward the shelf, and her small hands gently pressed down a bottle of women's shampoo, which Ethan had specially picked out for her. Not long after, the girl walked out of the bathroom with wet hair. Because she had gone to the mountains to offer sacrifices during the day, her hair was covered with a lot of dust, so the girl washed her hair. Ethan sitting on the sofa. The girl shyly said, "Ethan, blow dry your hair." Ethan acted quickly, immediately taking the hairdryer and sitting behind the girl. The sound of the hair dryer echoed throughout the living room. The warm wind passed across the girl's cheeks. Feeling the tenderness of Ethan's fingertips, the girl felt at ease. She liked this feeling very much. A few minutes later, the girl's hair was blow-dried. Ethan turned off the hairdryer, got up, walked into the room, and took out a suitcase. "This is what I used when I was in college. I rarely use it now. I'll put your clothes in it." The suitcase was well preserved by Ethan and still looks brand new, with only the wheels slightly worn. The girl looked at the suitcase Ethan brought out and asked, "What about you? What are you using?" "I don't need a suitcase. I just need a backpack." Ethan was not used to going out with a suitcase, so when he went home during the winter and summer vacations during college, he would only carry a backpack with 1 or 2 sets of clothes and travel light, which is why the suitcase was preserved so well. "I'm going to take a shower first. You pack your things and go to bed early." "Good." Chapter 62. 20 million. How much is that? Ethan got up at 8:30 on Thursday morning. He planned to take Li Ruo to Haizhou province for a trip today. Haigang City is about 1,000 kilometers away from Haizhou province. They planned to pass through Huaqing first, play in Huaqing for a day or two, and then set off for Haizhou province. Since it was a self-driving tour, there was no need to buy tickets in advance. After changing his clothes, Ethan came to the girl's door and knocked. "Chloe, time to wake up." The girl in the room had sleepy eyes and looked like she hadn't woken up yet. She couldn't sleep again last night because she was caught by Ethan the day before yesterday. As a result, she didn't dare to sneak into Ethan's room last night. She tossed and turned in bed until 1 o'clock in the morning and couldn't fall asleep. The lack of the familiar presence around her made the girl feel very insecure. "Chloe, are you still asleep?" Seeing no movement in the room, Ethan knocked on the door again. He went to bed before 10 o'clock last night and was still asleep at 8:30, which made Ethan a little worried. Could something have happened? Thinking inwardly, Ethan put his hand on the door handle and tried to open the door. "Chloe, are you awake? If you don't respond, I'm coming in." "I'm up." Heard Ethan say he was coming in. She immediately perked up. She didn't want Ethan to see her messy hair. She quickly sat down at the dressing table and started combing her hair. Ethan got the girl's reply and felt relieved. He went to the bathroom and washed up. A few minutes later, the girl also opened the door. She had already changed her clothes and pushed the suitcase Ethan gave her into the living room. "Hurry up and wash up. We will go downstairs to have breakfast later." After washing up, Ethan said to the girl who was pushing the suitcase, since he was going on a long trip soon, he didn't want to make breakfast anymore. The girl nodded and walked towards the bathroom. While the girl was washing up, he installed his laptop. He had not planned to make videos during the trip, but Ethan was afraid that he would suddenly get inspiration, so he decided to bring it with him. A few minutes later, the girl finished washing up, and Ethan helped her carry the suitcase downstairs. After putting the suitcases in the trunk, the two found a nearby soup dumpling shop, and each ate a basket of soup dumplings. When I got back to the car, it was almost 9:30. I took out my mobile phone and saw that today was Thursday, and I could withdraw cash. With a simple operation on his mobile phone, Ethan withdrew the fees for video creation in the past few days to his bank card. "Where are we going on tour?" Ethan curiously, because she was busy packing her luggage last night and had no time to ask. "Let's go south to Haizhou." "Haizhou? Is that place fun?" "It's fun. The sea view over there is beautiful. And unlike where we are, it doesn't snow. It's spring all year round in Haizhou. There's no winter. Now is the best time to go there." After listening to Ethan's story, Chloe's eyes were full of anticipation. From childhood to adulthood, she always thought that the whole world was the same, with cold winters and hot summers, but the degree of heat and cold was different in different places. She had no idea that there were places with 4 seasons like spring. Would it be comfortable to live there? It's hard for me to say. You'll know once you experience it. Ethan kept it a secret. Okay, okay, get ready to go. Fasten your seatbelts. By the way, Chloe, do you have any songs you want to listen to? If so, you can connect it to Bluetooth and play it. Ethan pointed to the car computer and said, No. The girl shook her head. She only had her own mobile phone recently, so she didn't have her own music playlist, and she didn't listen to music much usually. Well, if you don't mind, I'll play my music. The girl nodded, indicating that she had no objection. Seeing the girl nod in agreement, Ethan connected his phone's Bluetooth to the car computer and then played his own music. Ethan set up the navigation on the car computer during the warm-up time. The first stop is Hwacheong, which is more than 500 kilometers away from Hwacheong. Including the rest time at the service area, it will take about 7 hours. After adjusting the navigation, Ethan drove the car out of the community. There was not much traffic on the road during this time period, and the morning rush hour had passed at 9:30, so Ethan hardly had a queue when driving through the traffic lights in the city center. In less than half an hour, the car was on the highway. Since it was a new car, ETC could not be processed yet, so Ethan could only use the manual channel. The girl saw Ethan take a card from the toll collector, and then the pole was raised. So she asked curiously, Ethan, why is there a pole blocking this road? The girl who had never been out was curious about everything around her. In her memory, only parking lots were blocked by poles because they charged a fee. Could it be that this road also had a fee? Because we need a car to get on the highway. If there are no barriers, people can just drive through. Take the card? Is there a fee? Yes, there is a toll for the highway. Is it expensive? Why don't we have to pay in the city? When the girl heard that there was a charge, her first reaction was to ask the price. It's not bad. It's about 50 cents per kilometer. The construction and maintenance costs of highways are very high. If there is no toll, who will repair the road when it breaks down? Besides, the people who built the highway also need to recover their funds in this way. Ethan patiently explained and tried his best to answer the girl's questions as long as they were within the scope of his knowledge. Oh, the girl nodded, not quite understanding. How far are we going? It's about 1,000 kilometers to Haizhou province. 1,000 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. The girl muttered to herself and counted on her fingers. 1,000 kilometers costs 500 yuan, which is very expensive. The travel expenses alone were 500 yuan, not to mention food, lodging, and gas. The girl then realized that traveling was so expensive. She had only heard others say that it cost a lot of money, but she didn't know where the specific expenses were. It's actually not bad. The cost of building 1 kilometer of this expressway is about 20 million or even more. Add in the usual maintenance costs, and it may take 20 years to recover the construction costs. Although the girl had no idea what 1 kilometer meant, when she heard the cost of 20 million, she knew it was an astronomical figure. 20 million? How much is that? The car I'm driving now could probably buy 200 cars, which is almost enough to buy half of the cars in the community. After listening to the examples Ethan gave, the girl had a basic understanding of 20 million. It was enough to fill up half of the community with cars. 20 million is something you can't earn in a lifetime. Chapter 63, Don't Leave Me Behind. After hearing the girl's sigh, Ethan smiled. Ordinary people can't earn that much in 5 lifetimes. Thinking about it this way, the girl felt that the 1 kilometer highway toll was relatively cheap. After the discussion, silence returned to the car. Since it was not a holiday, there were not many cars on the highway, and Ethan did not need to change lanes frequently to overtake. He controlled the speed to 120 and drove steadily in the middle lane. The girl in the passenger seat looked at the city outside the window, getting farther and farther away, and couldn't help but think of her past. More than half a month ago, she was still worried about food and drink in Haigang City, but now she was about to go traveling. After 20 years, she finally had the opportunity to see the outside world of Haigang City. She wondered what the outside world was like, and whether it was like Haigang City, with many people like her struggling at the bottom. Thinking of this, the girl glanced at Ethan, who was concentrating on driving. Her gratitude was beyond words. Everything I have now was given by Ethan. If Ethan hadn't rescued me from the freezing cold river that night, I would probably no longer be in this world. The girl was very satisfied with everything now. Looking at Ethan's profile, she smiled. What's wrong? Why are you grinning at me? Ethan noticed it and asked the girl. No, nothing. The girl turned her head away in panic, her face slightly flushed. I really lost my composure just now. Half an hour later, the city behind them had disappeared from Chloe's sight, and the heating in the car made her a little drowsy. Maybe it was because she didn't sleep well last night, and now she couldn't open her eyelids anymore, and her body kept falling forward to the front of the seat. Fortunately, the seat belt held her back, and she didn't fall onto the passenger seat. Go to sleep if you're sleepy. Move the chair back a little so your body won't slide forward. Good. Hearing this, the girl reached under the chair to find the control switch, moved the chair back, clasped her hands across her chest, and closed her eyes. Very comfortable. Feeling the slight shaking of the car body and the familiar breath beside her, the girl soon fell asleep. Seeing the girl falling into a deep sleep, Ethan turned down the music for fear of disturbing her sleep. I don't know what's wrong with this girl these days. She gets up very late every day and feels drowsy during the day. Could it be that he plays with his phone until the early hours of the morning every night? Ethan recalled the time when he first came into contact with a mobile phone. He was in high school at that time. He would play with his mobile phone in bed until 1 or 2 o'clock every night and would feel groggy the next day. This can't go on. Ethan thought that when Chloe woke up, he would ask her what she had been doing these past few nights and why she didn't get enough rest. If she is really addicted to her phone, we need to get her to control her behavior. Driving while listening to music, the girl sleeping peacefully in the passenger seat next to him, the two of them drove away together. This kind of life was what Ethan dreamed of, and now he had realized it. The world was more colorful because of her. Driving for an unknown amount of time, Ethan felt sleepy. He checked the navigation and saw that the nearest service area was still a few kilometers away. Go in and take a rest. Driving while tired is not only irresponsible to yourself, but also to the girl next to you. A few minutes later, Ethan slowed down and drove to the service area parking lot. After the car stopped, he glanced at the girl and saw that she showed no signs of waking up, so Ethan didn't plan to wake her up. He gently opened the car door, slowly got out, and then gently closed the door, moving very gently for fear of waking up the sleeping girl. Ethan went to the bathroom, washed his face, and looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock. They had driven less than 200 kilometers, which was still far from Flower City. Let's have lunch after passing the next service area. Ethan thought to himself, planning to quickly get back to the car and continue on his journey. Now that he had washed his face, he felt much more sober. At the same time, the girl sitting in the car slowly opened her eyes. She found that the car had stopped and Ethan in the driver's seat was nowhere to be seen. She looked out the window and found herself in an unknown place. Although she saw someone outside the window, she still felt fear in her heart. That familiar feeling came over me again, just like the feeling when I first walked out of the orphanage, helpless, and everything around me was unfamiliar. The girl opened the car door in a panic, intending to get out to look for Ethan. She looked around the parking lot, but did not see Ethan at all. She was anxious, her inner panic overcoming her reason, and even though she knew Ethan would return to the car, she still couldn't control herself. "Ethan, where are you?" The girl cried out while standing beside the car. The scene of the orphanage director sending her out of the orphanage came to her mind again, and the scene of her grandmother leaving. She felt lonely and helpless at the time, and now that Ethan was suddenly missing, she felt that way again. Tears unconsciously fell from the corners of her eyes. Now she didn't know what to do. She could only squat down and cry with her head in her hands. When the people in the service area saw the girl's appearance, they stopped to watch curiously. $29 together. In the store, Ethan bought 2 bottles of energy drinks and a box of chewing gum to prevent himself from falling asleep while driving. 2 bottles of energy drinks and a box of chewing gum cost him 26 yuan, which made him feel a little sad. The things in the service area were really expensive. He forgot to buy them in advance at the convenience store downstairs when he went out. Walking out of the service area building, Ethan saw a lot of people watching around him and remembered that Chloe was still in the car. Could something have happened? Ethan's heart tightened, and he quickly ran towards the crowd. He pushed through the crowd and saw Chloe hiding beside a car crying, with an older woman trying to comfort her. Seeing this scene, Ethan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing happened. At this moment, Chloe saw a familiar figure appear in the crowd and quickly stood up and rushed over. "Don't leave me, Ethan." The girl threw herself into Ethan's arms and hugged Ethan's waist tightly like a kitten abandoned by its owner. The crowd that had stopped to watch also dispersed when they saw the girl had found the person she was looking for. I'm here. I just went to the bathroom to wash my face." "It's okay, Chloe. I won't abandon you." He patted the girl's back gently and comforted her. Seeing the girl crying so hard, Ethan felt very distressed. Chapter 64. Look at you. You've cried like a kitten. If he knew that he left the car without waking the girl up, the girl would be scared and would say Ethan would wake her up no matter what. Okay, it's okay, Chloe, I'm here. After hearing Ethan's gentle, comforting voice. Where have you been, Ethan? Ethan with a wronged look on her face. Seeing the girl's face full of tears, Ethan's heart almost broke. After a nap, especially in the evening, people will have an inexplicable sense of loneliness, especially when the surrounding environment is particularly quiet or when they're in an unfamiliar environment. This feeling will be even stronger. Ethan had had similar feelings, so he could especially understand Chloe's current mood. I went to the bathroom to wash my face. Sorry, Chloe. I should have woken you up first. It's okay. I'm glad you're back. The girl wiped the tears from her eyes and said aggrievedly. She knew that she was too sensitive. Ethan would definitely come back as long as the car was not turned off. But when she couldn't see Ethan, she couldn't control her emotions. Do you want to wash your face? Look at you. You've cried like a kitten. Don't look. The girl turned her face away shyly, not wanting Ethan to see her ugly appearance. I'm going to wash my face. Where's the bathroom? Seeing Ethan, the girl's emotions began to stabilize and the feeling of grievance disappeared. I'll take you there. After that, Ethan took Chloe's hand and walked towards the bathroom. I'll wait for you at the door. At the door of the women's restroom, Ethan brought the little hand he was holding and spoke gently to the owner of the little hand. Uh-huh. The owner of the little hand nodded and walked into the bathroom. Looking at herself in the mirror, her face was tearful and her hair was messy. The girl regretted her behavior just now. Why did she do that when she knew Ethan would come back? She turned on the faucet, gently scooped up a handful of water and wiped it on her face, then tidied her hair without being anxious because she knew that Ethan would be waiting for her outside the door. A few minutes later, the girl walked out of the bathroom. I'm fine, let's go. She didn't dare to look Ethan in the eye. The scene just now was so embarrassing. Okay then, let's go. Ethan took the girl's hand and walked towards the car. They both tacitly agreed not to mention what had just happened. Back in the car, Ethan took out his phone and said, if you can't find me again, just send me a message on your phone. Got it. Saw the cell phone in Ethan's hand. She realized that she had a cell phone. So why didn't she call Ethan? So stupid. I understand. The girl nodded shyly. That's enough. Now we have to move on. Good. The two of them set out on their journey again. Ethan adjusted the volume of the music and asked the girl, do you want to sleep a little longer? No. The girl shook her head and refused. The scene just now made her terrified, but her mind was still clear. Okay then, go to sleep if you're sleepy. I'll wake you up when I get off the bus. It won't be like what happened just now. Uh-huh. The car continued to drive towards Hwacheom. After driving nearly 200 kilometers, the weather began to clear up, and the sun shone directly onto the earth through the clouds. The temperatures seemed to be getting much warmer, so Ethan turned down the heat. The asphalt road in the distance looked like it had rained, and you could see a layer of water covering the ground. But when the car got closer, the water disappeared. Chloe observed this keenly and asked Ethan curiously, did it rain up ahead? Why does it look like there's water on the road, but it disappears when we get closer? This is called phantom water on the road. It is caused by temperature changes. The refraction of light is also one of the reasons. It can only be seen when the sun is out. It cannot be seen on cloudy days. It's probably the same principle as a mirage. Oh, the girl nodded, and in her heart she had a little more admiration for Ethan, even though she didn't understand a word he said. Calm was restored in the car again, and after driving for more than an hour, the two arrived at the next service area. Ethan parked the car. This time the girl was not asleep and got out of the car with Ethan. The two walked hand in hand into the service area hall. There were not many shops inside, only a few restaurants. Ethan randomly picked a fast food restaurant and ordered a fast food meal for himself and the girl. I have to say, doing business in the service area makes money faster than robbery. 2 small fast food meals cost 80 yuan. When the girl got the fast food, her face was full of disbelief. For a fast food meal costing 40 yuan, there was so little meat. It was not even as good as the pork trotter rice that cost more than 10 yuan a bowl in Haigeng City. Is that enough, Chloe? If not, have another helping. Ethan looked at the fast food in his hand, worried that Chloe wouldn't have enough to eat. That's enough. The things here are too expensive. It's really expensive, but there's nothing we can do. We're in a hurry, so let's just have a meal here first and then go for a big dinner when we get to Flower City in the evening. Okowo. Chloe realized that the prices at the highway service area were so expensive. If she had known earlier, she would rather bring 2 loaves of bread from home and eat them for lunch. Eat quickly and take a rest after eating. Chapter 65, Gentlemen.